two of the second Trump administration, and I can tell you that year two is going to be just as exciting and just as important for the American people. This morning, I want to address the topic of great importance to President Trump, America First trade, and the ways it is transforming our world. America First does not mean America alone, but free trade should be fair trade. Parallel prosperity extends beyond the United States. It is a global rebalancing that the president has shouldered for the benefit of all, especially the American people. A rebalancing of international trade was long overdue, and with the numbers we've seen, rebalancing must continue. The data indicate that this rebalancing is underway in the United States. The United States international trade deficit is narrowing at an unprecedented pace. In October, the trade gap declined by 39% month over month, reaching its lowest level since 2009. Exports increased nearly 3% to an all-time high, while imports declined by 3%, their lowest level since early 2024. This reflects an increased competitiveness of U.S. production. Our world is both safer and more prosperous when America is strong, with a robust industrial base and a vibrant economy. The president has built his entire trade agenda on advancing these goals, and the results speak for themselves through real economic activity. Since President Trump took office, inflation-adjusted goods output has grown at an annual rate exceeding 9%, the strongest non-pandemic expansion in more than a decade. America's CapEx boom is underway. Manufacturing investment has accelerated, capacity utilization has increased, and reshoring activity continues to expand across multiple sectors. As a result, productivity growth, the ultimate determinant of rising living standards, is surging. In the process, real blue-collar wages are increasing at one of the fastest rates to start a new administration on record. President Trump has created a true blue-collar boom, but he has also rebalanced the international order for the betterment of all, even for those of you who are not American. Last week, G7 finance ministers, plus other participants, including India, South Korea, Mexico, and Australia, gathered at the Treasury building with me to discuss the need for diversifying critical mineral supply chains. Years of failed policies have fostered a situation in which supply chains have become highly concentrated and vulnerable to both disruption and manipulation. President Trump's leadership is tending to these vulnerabilities. President Trump's leadership gathered these nations, and President Trump's leadership continues to drive the dialogue. In the G20, there is a world of parallel prosperity from which all will benefit. The United States is a premier destination for global capital. Thanks to President Trump, as I have often said, our country now has the most favorable tax, energy, and regulatory environment in the world, ensuring even stronger returns for partners who invest in America. And as we assume leadership of the G20, our agenda is one that we wish not just for ourselves, but for all of our allies. Grow, baby, grow. Growth is the only path out of this mountain of debt, and we can only grow together by expanding trade that is fair. And thanks to President Trump, America's first approach to rebalancing global trade, we all have the opportunity to do so. I look forward to taking your questions on trade and any other subjects.
Thanks, everybody. So let's go to the room first. If we can please, the first question, please state your name and outlet. Gentleman over here on the right in the black turtleneck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. My name is Urs Gerriger. I'm with the Swiss Weekly Weltwoche. We know that from previous statements that you value Swiss neutrality very highly. Our government, every so often, is taking away off neutrality. What would that mean in terms of our bilateral relationships if Switzerland more and more would side with EU, for example, or would depart from our traditional neutrality?
Well, let's talk about what Switzerland emulating the failed EU economic policies would do. Switzerland, a country of 9 million people, amazingly, the box is so far above its weight class. It is an industrial powerhouse. It is home to, as I said yesterday, a thriving middle class. And I would worry if you started emulating the EU policies of administration, bureaucracy, and economic sclerosis. And it would be very disappointing if Switzerland decided to get on the EU bandwagon of talk first and not think about the consequences later.
Thank you. Let's move to the next question, please. Front row, yellow tie, name and outlet, please.
Edward Lawrence from Fox News. Thanks, Mr. Secretary. So the president says he's going to put a 10% tariff on Greenland starting February 1st. It goes up to 25%. How concerned are you that this is going to start a trade war with Europe? And is it worth risking the U.S. economy for Greenland?
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. The president obviously believes that national security is economic security is national security, and we're not putting a 10% tariff on Greenland. We're putting a 10% tariff on the 8 countries that chose to send troops to Greenland. I mean, for those countries to activate their troops, I'm not sure what signal that's supposed to send. It seems pretty quixotic to me. President Trump has made it clear that we will not outsource our national security or our hemispheric security to any other countries. Our partner, the UK, is letting us down with the base on Diego Garcia, which we had shared together for many, many years, and they want to turn it over to Mauritius. So President Trump is serious here. Just as I said, after Liberation Day last year, I would tell everyone, take a deep breath. Do not have this reflexive anger that we've seen and the bitterness. Why don't they sit down, wait for President Trump to get here and listen to his argument? Because I think they're going to be persuaded.
Yeah, if I could, on the Supreme Court today, you went to a Supreme Court hearing. Why shouldn't Fed Chairman Jerome Powell go?
I am a political appointee, and Chair Powell is not. Chair Powell says that the Fed must stay above politics, and the politics cannot get enmeshed into the Fed. I have become very frustrated with the Fed for refusing to do an internal investigation. I think all of this could have been avoided. I have been calling for an internal investigation at the Fed since last summer, and even before that. So there are 2 things at stake here. One, does the president have the authority to remove Governor Cook for alleged malfeasance? 2, did Governor Cook commit mortgage fraud? I am not sure why Chair Powell would go and support Governor Cook when the Fed has not undertaken an examination of whether she did in fact commit mortgage fraud. If she did, she is stealing from the American people every day because she has a GSE-backed mortgage. And as I've said before, it is very unfortunate that on Chair Powell's watch, we will have seen between 4 and 6 governors and bank presidents have to step down for ethical lapses. Now, 4 to 6 may not seem like much. That is out of 19. I can tell you, as someone who was on Wall Street, if you were the leader of a Wall Street firm, you would have a failure to supervise problem. So again, I think that his sitting in the front row of the Supreme Court is a political statement, and I agree with him. The Fed should not be politicized. He is politicizing the Fed. I went in my capacity as a political appointee in the Trump administration.
Governor calls you smug. Are you smug?
Yeah, you know, I think it's very, very ironic that, you know, Governor Newsom, who strikes me as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken, may be the only Californian who knows less about economics than Kamala Harris. He's here this week with his billionaire sugar daddy, Alex Soros, and Davos is a perfect place for a man who, when everyone else was on lockdown, when he was having people arrested for going to church, he was having $1,000 a night meals at the French Laundry, and I'm sure the California people won't forget that. And I can tell my message to Governor Newsom is the Trump administration is coming to California. We are going to crack down on waste, fraud, and abuse. And I was told he was asked to give a speech on his signature policies, but he's not speaking. Because what have his economic policies brought? Outward migration from California, a gigantic budget deficit, the largest homeless population in America, and the poor folks in the Palisades who had their homes burned down. He is here hobnobbing with the global elite while his California citizens are still homeless. Shame on him. He is too smug, too self-absorbed, and too economically illiterate to know anything.
Thank you very much.
Let me know if you need any further clarification.
And that goes for all of you, if you need any more clarification on that. Next question, please, gentlemen. Second row with glasses, name and outlet, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Jamie Keaton, Associated Press. Thank you, Secretary, for coming to see us again. Yesterday, the S&P 500 dropped more than 2%. Gold and silver hit new highs, and the European Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said that U.S. tariffs over Greenland were a mistake, and President Macron has mentioned the use of the EU's anti-coercion measures. All after you said, as you've said this morning as well, that people need to take a breath over this situation. What conversations have you had with EU and other counterparts to help stabilize markets and to help convince them to take a breath? And I'd just like to add, how concerned are you that institutional investors in Europe may be pulling out of treasuries, such as from pension funds in Denmark and elsewhere?
Well, the size, Denmark's investment in U.S. Treasury bonds, like Denmark itself, is irrelevant. That it's less than $100 million. They've been selling treasuries for years. I'm not concerned at all. Again, as Treasury Secretary, I see our Treasury auctions. We've had record foreign investment. And also, as I said yesterday, I think it is very difficult to disaggregate any of the noise around Greenland, around these inflammatory statements by President Macron, by President van der Leyen, from what we have seen in the Japanese bond markets. We saw a 6 standard deviation move in Japanese bonds, which has spilled over to other markets. And I've been in touch with my Japanese economic colleagues, and I'm assured that they will take measures to stabilize that market. And just so everyone knows, that this notion that Europeans would be selling U.S. assets came from a single analyst at Deutsche Bank. Of course, the fake news media, led by the Financial Times, amplified it, and the CEO of Deutsche Bank called to say that Deutsche Bank does not stand by that analyst report. I'm waiting for President Trump to arrive, and that will be done at his level.
Great, thank you. Let's take the next question, please. We'll move to this side of the room. Sir, right here. Name and outlet, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stefan Lanz, biggest news media of Switzerland, 20 minutes. Have there been, can you give us an update on the trade negotiations and tariff negotiations with Switzerland? Have there been talks already? Will there be talks? Will you have meetings with homologues from the Swiss Federal Council?
Yeah, I'm seeing President Pharma today, who I have a very good relationship with. We got to know each other. In 2025, I find him to be very economically sophisticated, on trade, on economics. He's a fantastic advocate for the French people, and I think with his leadership that we will be able to land a trade deal that is fair for the American people and ensures the continued prosperity of Switzerland.
That's great. Thank you. We'll take the next question. Sir, right here, second row, name and outlet, please.
Yes, thank you. Holger Ahlich, Swiss business publication Handelszeitung. Mr. Secretary, I listened yesterday to your session at Davos where you said US needs to take Greenland not to be drawn into a major conflict, but by aiming at taking Greenland, aren't you creating that conflict with your allies in Europe? Thank you.
I think that we are asking our allies to understand that Greenland needs to be part of the United States. And just a little history lesson, the United States bought the U.S. Virgin Islands from Denmark during World War I, and I will remind everyone that Denmark remained neutral during World War I. They actually sold quite a bit to the Germans. So, but the Danish understood then the importance of the U.S. Virgin Islands. They were worried about the German ramifications if the war spread to the Caribbean, and the U.S. needed the U.S. Virgin Islands. They wanted a calm Caribbean after purchasing the Panama Canal from the French.
Great. Let's move to the next question, please. Let's go back to this side of the room. In the glasses, second row, name and outlet, please. Thank you. As a warning, everyone, we have about 5 minutes left. The schedule's a little tight today, so we'll have time for about 2 or 3 more questions at the most. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Alina Trabatoni, Montel News. So tariffs and trade actions, in theory, strengthen the dollar. And since LNG is priced in dollars, could a stronger dollar make US LNG more expensive for European buyers in euro terms? And isn't there concern that European markets could look elsewhere for suppliers?
Well, your question doesn't make sense, because if you just said it was priced in dollars, then why would they look elsewhere for supplies? If oil comes from Saudi, it's priced in dollars. If oil comes from the North Sea, it's priced in dollars. So I don't think I understand the question.
Yeah, LNG, but I mean, they could get better deals elsewhere.
Well, I think you're tripping on your own question. That there's a global price for oil, and the only way to get a better deal elsewhere is to buy sanctioned oil from Venezuela, sanctioned oil from Iran, and sanctioned oil from Russia. I will point out that the EU, 4 years into the Ukraine-Russia conflict, continues to fund the Russian war machine by buying cheap Russian oil. In 2018, President Trump warned the Europeans, do not build Nord Stream 2. Do not buy Russian oil. And guess what gave Vladimir Putin the war chest to fund this war? The European purchases of Russian oil.
Great. Thank you. We'll move to the next question, please. I'm going to give some love to the back. Gentleman back here, please. Orange lanyard, head. With the beard? Yeah, yes, beard. Name and outlet, please. Microphone's coming from this side.
Thank you for the floor. Raphael Zwallen, Swiss News Agency. I have a question on trade, and my understanding you would like to export more agricultural products and cars to Europe under American standards, but the European standards are different. So are you asking European partners to change the standards, or do you respect that in Europe we may have other standards?
Well, I think that we can look at global standards. For instance, our partners in Japan agreed that U.S. standards are to remove a lot of their onerous standards. Let's be clear, Europe is a regulatory morass that is built on bureaucracy and layering of rules that constrain economic activity and economic growth. As we've seen from the Draghi report, that Europe taxes itself, I believe it's 50% on goods, 100% on services intra-Europe. So I think that Europe should break down the intra-Europe trade barriers, and I think that they should break down the external trade barriers, because what we find is these artificial standards are called non-tariff trade barriers, and that they are a major problem throughout the world.
That's great. And this is going to be the last question then today, I think. We'll conclude it up here back in the front row, please, sir. With laptop, name, and outlet.
Hi, Laurent Thomé with Agence France Presse. Couple of questions, if I may. Could you tell us if President Trump, what happened with Air Force One, and if you think, if President Trump will be here on time for his meetings and his speech, And this morning, President Macron's office said that France wants a NATO mission, a NATO exercise in Greenland. What would you have to say about that?
A couple of things. I believe President Trump is going to be about 3 hours late. I haven't seen the updated schedule. And that if this is what all President Macron has to do when the French budget is in shambles, I would suggest that he focuses on other things for the French people.
Would you take a question from the UK special relationship? Go on, one question.
Sure. We'll have one last question, very, very eloquently asked. If we could have the microphone. Microphone woman's left. Here, feel free to use my microphone.
Hi, Sue Chan from The Telegraph in London. Sir Keir Starmer has irked the president on issues such as Chagos, as you mentioned, the digital services taxes, and of course Greenland.
And Diego Garcia.
Yes, of course. Are these issues tied to more progress on UK-US trade ties, and are any more trade talks scheduled? Thank you.
I haven't seen that any more trade talks are scheduled. As you know, UK stepped up. They became the model for the first trade deal. And as a result, as always with President Trump, the first deal is the best deal. And because of special relationship, UK got a very low rate. I think that we are continuing to negotiate, but that there have been some glitches in the trade deal. I am sure that the Starmer government will push forward.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the time, everybody. We'll stay in touch and have a wonderful day. Thanks a lot.
only, Satya Nadella here, the third CEO of Microsoft, for a impromptu fireside chat with David Sachs, our czar of AI and crypto. Satya, third CEO of Microsoft, born in India. What an incredible story. Came here right after college. And you had a little round trip to pick up your wife in your book to bring her here. Tell everybody briefly how that occurred.
Well, so that's a great story of the labyrinth that is the immigration policies of the United States, I think. My wife and I went to college together in India. I came here for grad school. We then got married. I got my green card, and she couldn't come join because we got married. So the story goes, basically, I had to give up my green card. So the funny thing is I went to the American embassy in Delhi, and I said, where's the line to give up my green card? And they said, there is no such line.
That would be a crazy thing to do in the 90s.
So it was a strange thing to give up your green card, get an H1 so that she could join, but it all worked out. So, it's a long lost memory, but it was, a way to work around it.
I wanted to ask you, having launched a Copilot first with GitHub, then having a Copilot on the desktop, you made a very bold move for Microsoft to put that in the Windows product, which I use every day, on the desktop. But you did that before it really could recognize the file system and interact with applications. Got a little bit of a lukewarm reception, but now you've been doubling down, and there seems to be, in my estimation, 3 modalities for the knowledge workers. Elon's building at XAI, what they're calling a human emulator, if you saw that leak this week, yeah? Where they're just building employees and just putting them into their chat rooms and email. Then you have Claude came out with Cowork this week. Incredibly powerful. People are kind of losing their minds over it. I've been playing with it for the last 40 hours. Truly impressive. What's your vision for Microsoft and how knowledge workers will actually put this to use? Because there seems to be a gap between, playing around with ChatGPT and getting some interesting results and getting business results.
Yeah, so I think one of the most perhaps illustrative examples of trying to understand these various form factors is looking at coding, which is obviously a form of knowledge work, or probably the best example of knowledge work. And if you think about the journey coding has been, it started with essentially the next edit suggest, right? That was the first time, in fact, my own belief in this entire generation of tech really sort of got formulated when I started seeing, I think it was, there's a Codex model back in the day, it was pre-GPT 3.5. That's when next edit suggestions started working with some real accuracy. Then we went to chat, then we went to actions, and now to full autonomous agents. And then the autonomous agents can be both foreground, background, in the cloud, or local, right? So that's all the form factors that exist today when you're coding. And interestingly enough, if you look at it, you use all of them, right? It's not like there's only one form factor. So that's, I think, probably one of the other lessons. So for example, when I'm in a CLI, you go a foreground agent, background agent, and then just literally go edit in VS Code right there, all happening in parallel, right? So that sort of shows how these form factors even compose. So then you bring that to knowledge work, to your point. We started with chat. Chat with reasoning sort of goes beyond just request response, because you now have that chain of thought where you can see it work. Now there are actions, right? Essentially either through computer use or through basically skills and agent calls, so you can do actions. So that's kind of the state of the Copilot today. Now, there is a way to think about the theory of the mind evolution, right? Because you need, like, if you remember, Jobs had the best line, I would say, for PCs or computers was to say, it's a bicycle for the mind. Bill had a line which I liked as well, which was, it's information at your fingertips. We kind of need now a new concept, metaphor, for how we use computers in the AI age. And
you have one?
And the one I like actually came from the CEO of Notion, which I like, that manager of...
Incredible product.
Yeah.
You haven't bought it yet.
not that. But it's both management of, basically a manager of infinite minds. That's a nice way to think about it, right? When you sort of really look at all the agents that you are working with, you kind of need to understand in fact, the other term I like is we macro delegate and micro steer. In fact, you kind of need that. In coding, you kind of have it, right? So you do a macro delegation, and then I can in parallel give it instructions while it is doing work. So that's sort of the state even today of Copilot or what have you. You bring up a little bit of one of the form factors I'm very excited about, and you'll see us even in the next week even do things, is while I'm sitting in GitHub Copilot, it's not as if software developers sit in isolation, right? It's not like the only thing I work on is my repo. I attend meetings, I write specs, or others have written specs that I'm implementing. I need to have my repo be consistent with that. So that means using either a straightforward MCP server or a skill, I want to be able to call into my work IQ, which is the Copilot, bring that in. That's the type of composition of knowledge work that will happen. Same thing with security. Say you're a security professional, you have lots of logs. How do you sort of really analyze them? You drop them into a file system, then write code on top of it, create a dashboard, what have you. Those are the types of knowledge work that we can enable. Then I think you bring up one more thing, which is, can you create quote-unquote digital employees, digital co-workers, or what have you? And it's all about credentials, right? So today you could, like you can literally assign...
Are you working on that as well?
Yeah. So in fact, we introduced something called Agent 365 as a way to give identities. In fact, extending the identities we have for humans today and the endpoint protection we have for their compute devices to agents. So
you might clone me working in the HR department or working in the marketing department and have a virtual version of me inside of Office.
That's correct. So there are two sort of modalities there. One is you give every knowledge worker infinite minds. That's kind of one. And then you create even infinite minds independent of your identity, because the identity is one of the key things you got to get right, even for it to work, right? So
for permissions and decision-making?
Permissions, decision-making, and like one of the key things is who did what to whom is sort of the most important query in an organization, right? At the end of the day, the organization needs to understand what work got done and what's the provenance of that work and how do you trace it back, right? So therefore, you kind of want either, if it's a human with a lot of agents, then it's really macro delegation, micro steering by the human whose identity was passed on. So it's delegation versus a separate identity.
And that was done by a level of management, product management, that you've eliminated, that Alphabet's eliminated, Meta has started to eliminate in their organization. 4 years ago, you had the same number of employees you have at Microsoft now, but you put a $90 billion onto the top line of the revenue in that time, and you doubled your income during that time. So how did that happen? Is that automation of those jobs? Is it you were a little bit overstaffed? Unpack.
I think it's actually, you're pulling on a very interesting thread, which is at some level, what's the big structural change that needs to happen? In fact, I would say this is probably the biggest change in knowledge work since PCs. I mean, I always think about like how did work happen pre-PCs, right? I mean, think about a multinational company like ours trying to do a forecast. Right, faxes went around, interoffice memos got sent, and then you kind of created a forecast. Then suddenly, PCs became standard issue. You put an Excel spreadsheet, put some numbers, sent it in email. Everybody entered numbers, and you had a forecast. So the work artifact, and the workflow all changed. That's what's happening. So, for example, I'll give you at LinkedIn, we used to have product managers. We had designers, we had front-end engineers, and then we had back-end engineers and so on. So what we did is we sort of took those first 4 roles and combined them. In fact, increased scope and said, they're all full-stack builders. So I like that because that's a structural change that allows for us to change both the work and the workflow between these functions.
And I would assume the velocity, because you don't have 4 people communicating, and that throughput of ideas, it's just one person and vibe coding.
Exactly. And there's a new workflow. So at the same time, as you can imagine, if to build an AI product today, there's a complete new workflow, right? It starts with evals, right? So basically there's this eval to science to infrastructure. And so evals are done by these full stack builders and what have you, and product managers in the new form. The infrastructure is built by the systems engineers at the back end because they support the science that supports the product. So in some sense, there's a new loop, and you have to structurally change. And so a lot of what is happening inside of tech is that change, which is, I think, going to be pretty massive. And at the same time, a company like ours, I have to do everything. It's not like I can just go live in the future. I have to make sure we're doing a fantastic job of doing hot patching on Windows is done with quality, while at the same time building the evals that are improving Copilot quality, right? And so both of those have to be first class.
I assume this is the most challenging moment of your career because Microsoft was so dominant, duopoly in some spaces, but you really weren't up against the competition level you're up against now. I was talking to Elon, and he was sort of saying, well, building cars was pretty easy because I was up against the legacy car makers, and now I'm up against, just look at the set you're up against.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense time. I mean, so the way I always think is it's always helpful when you have a complete new set of competitors every decade, because that keeps you fit. If I think about it, I joined Microsoft in '92 when I had Novell as the big existential competitor we had. And here we are in 2026. And you're absolutely right. It's a pretty intense time. I'm glad there's the competition. It's quite honestly, at the end of the day, when I look at it, right, as a percentage of GDP, 5 years from now, where will tech be, right? It will be higher. So we're blessed to be in this industry. It's a lot of intense competition, but it's not so zero-sum as some people make it out.
Pie is getting much bigger.
The TAM and just the impact of this tech is going to be so massive. The question then, of course, is what is, like, I'm always go back to what's the brand identity Microsoft has, brand permission we have, what do customers expect from us? It's sometimes we kind of overthink somehow that every customer wants the same thing from all of the competitors. And finding that out, right, it's kind of a different take on the Peter Thiel thing, which is you got to avoid competition by really understanding what customers really want from you versus thinking everybody's a competitor.
David?
Yeah, so there are a lot of heads of state here, obviously at Davos, as well as CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. And I think you got asked a question last night at the dinner about how they should think about AI and how to be successful. And I recall they used the word diffusion. And I was wondering if you could expand on those remarks, because that really resonated with some of the policy work I've been doing.
No, absolutely. In fact, what you all have been doing to make sure in this context of the American tech stack is broadly used around the world and is trusted around the world. Because I think when I look back, David, to me, at the end of the day, you create the technology, but really the benefits come only by intense use. In fact, one of my favorite studies has always been this work that an economist, I think out of Dartmouth, did. His name is Diego Comen, where he studied basically what happened during the Industrial Revolution. How did countries get ahead? And the simple sort of takeaway from that was any country that brought the latest technology into their country and then did value-add technology on top of it. Right? So it's like, don't reinvent the wheel, bring the latest, and then build on top of it. That's, to me, what happens, when you have diffusion. So especially with general purpose technology like AI, it needs to spread, like right in our own country, in the United States, we have the tech. The question is it being used in healthcare? Is it being used in financial services? Is it being used in every sector of the economy by large businesses, small business, public sector? So to me, unless and until we see that diffusion and intense use, we're not going to have the success. And so that's the phase we're in. It's diffusing faster. And so some of the policy work you have done, and in general, the good news here is the technology is there. The rails around cloud and mobile that were laid out make it possible for this thing to spread, right? It's not impossible to get the tokens. The question is, what are the use cases? How do you manage the change in all of that? Like one of the questions, at least in Davos, is it's one thing for the West and the developed nations. What about the Global South? I think Global South has a huge opportunity too, quite frankly, because to me, like let's say, 40%, 50% of the GDP of most Global South countries is public sector. So just imagine this tech making a difference in how the governments really parlay the taxpayer money into services for citizens. And if there's efficiency gains, that's probably a couple of points of GDP growth right there. And so I'm very optimistic that there's going to be a pull and that we should, as the United States, given the technology stack we have, in Europe, in Asia, in South America, in Africa, and everywhere else, get it to be broadly deployed.
One of the questions I get asked a lot about the AI race is, how do you know if you're winning, or how do you know if the United States is ahead of its global competitors? And the answer I give is market share. If we look around the world in 5 years and we see that American companies, American technology has, say, 80% market share, it means we did a good job. If we look around the world in 5 years and see that it's, say, Chinese chips and Chinese models that are being used all over the world, well, it means we probably lost. So, ultimately, usage is the proof of the pudding is in the eating of it. I mean, in this case, the way that you know that you're succeeding is through market shares, through usage.
I would agree with that, but David, since you even worked at Microsoft for a few years, one of the things that I'm very grounded on is always that Bill Gates line of a platform, right? So one of the things that I always think about is it's market share, but it's also ecosystem effects, right? See, what the United States always has done is not just about our market share or even the revenues to US companies. In fact, one of the things I learned at Microsoft is whenever I did a country visit, the data I would first study is in, let's say, in the UK or in Switzerland or what have you, is what is the total employment created in Switzerland in our channel? That used to be like the number one thing in our country reports, right? And the total
Would
number
that be like the number of IT workers, the number
exactly. We used to have
of office workers?
Channel partners, we used ISVs, so the number of ISVs who were there. So we used to have a complete marker of how did the ecosystem around the platform get built, one country at a time. And that is what the United States has always done. In fact, the US tech stack, including in China, got built because others built around our tech stack. The same thing is going to happen. So that's why I think the work you're doing around diffusion is about really increasing the size of the pie, the trust in the platform, so that there is true economic opportunity, quite frankly.
Well, you're right. And I remember, actually, you brought back some memories from, this is about a decade ago when my company Yammer was acquired by Microsoft. We were part of the SharePoint group. And I remember that the product managers there were very proud of the fact that the revenue from the SharePoint ecosystem, meaning non-Microsoft, the consulting community, the implementers who would go into companies to implement SharePoint, I think their revenue was something like 7 times greater than Microsoft's own software revenue. And I think
in aggregate.
In aggregate, and I think Bill had a line about you're not an ecosystem or a platform until the revenue on top of your platform is some factor of your own revenue.
That's right.
And I think what's really important about this is when we talk about diffusion, and obviously we want the United States to have this leading position, it doesn't mean it's bad for the rest of the world because they're able to build on top of those platforms 100%. And create even more value.
100%. In fact, that's sort of the most important point, right? So this is not about American tech and American revenues to the United States. It's actually creating opportunity using a new platform everywhere. And in fact, like I remember I worked on our database products in the 90s, with SAP. In fact, the combination of SQL Server and R3 were successful on both sides. There's a lot talked about Intel and Microsoft, but one of the other things that I grew up in, which has sort of been foundational in how I look at the world, is what we did with a European software company that is still, a giant. And so that, who knows what the next big AI app will be and where and what will happen. But I sort of go in with the attitude that there will be tech companies maybe even top 5 tech companies that could emerge everywhere with even the American tech stack.
You have done some amazing acquisitions, and you're quite a deal maker on top of being a technologist. It's probably the least reported aspect of your spectacular tenure as the 3rd CEO of Microsoft and the massive growth you've had. But you did a deal with OpenAI, and probably one of the most savvy / controversial deal makers of all time, Sam Altman. That deal was looked at as you're set up to get a windfall in cash, which you don't need as Microsoft. Always nice, I'm guessing, if they IPO. But did you create potentially, and this was the criticism of it, an ultimate competitor to Microsoft? And how do you think about that? And how can Microsoft, which missed Steve Ballmer's biggest regret, missing the mobile revolution, how can you not have a Gemini, an XAI, a Claude that is your own? Or in your mind, do you have that because you have the source code of OpenAI?
Yeah, I think that's right. So when people say, where's your foundation model? I mean, at the end of the day, we do have the IP. But that said, I think you bring up a couple of different things, right? One is, to us, the most important thing, when I look at what is Microsoft's strategy today, one is we want to build token factories, right? So our biggest business today is Azure business. And the Azure business, the TAM, given what's going to happen, is so huge that we now need to be fantastic at building these token factories. And that means a heterogeneous fleet of infrastructure, and that every hyperscaler has always done, which is use software to make maximum use of it, and for TCO and utilization. So that's one side of it. Then there's the app server business, right? Which is, if everybody, you talked about, like, if everyone's going to be building agents, have infinite minds, have these RL gyms, have evals, what have you, there's an entire, just like every platform has had an app server, this one has an app server. That's what we're doing with Foundry and what have you, right? So there's an app server business. In that app server, one of the things that structurally now is pretty clear is anyone building any application or any company is going to use not one model, but all the models, right? Why would I not, right? Which is, in fact, I will orchestrate for any given task, even multiple models, right? There's this one nice thing that we came out in our healthcare practice called the decision orchestrator. What it proves is that by assigning roles, right? So investigator, data analyst, domain expert, just giving even prompted roles to models and then orchestrating them gets better results than any one single frontier model.
Am I right to read into that then that you're bullish on the open source models and think large language models will largely be commoditized, and that's not where the value will accrue?
In fact, the way I think about it is that just like what
Tim
happened
Cook
in the
and
database.
Apple thinks that too, by the way.
By the way, the way you think about what happened in the database market, right? You know, I used to be like, oh, everything is just a SQL database, until it was not, right? There was, I mean, think about it. There are doc databases, there is no SQL databases, the proliferation of databases, right? Who would have thought that the database market would have such a richness to it?
Or that it could ever be open source.
That's true, too.
mind-blowing.
I mean, talk about Postgres or what has happened even with Mongo, which is open, but there are even companies that have backed it. And so to me, that's what's going to happen. To me, a model is like the database market. It's got its own differences, but I sort of somehow think that there are definitely going to be frontier models that are closed source. You know, there are going to be open source models that are going to be frontier class. And so the real ability, in fact, if anything, I think in this next year, what will be probably a big part of the discussion is, what's the future of a firm? A firm should be able to take the tacit knowledge it has and embed it inside a weights in a model that they control, right? So when somebody asks me how many models should be there, I'll say as many models as firms in the world, right? That's sort of an extreme way, because to me, that's how I think this knowledge economy becomes an AI economy.
Are you secretly, and you can say it here since we're on All In, working on an LLM to exist on the Windows desktop? Because
we do have it. Like today, there's a Phi Silica model, which is completely resident, using NPUs and, of course, using GPUs. In fact, the largest installation of high power. In fact, it's one of the fascinating things. The workstation is back. I'm one of the most, if you went to CES.
Which is great for
awesome.
Microsoft because you have a nice desktop business.
Absolutely. And so in fact, we think that form factor especially, I mean, I always say this, which is, you know, I started my career on a command line. Who knows, I may just end it in a command line.
Well,
right?
you
Because
started at
it's-
Sun, which was the original $5,000-$10,000 workstation. Do you see a time where you'll be meeting with your customers here and advocating a $10,000-$20,000 desktop machine that has an LLM and the hardware
I mean, you
and
can.
chipset?
Like, you can put a DGX card and you can have like just a fantastic machine and the models. And by the way, you know, we are one architecture tweak away from even having some kind of a distributed model architecture, right? Even an MOE architecture that knows how to really distribute itself, right? That's the type of breakthrough that can completely change what hybrid AI may look like. But we're absolutely committed and focused on making the PC a great place for local models, and local models that then do even a lot of the prompt processing and call into the cloud, right? So there's a whole lot of work that can happen, and that's sort of definitely something that's underway.
Yeah, I think that the Claude Cowork has kind of shown the power of tapping into the local file drive and be able to use that. That brings up another point. You got me thinking about Yammer, and for people who don't know, you know, Yammer's claim to fame, this is about 15 years ago, was that it pioneered a lot of, well, it used a lot of consumer growth tactics to attack enterprise software. I'm wondering, as you think about enterprise adoption of AI, how do you think it's going to spread over the next year? It feels like we're at sort of a critical point. Do you think it's going to be top-down? Is it going to come from the CEO directing a team, giving them a strategic transformation project, and they're going to do an RFP? Or do you think it's going to spread bottom-up in the enterprise through AI-native employees who are adaptable, who are using the tools in their own lives, and they start to bring these things to work and start accomplishing amazing things?
Yeah, no, I think, you know, like all things, David, I think it's both the top-down, bottom-up, right? The reason I say that top-down is if I look at the ROI of applying AI in customer service or in supply chain or in HR self-service, those are the easy projects where IT and CXOs can make calls, and that's where you're seeing the first drop of real AI adoption. But the bottom up is what ultimately will happen, right? I mean, even with the PCs, in fact, if you think back at it, the lawyers brought Word in, and then finance brought Excel in, and then email came, and then it became standard issue. That's what's happening right now. So, for example, these agents, when I sort of talk about everybody's building agents, they're figuring out a way to go create these things that are changing workflow and removing drudgery in their work, right? That's sort of the beginning of what is a bottom-up transformation. In fact, the thing that I'm most excited about is this bottom-up change. Even at Microsoft, for example, we manage something like 500-odd fiber operators around the world in Azure today. And by the way, I had not myself realized it. A lot of it, you know, it's called DevOps, but it's a physical asset. Things get cut. And when you sort of say DevOps, that means you literally are emailing people and saying, hey, what happened to that fiber cut? How do we repair it? So there's a lot of back and forth. So this network, the person who runs our global network, basically has built, to your point about these personas, they're just digital employees, essentially, that are doing all of that DevOps. And so there's a completely bottoms up where you see the tools. It's kind of like, hey, I have the new way to build agents. It's there. I'm going to use it to create levels of automation that remove drudgery, improve efficiency, improve quality. And that ultimately is a skilling thing, which is sort of the big issue, which is, and skilling is not mystical. It's just by doing, right? So it's not like I go to a class per se. It's like the diffusion of the tools and using the tools. And that, I think, is what's really going to be happening.
And we're in a very interesting moment. Empowering an existing employee with these tools is so much easier than hiring and mentoring and bringing up the next generation. So it feels like we're in a little bit of an indigestion moment. At Microsoft, do you think, who's going to have my job in 30 or 40 years if the company stays the same size? Because given your technology-first approach, there's really no reason to ever add another Microsoft employee at the pace this is going. And you haven't for 4 years, so how, you may have swapped some in and out and changed the texture of it, so how do you think about maybe this next generation, what advice would you have for these college graduates who maybe don't have an offer from Microsoft right now, and you used to spend a lot of time on that, building that group, but maybe you don't have that luxury now? Do you think about it ever?
No, I mean, it's a great question. There's a little bit of a debate what happens to early in career and how is college recruiting. I still am a big believer in college recruiting because at the end of the day, this is going to change the curve by which anyone can pick up proficiency in a code base, let's just say. It takes sort of just regular CS hiring. What has changed is perhaps for someone who comes in new into a team, and to be able to ramp up thanks to all of the markdowns, the skills, the fact that I can go ask the agent. I mean, think about it, right? It's like having an unbelievable mentor who's getting you onboarded onto a code base faster. So in some sense, the productivity curve of a college hire is going to be much steeper than it ever before. So I think there might be a difference. In fact, one of the things we're experimenting with is a different type of apprenticeship, right? Which is you take somebody who's an IC senior dev, have like a cohort of college hires working with them, because it's a new way of working. It's like, I remember like everybody who joined Microsoft would say, how did, Cutler implement Malloc or what have you, right? He would go try to read his code to understand what great craftsmanship looks like. Nowadays, I think that great craftsmanship comes by looking at even how the 10x, 100x engineers use AI to build great quality products. And that is what these new college grads will learn, and learn faster. And so that's a beneficial thing for a company like us. Because at the end of the day, until we solve longevity or something, we need people to come into the workforce, be successful at Microsoft. So we are very committed, but we are also making sure that the scopes of the jobs make sense for what the aspirations of people are going to be, both who are currently in the workforce and people who are entering the workforce.
Okay, on that note, Satya Nadella.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure to welcome to the stage Jack Hidary, CEO of Sandbox AQ. Jack, welcome to the official USA House AI Summit.
Good to see you. Olivier, on y va.
So Jack, I think you and I agree on something, is that language is great, but language is not everything.
It's a piece of the puzzle.
It's a piece of a puzzle when we talk about human-to-human interaction, but human-machine, human-computer interaction, right?
Well, absolutely right, Olivier. When you look at our world, certainly language is a big part of it, and it's the one that's easiest to train a model on. Why is that? Because there's a huge data set called the World Wide Web. But our world is much richer than that.
Yeah.
We know, for example, that the world of biology. We can see all kinds of things in the human body, in biology and nature. And while we could describe it in words, and that's on the web, the actual equations, the actual physics of it is not really captured by just those words. And so we must go beyond language models if we want to really understand and create true AI that can help us in our world.
Guys, look at Jack. It's more than words. It's about everything that we call the embodied cognition, the fact that we need to understand how our brain works. Today, we record brainwaves, facial expression, eye movement, voice intonation, physiology in order to train models. But this requires a lot of sensors, of course, acquisition of these signals, and a lot of AI models that are multimodal to make sense of this data, but also a lot of compute. And there is latency, right?
And Olivier, let's also go back to the basics. Where did the transformer model come from? Where did neural networks come from? From the field that you and I come from, which is neuroscience.
Absolutely.
And so the brain itself is a distributed set of nodes. We have billions of neurons in our brain. Any guesses how many neurons in an average human brain? I'll take guesses from the audience. I'll start the bidding at 1 billion. 1 billion neurons in the brain. A trillion, okay, we're gonna get to a trillion in a second. It's not a trillion, but close on another topic. 1 billion, 2 billion, do I hear 3 billion? 2 billion, okay. All right, there's 86 to 100 billion neurons in the average brain.
All of which
and by
are
the way, everyone
connecting
here is above average.
tens
so
of thousands of times.
More, yes. But now the trillion is the connections, right? So 100 trillion to 1,000 trillion connections. Now, when we open up the brain, Olivier studied this, I studied this, you open up the brain, what do you see in there? Do you see language? Yes. We have Broca's area right here to produce language. We have Wernicke's area right here to understand language. Those are only two of the many parts of the brain.
Well, can we just pause here? Neither Jack or I are opening brains. You don't want neither of us to be taking care of neurosurgery. We can collect brain data with non-invasive methods.
Yes.
Sensors, that's very important because this is really different from what some are doing with implants.
Yes.
Non-invasive is what is scaling. And this is where we need not only the compute that we all know, GPUs, TPUs, but this is where quantum is going to change the game, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So again, you look at the brain, it's got so much going on, processing of data, processing of nature, light, and things like that. Now, where does quantum come in? Why do we need quantum? Well, our world is quantum. Well, those of us, you know...
Wait, can you explain at least what you mean by the world is quantum?
Yeah, it's a big statement, right? Okay. So when we look at our world and we walk up and down these steps, we play billiards and we hit the white ball and the white ball hits the red ball, this is governed by Newtonian mechanics. Isaac Newton, super smart guy, told us about F equals ma and how that works. But actually, the fundamental layer of our universe is not that. When you have an atom, let's say you say, I want to have a great drug for cancer, and you break down that molecule to atoms, and the atoms, you look at the outside electrons to see how they can interact with the body, that is not a Newtonian billiard ball situation. That, Olivier, is governed by a different set of laws, the quantum laws. So if we're gonna help humanity, if we're gonna do these things like create new medicine, create new materials, better batteries to store energy for renewable and other forms of energy, then we need the quantum space. Now, the quantum computer is only one of the many quantum ways that we can enhance our understanding of the quantum world. We also have quantum sensors. Back to your point about sensing the body, sensing the world around us. There are magnetic fields all around us, and these sensors, being quantum in nature, are much more sensitive than a traditional thermostat or things like that.
Okay,
so this is another world.
How better? What's the competitive advantage?
Of quantum?
Yeah. The sensors.
With the sensors, you can detect magnetic fields that are much weaker. So for example, let's say flying into Dubai or Abu Dhabi right now, if you fly there today, you're likely, if you ask them, knock on the pilot's door, if they answer, what they'll tell you is that their GPS is being jammed. There's no GPS that they can really lock onto. If you go to many parts of the world right now, there's really no GPS to lock onto. And recently, about 6 months ago, the plane of Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the EU, was targeted with a GPS knockout by a state sponsor actor. And so GPS is very fragile. And if we want to navigate without GPS, one of the ways we can do it, inspired by nature, is using the magnetic field of our Earth. But the magnetic field of our Earth, Olivia, is so weak that we need something like a quantum sensor to detect that field. And then we need a new kind of AI. Not language models, of course, but a quantitative model that can read that magnetic field and help us navigate. And that's happening right now in planes around the world. It's not commercialized yet, but it's in development.
But that's my next question, Jack, because this is beautiful. You just gave us the menu, but how do we cook it? How far are we from this reality to be scaled?
I love that. The French are always back to cuisine. It's good.
Well, amongst other things, but let's stick to cuisine.
The scaling, I think, is going to be quite interesting. Right now in the AI field, there's an obsession with scaling with data centers. When it comes to scaling these other technologies, it's a different kind of ballgame. When you want to make a quantum computer, for example, there's 7 different ways of making a quantum computer. Satya was just here. Microsoft is building 1 or 2 of these kinds of computers. Google's doing that. IBM's doing it. So many different companies are trying to scale. But scaling a quantum computer is difficult. And one of the reasons why it's so difficult is to make sure we can correct the errors that abound in a quantum computer. And that's one of the big goals of the next 4 or 5 years.
But there are already quantum computers in some organizations. I'm thinking about the Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi, has a quantum computer.
Absolutely. These are early stage quantum computers, but we don't have the scale yet to really help us get to the next level. So the proof of concept is there. We know we can make qubits. We know we can enhance our understanding of the world. And fundamentally, Olivier, what are we doing with either AI or quantum? What are we doing? We're trying to model and understand the way our world works. And by doing that in a model, in silico, in a computer, we can make predictions, and then we could act in our world based on those predictions. Some of the things we can do with an AI, and I think we must enhance our AI, going beyond language models to quantitative models that are trained not on the web, not on Instagram and cat pictures, but actually on physics, engineering, biology. This is what we now have shown, Olivier.
What will be the role of human beings in training those models? Because we know that what is so important is to have subject matter expertise in order to provide the right data to train the right models. So is there anything different that quantum AI will require in the human-computer, human-AI interaction?
Well, certainly it's going to require what we call bilinguals. And by bilinguals, we mean folks that are trained in a particular domain. It could be medicinal chemistry to make a new drug. It could be in energy systems. It could be in financial systems, quantitative finance, but also understanding the principles of AI and some principles of quantum. This is a lot to ask for. There aren't many of these folks. They're a unicorn of unicorns. But more and more, I think the education system is now adapting. A number of schools now are offering programs in QIS, Quantum Information Science, which includes computer science, neural networks, AI, and includes quantum, and includes other fields as well. You're going to hear a lot more where people come up to you and say, I have a degree in QIS.
Good. So this is not our first rodeo together. The last time we were on stage was in Abu Dhabi.
In Abu Dhabi.
For ADIPEC, and it was focused on energy. And I think we can't address AI and quantum these days without talking about energy and talking also about critical minerals. So, Jack, already we're lacking power, energy when it comes to AI. And you want to add a quantum layer to that. How realistic and what is the timeline?
Olivia, actually adding this layer of the quantitative AI and quantum is actually going to save us.
Yep.
Why is that? Because when we think about the critical minerals that we need, the rare earths that we need to make all this happen, I'll give you an example, neodymium. I know everyone here wakes up in the morning thinking about neodymium. It's one of those elements in the bottom of the periodic table. Think way back in your high school, secondary school days, those cuckoo elements that are somehow not part of the main table, but they're in the bottom in their own little place. And those are interesting because, to share a fun technical fact, we're filling a orbital called the f orbitals, and we fill them with 1 electron each, and that gives it a very powerful magnetic field. And that's why we can make neodymium-based magnets from them. Every time you drive a car, you're using one of these magnets. If you have a plane, if you have a fighter jet, we use these magnets in many
As we all do, a plane, a fighter jet, right?
in many parts of our lives. But here's the thing. So you might say, okay, Jack, we need more neodymium. Let's go start digging up more neodymium. And we should find more. But here's the thing. With these new tools, of physics-based AI and quantum computing, we can start imagining new alloys to make magnets that have the same general properties of a neodymium-based magnet without using neodymium.
All right.
And so this is really going to be a game changer in terms of how we think about material science, and back to our topic in Abu Dhabi in terms of energy and energy storage.
Last year, the buzzword here was agents. This year, we're moving into physical AI and world models, who are not a buzzword, they're already a reality. But physical AI and quantum, how is this going to function from a very practical point of view? But first, maybe you can explain to our audience what physical AI is and how quantum is going to enhance it.
Fundamental question, Olivier. So all the AI that everyone here has been using and those watching us is really AI, Olivier, for the digital world.
Yeah.
We're making documents, we're summarizing documents, pictures, videos, fantastic. But the real world is a different story. AI for the real world, AI for the physical world, you can use different terms, is wholly different. A language model that's trained on Reddit and posts and things like that is not going to help us in the real world. Here we need a different training set. We need a training set that does not come from the web. If the answer to Alzheimer's was on the web, we'd have the answer. And so we need a different kind of training set and different kinds of models. So AI for the physical world includes things like energy systems, biology, robotics. I think robotics, people underestimate how soon it's going to really hit us. It will take a little time to get to millions of humanoid robots, but I think in the next 36 months, you're going to see in your communities, in different places, prototypes that are starting to work in 3 different areas, Olivier. One is going to be in warehouse and logistics. And so companies like Amazon, Walmart, Tesco, and many others around the world starting to use them in logistics and material handling. We're going to see them in hospitals. Already there's a prototype testing in Temple University Hospital in Philadelphia, in El Camino Hospital in Mountain View, and other hospitals around the world, where it's not doing medicine, thank God. It's not doing surgery, but it is doing the other jobs that now allow the doctors and nurses to do the medical jobs. It's taking towels up and down. It's bringing the medicine from the pharmacy. It's doing those kinds of jobs that are actually difficult to find people to do. And the third area is going to be in construction and housing. Housing costs have gone up. Construction keeps going up. We have not fundamentally changed the way we build since the time of this church has been built. This very church is an example of how we even build today. So we must fundamentally, if we're going to have affordable housing for billions of people, we must bring robotics into the picture. This is also part of AI for the physical world.
Back to us being neuroscientists. If there is one thing the brain does very well, it's creating a map of a world, imagining things, which is what any model at the moment is missing, except that we're entering the era of world models. And I'm a bit biased here, but the university I recently joined, the Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence in Abu Dhabi, is the first organization in the world to release a world model. Professor Eric Xing is here in Davos to present this and the work of a university. Again, the world needs to enter the AI systems, and the AI systems need to have outcomes that are contextualized.
Yeah.
And the combination of physical AI, world models, and then the quantum layer, this is where we're heading now, right?
Yeah. And by the way, just to even start with MBZ UAI, the university that you teach at and do research at, this is a harbinger of the future. The fact that UAE established this university, this program, it's for graduate students, masters, PhDs. Eric Xing, initially from Carnegie Mellon, was brought in and recruited to lead it. And it's what we need to see happening all over the world. We'd love to see more MBZ UAIs around the world training people specifically for this to happen in those regions. This is also part of resilience. People talk about sovereign AI and they get obsessed with data centers. A key part of sovereign AI, Olivier, is things like MBZ UAI.
And the fact that it's aligned with a national strategy on AI, walking the talk, alignment, and there is an academy within the university to upskill the executives of all the country.
Yeah.
And that is about sovereignty as well. Back to quantum. So, Jack, what you guys do at Sandbox AQ is really on the forefront of not only hardcore scientific research, but also translational research from the labs to our lives. What is coming up for you guys?
Well, There's a lot, but just to summarize. So Sandbox AQ, the A's for AI, the Q's for quantum, right from the beginning of our birth inside Google Alphabet initially, and now as an independent company, we believe that we have to push the frontier ahead. We must push the frontier ahead in terms of our understanding of the world itself and understanding how to model our world. And what does that mean, Olivier? That means that if we want to tackle the tough diseases like Alzheimer's, dementia, every one of our families, unfortunately, is going to be touched somehow as we live longer by dementia, by Alzheimer's, by neurodegen diseases, as we call them. Cancer, another big issue. Heart disease. The #1 killer in the world today in most countries is cardiac disease. We must do better. The fact is that we don't have the tools in pharma. Before we and others came into this field, we didn't have the tools. When you want to build a building, Olivier, you want to build a skyscraper of 50 stories, 50 floors, no problem. There's engineering software. We model the loads and stresses on each pillar. We build a building, and it stands. If I told you that the building has a 95% chance of falling down, you wouldn't hire that company. You wouldn't use that software. But that's the chances right now of drugs failing in clinical trials, 90, 95%. And so what we realized is we needed software and systems that would model our world to a much better degree in pharma, in energy, in finance. If we look at risk right now, if you think about insurance companies, the fundamental nature of an insurance company is risk management. And again, large language models, Olivier, can help you around the periphery, do documents, customer service, but the core of the real world, AI for the real world, is modeling physical things and financial things. And that's where we're going now.
Yeah. As you know, with Inclusive Brains, we partner with IBM, but also Allianz Trade. So you mentioned insurers. And what we do with neuroadaptive AI in surgery rooms is monitor in real time stress, attention, and cognitive load of surgeons in order to improve patient outcomes. But we got latency problems. What can you do for me?
One of the things that we can address in terms of latency issues is we must predict the next move that's going to happen, because if we can predict the next move, we can help understand where things are going, not just wait for the signal to come back. And this prediction, again, must have a high fidelity, Olivier, to the world around us. And again, one thing I hope for, Olivier, and again, you and I come from this incredible field of neuroscience, we have so much to learn from the brain. I was fortunate enough to be tutored and mentored by Eric Kandel, who went on to win a Nobel Prize in neuroscience. And I learned from his textbook, Kandel and Schwartz. When I first started studying neuroscience, it was this thick. And I thought, wow, there's a lot of knowledge. And we went through all that knowledge with wonderful professors like Eric and others. Then I started buying the next edition of the book later after school, and it got this thick. Now, the new edition is this thick. I don't know how students even carry this around. But the fact is, Olivier, even though it's thicker, it still is only a minuscule part of what we need to know about the brain. And here's my prediction I want to leave you with, which is that, on this topic, which is that if we continue to go deeper into neuroscience, we're going to have AI such that we've never even imagined. Because the brain has many, many secrets that is yet to show us.
But this is the beauty of it, is that there wouldn't be AI without neuroscience, because at the very beginning, the goal was to mimic the functioning of the brain. But now with AI systems, and in the future with quantum AI systems, we'll be able to better understand the very organ that inspired the whole field of artificial intelligence. Talk about circular causality, circular economy. This is just amazing, right?
Olivier, but there's absolutely correct, but there's also a cautionary tale here for all of us. And this is something when I give lectures at Stanford, others, I encourage all the students to think about it as well in my own teams. When we look at the history of AI, and we go back 30, 40, 50 years, we know that initially, McCullough and Pitts, if you look up this paper by McCullough and Pitts, 1943, this was a neuroanatomist and a mathematician coming together, rather strange birds, if you want to look up their biographies, and they looked at the brain and they said, I don't see a Turing machine, right? Alan Turing, if people saw The Imitation Game, was thinking about things at that time, and Claude Shannon and others in the 30s and 40s, they opened up and they looked and said, this is not what we see as a Turing machine. This is a distributed set. One day, this could be a computational machine. That was their prediction in 1943. In the 50s, John McCarthy and others said, let's pull together something called artificial intelligence. And they called it that because they didn't want to call it cybernetics, because Norbert Wiener had coined that word, and they didn't want to give Norbert Wiener too much power in that particular thing. But then, and this is the cautionary tale, Marvin Minsky, who got the first PhD in the United States of America in artificial intelligence, writes a book with Seymour Papert in 1969 called Perceptron. And in that book, there's 2 paragraphs. And those 2 paragraphs said that neural networks are an interesting toy, but would never scale. And those 2 paragraphs led to the AI winter. The AI winter impacted us in the field for 15 years. Yep. There was no funding for neural networks. The thing that we're doing all today in AI. So here's my question to you, to me, to the audience, to those listening. What is the thing today that we are ignoring, like Marvin Minsky did in 1969, that we're saying that's marginal, that's not going to work, that in fact we should be paying attention to? And so that is a fundamental question, because we humans, we have groupthink. We know that's one of our biases.
The one thing with artificial intelligence, as a researcher, as a teacher, as an entrepreneur, is there are things that I was saying in my lectures 10 years ago that are no longer accurate because AI has proven them wrong. And the one thing that I banned from my conversations, lectures, etc., and vocabulary is to say, no, this does not work, this cannot be done. The impossible is beginning to be, in many ways, almost possible. You know, one of my dreams is to do wearable-less neuroscience. 10 years ago, people were telling me, no, this is totally impossible. And when I moved to the UAE, people were like, yeah, not bad, you can be more ambitious. And you and I have been talking a lot about that. The possibilities, the total addressable market of possibilities has become infinite. And the problem with infinite possibilities is we can be distracted. We're moving in an era, fortunately, where it's no longer just about AI, quantum AI, the tools, but we're starting to focus on outcomes. And Jack, we're going to end on that. I would love to hear you on what are the most exciting outcomes you see coming or you're working on when it comes to leveraging hardcore science and technology.
Well, the first thing I love to talk about, Olivier, is passion that you and I have, which is education. The hardcore science about learning. Learning is not just an art, it's also a science. And I think that each of us are going into a golden age of learning. Already having YouTube, having other tools is wonderful, but AI-based tools of learning is going to take each of us to a new skill sets that we never even imagined. And by the way, it's not optional. We must all do this to stay relevant. So hint, hint, let's get on with that game. But there's good core science coming now and emerging from the field that tell us how we can learn better, how we can train our brains better. And it's not limited to, oh, my first 18 years of life. In fact, there's a lot of good evidence now that as we get more mature, we can actually learn many things even better then. And that is counter to what a lot of people tell me, Jack, I'm too old to learn this or that. You know, you're not. And I think we have to open ourselves up. We're going to be living longer. We're going to have 2-3 careers. It's time that we did hard science to help learning. And I think that what you're involved with at MBZ UAI, but also coming back to USA House, where we are right now, I would love to see the US step up its efforts even more than we already have, and we're doing quite a bit, to help create these tools and make them free and open to the world. We're doing that already. If you go to our YouTube channel at Sandbox AQ, I'm happy to say that even though we're not a media company, we have 100+ million views on our channel, and this is not TikTok dancing on our channel. This is hardcore stuff, Olivier, okay?
Well, speaking of hardcore stuff, as you know, almost a decade ago, I was a member of the executive committee of a forum leading health and healthcare, and we were inviting a lot more scientists than what the forum is inviting now. The fact that there are less scientists, there is more technology, we, I think, need to remind everybody that there wouldn't be this amazing technology, these amazing products, without hardcore science. Now, this said, we're in Davos. And Davos is also, and above all, maybe matter of geopolitics. And when it comes to AI today, sure, there is science, there is technology, but it's also a big, big geopolitical game. And when one looks at the ranking of the performance of the models that come out of different countries, there are only 3 flags that one sees: US, China, and the UAE. And It might change, but at the moment, these are the three countries that are leading the charge when it comes to producing the most, performing the best models. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how geopolitics is going to affect the game, but also be affected by what people in science and tech are doing. I want to thank you for being with us today, making the time, wishing you a great Davos. Thank you so much to all of you for being here, and we're going to continue with the program of the official USA House AI Summit 2026 in Davos. Jack Hill, really excited.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Strategy. We're a high-tech advisory based out of Austin, Texas, but we operate globally. It is my privilege to introduce the next segment, and that is winning the AI race on the edge. And it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon.
Thank you, Pat.
How are you?
Very good, very good. Happy to be here.
Oh, that was a great event last night. It seemed like a who's who of people coming in. It was great to see Michael Kratsios talking a little bit about diffusion and Secretary Lutnick as well. I'm not too sure what time he went home, but he had a great time at the party. It was great to see him.
It was good. I think he's talking about the Qualcomm nightcap. So thank you so much for coming. I think we really had a good time.
No, it was good. So, Cristiano, I'd like to start off with, I would say, the obvious, which is a lot of the technology discussion specifically over the last year has been about data center AI. And the reality is the edge is important as the data center. We can argue which one's more important. I'm sure you have your views here. Can you talk about the edge and why it's important? Qualcomm has been doing this for decades.
Yes. Look, I will say we started talking about AI at the edge before it was popular. But maybe I'll answer your question going a little bit back in history, because I think it's interesting. I remember when you talk about the beginning of personal computers, and you have some of the biggest companies in the world at the time that thought everything's going to be a mainframe. They didn't really understand that you can actually do a personal computer. You saw what happens with Microsoft and MS-DOS. That was the beginning of it.
Sure.
All right, then you fast forward. Microsoft was one of the largest companies in the world, and the smartphone revolution happened, and you could put a computer in your pocket, and there's some skepticism about that, and I think that you saw, the Android came as a result. So I think the interesting thing is, it's never about cloud or edge. It's not about what is more important. The software will always find its most efficient computer, and it's going to be designed. It's almost like this. In our phone business, we have seen so many discussions over the years, even when, for example, like WebOS came and web apps, like everything's going to be, you don't need computing. And what actually happened was the opposite. The amount of computing you have on mobile devices today is incredible. That continues. So when you fast forward to what's actually happening with computing, AI is just a new way to do software in computing. This is going to propagate to everything. And it was just fascinating. I think when you and I were waiting to come over here, you saw, the panel with David Sachs and Satya saying the workstation. It's exciting again because you can run some very large language models into a workstation. And so I think what's happening, we are seeing this transition that a lot of the computing everywhere is running AI. And I think that's kind of what we see some of the opportunities for a company. Phones, it's the edge. PCs are the edge. Cars, which is now computing surface. By the way, autonomous driving is basically AI running on the edge. You have robotics. You have the transformation of industrial. And at the end, the way this is going to plan out, you're going to see the edge and the cloud that is going to work as one. It's interesting. The phone is the most cloud-connected device ever. If you put it on airplane mode, you're not going to use it. You're going to be very frustrated. But it has a lot of computer, and I think it's not going to be any different for AI. And I'm excited because 2026 appears to be when the realization happened, and it's going to be the year that the edge is going to become very relevant for AI.
Yeah, so Cristiano, history does show, you're exactly right, that software and compute finds the optimal place to sit. As long as you can secure it, as long as you can manage it correctly, and whether it's mainframes to minis, minis to client server, mobile, local social, industrial IoT, this has always been the case. And it's also true that it typically starts in a consolidated place, which is the data center, and then it always diffuses out. Can you talk a little bit more specific about the Qualcomm AI play, though? People really know you well for all the AI that you do on the smartphones. There's a lot more spaces that you play as a company.
No, very good. And maybe I'll use, I think, the opportunity, Pat, to talk a little bit technically, I think, about what happens with computing systems, and I think there's going to be with AI, when you go to a process of disaggregation. So I'm going to take just a few minutes to talk about what happened with mobile phones, because this is going to be important context to talk about what we're doing in AI. So for those that understand how PCs were run, it was very CPU-centric architecture. You run a lot of things on the CPU, and then you have also a GPU that was doing a lot of rendering for games and things like that. So if you have, for example, to play an MP3 file, I think the ones that probably remember when you're running iTunes on your PC, the CPU is going to do the decode, right? The CPU will decode the MP3 file and play the music. But it burns so much power.
Sure.
So what happened in contrast, when you look of a PC, and this is before we entered the PC space, but when you look at a PC and look at a phone, you look at the architecture, it's very, very different. In the phone, you have an interesting environment that you need a lot of compute, but you have a very scarce resource, which is power consumption. So you have a battery that you need to figure out how to get the most efficient compute, because the battery has to last all day. So what you do, you start disaggregating the compute. You started to say, I'm going to have the separate compute that does MP3 file. I have the second one that does JPEG encode when you take a picture. This is the image signal processor. And you have this heterogeneous compute because you disaggregate. And that is interesting because it's happening on the data center right now. Actually, if you look, this is the curve of growth in compute capacity. This is the energy. So people say, how do I get this efficient? So you see, for example, when you move from training to inference, the data center is disaggregating. They say, what's my compute for prefill? What's my compute for decode? And interesting, you go to the same thought process that you have to go when you have to become very efficient and deal with what's the most efficient compute to run that task. So that goes back to your question about Qualcomm. We have developed, most people don't know, we ship a large number of GPUs every year because all the phones have GPUs. We have our Arduino GPUs. We have our own CPUs, and we develop our own NPU. And we believe that for certain things, for certain tasks, you want to go find the most efficient compute. And we decided to scale that architecture up. The first step in scaling the architecture when we went to PC, and I think it was great to see Satya talking about all of the 5 silicon models of Microsoft running on our NPU and PCs. Then we took it to cars, and you see a lot of stacks of autonomous driving running on our processor. And now we're entering into the data center space. So we're architecting this for what we think is going to be the post-GPU architecture for inference. And I think it creates interesting, opportunities. We're very excited about this, and I think that's the unique thing about our company. We are uniquely situated because we go from sub 5 watts when we do an earbud that has a model that does running on the earbud that does voice to text and send it to the agent, sub 5 watts all the way to 500 watts. And we have that architecture at the scale. So we're excited about what the future holds for us.
Yeah, I think disaggregation in the data center is a done deal. Well, it was already a done deal in client computing, but there was a recent $20 billion acquisition that essentially was disaggregation.
It validates this point.
Exactly. There's nobody doubting today that we have I'll call it a GPU plus world.
Yes.
Out there. And typically what happens, like you said, is disaggregation hits when we've hit an efficiency limit, an efficiency issue. So as far as on-device AI, I don't think that people truly can understand how big of a deal this is going to be as soon as and let's admit, the ecosystem is still forming. It's not done. It's still being developed. We haven't seen it yet. We're seeing parts of it, but it's not fully realized yet. When it hits, it's going to hit, I believe, and I think you would agree, like the original smartphone when it came out.
And maybe it's important to look of. I'm gonna give you 2 different contexts. One context is how AI is evolving, which has become very conducive to this conversation about let's just leverage the compute everywhere. So you had those ubiquitous big model to do everything.
Right.
But if you look at all of the companies right now that are leading on the frontier models, you're starting to see mix of experts, chain of thought reasoning. You have some quick reasoning, you have some longer reasoning, you have the ability to distill a big model into a smaller model and get them to work together. And I think this is very conducive about how this is going to be architecture for compute. But then there's another context. And that's actually one that I don't think is well understood in the industry today. And it's better understood when you start thinking about physical AI and beyond language and multimodal, which is, there's all of this information on the internet that those models got trained, especially on large language model, and then, and they kind of mimic a lot of the human behavior. You see this. Now, think about the future that one of the unique things about AI, and I think we've been saying this for a couple of years now, also before it was popular, that it changes the human-computer interface because how we see things, how we say things, the AI understand it. So the AI, also on the edge, is coming to the front end, the interaction with the human. That data is not yet available on the internet.
That's right.
So that new data that is going to be created to train models and perfect models and get them to be real contextual aware is not yet available. It's forming. So I actually have a prediction, which is the companies that have both the cloud and access to the edge are very well positioned to continue to be in the leadership position because, think about, for example, smart glasses. If I'm wearing a smart glass with a camera and everything that I see, the glass see, everything that I say, I know people get worried about those things, but you provide permission, right? Everything that I say, the glasses will hear everything around it. That data is incredibly relevant to continue to train the model. That's not available on the internet. And I think that's going to evolve, I think, the AI, and especially with this hybrid compute model.
For sure. So we're at the World Economic Forum, sitting here in USA House. David Sachs was here on the stage. Secretary Bessent gave some opening remarks. So I want to hit you with a combination of AI and a policy question. I was in the fortunate position to attend the Winning the AI race in Washington, D.C., where the president, vice president, and a lot of his cabinet members really came out to support overall the American tech stack. And by the way, kudos to David Sachs and Michael Kratsios for getting a real action plan, which, again, action plan and government sometimes aren't mutually correlated, but this time it is. And I think everybody is really excited about that. One of the key parts of this was tech diffusion. And even Satya talked about it on stage a few minutes ago, essentially exporting a full AI stack externally. How is Qualcomm supporting export of a total AI stack? I know I've seen announcements out of Saudi Arabia, India, and Vietnam. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. Look, we're incredibly excited about what the administration is doing, and I cannot emphasize how important this is. And I want to say this, Pat, which is what it makes the American innovation economy so successful, and it makes some of the American semiconductor companies successful, is the ability not only to be at the forefront of technology, but the ability to have scale of the technology, especially if you have, if you have American technology for the world and American stack for the world. And I think AI has an incredible opportunity. It's so disruptive to many, many industries. And I think the role that we play is to be, bringing that technology stack to all of the industries that we serve. And I would say, of course, phones, and I think we're going to see with, the combination of Qualcomm Snapdragon, I think Google, Android, and what they're doing with Gemini, you see the ability to have the full stack from silicon all the way to the A models and the ecosystem that comes on top to be part of the mobile ecosystem. Many apps are already having a front end of AI. Most people don't talk about it. There's over 100,000 apps now on the Google Play Store. They have some form of AI embedded into them. Cars, super important, because it comes also at the time that the car industry is changing. The car is now a computing surface. It's like a laptop is a computing surface, a phone is a computing surface, the car is a computing surface. Especially if you have assisted driving, you're gonna get productive on your car, you're gonna get entertained. And car is 100% ready for new agentic experience. That stack is going into the automotive industry. You have the same thing happening with industrial. Actually, this is one that we've been most excited about it. We've been talking for a few years. Every vertical, whether it's healthcare, energy, manufacturing, warehousing, and you keep going, retail is going to the transformation of AI. And it happens in very interesting ways. For example, we have built a partnership with one of the largest oil companies in the world, Aramco, and we're doing incredible things. At this agreement we have, talk about framework that you actually have a marketplace for industrial use cases on top of those AI gateways, and then goes all the way to the data center. Vietnam's another great example. As trade agreements has been done, now you see the consequences of those trade agreements, which is you started to have a lot of partnership in technology. There's a lot of development, even on the infrastructure side. So it's exciting, and I think it's just everything that is about diffusion of AI technology is going to be good for everybody.
Cristiano, thank you for that. Is there anything different, let's say, today in tech diffusion versus 10 years ago? Obviously, we're looking at a lot of tariff conversations right now, but we're also seeing different countries grow at different rates. What are the differences, let's say, from us exporting technology than 10 years ago?
Look, so I think maybe I'll separate two things, Pat. There's a lot of rebalance on trade happening everywhere. There's a lot of conversations which are very broad, I think, in trade in general. But there's one thing that is also true, and it runs in parallel, absolutely in parallel, which is today, I think there's a big correlation between economic security, economic development and growth, and the role of technology in the economy. And I think both 10 years ago and right now, we have seen a lot of economic growth driven by big technology trends. We're very biased, of course, so we'll say the role of the mobile industry in economic development. Like, you know, it's interesting. If you look, for example, of a lot of the new economy that happens out of mobility, if there wasn't mobile phones and smartphones, there would be no Uber. There will be not of those completely new companies and business model that came of it. And I think now what used to be for mobile, you know, 10 or 20 years ago, is going to be AI. And its interesting thing is, yes, you have trade discussion, but there is consensus that you need technology to drive growth, not only in the United States, to drive growth in Europe. Like, we're very excited, for example, of seeing a lot of industrial companies thinking like the way to generate growth in Europe, generate growth in Southeast Asia, in the Middle East, is to technology. And I think that fits perfectly in the global diffusion of technology. And I think that's inevitable. And it's going to be good for all sides.
Yeah, and I think prosperity for the globe is uplifted. If I look at the last 10 years and I look at education, access to medical capabilities, by diffusing it, sure, it's good for the US, but it's also good for the entire world, as it does lift up entire society. I mean, there's still parts of the world that have no access to healthcare. And you can imagine having an AI agent to be able to help people out there is really a good thing. So I wanted to bridge here. Qualcomm is and still is the leader in communications. And as an analyst, I need to watch that. What I say is absolutes, but it's just, it is a fact. I watched what you did with the 3G, 4G, 5G, and what that became and how that got diffused out there. Here we are with 6G. And, you know, quite frankly, people are like, well, gosh, I don't feel like I had a huge experiential difference from 4 to 5. By the way, even though the spectral density went up, so many people get so much more spectrum for the same money. Some people forget that. But with 6G, it really does provide some real game changers in areas that 5G didn't complete, and quite frankly, wasn't architected to do. And for the lack of not trying to do AI washing, 6G and AI are symbiotically linked at this point. Can you talk about, first of all, maybe a little background on 6G and AI and why they're connected, but what needs to happen to successfully roll out 6G?
Okay, this is a very rich...
I asked you about 17 questions.
It's okay, this is good. This is a rich topic of conversation, but so let's just take it, you know, let's just take one at a time. And I'm gonna use this opportunity to say this because it has a lot to do how our company started actually and how we actually change as a company as we go to the different Gs. Every G is designed to solve a particular problem, and it has been 100% the case. For example, the beginning of digital cellular 2G, it was, can you create a technology that every human on Earth can have a cell phone, can have a telephone that you carry with you. 3G was about, can we connect that to the internet? 4G is, can we give it broadband and make it that a computer, and I think everybody understand, you know, what the smartphone is today. 5G, a lot of people take it for granted. but there will be no unlimited data rates in mobile devices if it wasn't for 5G, which is how do you actually create a wireless technology on the cellular space that could behave like your home Wi-Fi, that you actually have unlimited data rates. And you have the ability to have mission-critical services, which is actually happening outside the consumer space within the industrial. So then you get to 6G. And what is the problem that you want to solve? So this, it's good, and I talk about what we're doing with 6G because it puts in perspective the conversation we started having about the edge and how it's going to change devices and the human-computer interface, and it puts everything into that perspective. So 6G has been designed for the AI age, and 6G brings two elements. Of course, it's going to improve the radio links. Like we now have line of sight to about 50% improvement in coverage. You use AI and you can process weaker signals and you can double the radio of the length. You're going to have faster speeds, lower latency. Voice is sexy again because you're going to be talking to models. It has to have, perfect capabilities and the fast response. But the other bucket of features is that the infrastructure of 6G is actually becoming an AI infrastructure. And in addition of providing connectivity, it provides sensing capabilities. And that's very important because this is very new, I think, for the telecom sector, which means everything that it's under the coverage of the network, it's going to collect a lot of sensor data. You will be able to understand where you are, everything that is around you with centimeter level precision. It's going to have a lot of capabilities. Think about if you have an autonomous driving car, and if you have been inside those cars, you see both the camera and the radars giving the position of all the different cars. The infrastructure is going to have that ability, and that provides very important context for agents. As if the agent's going to be useful for you, it has like real context about what's happening with you and the context that you inserted. So that's a new capability. It's an AI native network, and it's going to do a lot of the AI processing. And it's not that far. I think we had committed to the administration. I think that we are going to pre-launch at the LA Olympics in 2028. I think the official date of the standard and launch of 6G is 2029. And then to your question about what do we need? And it's both an easy and a hard question to answer. You need the motherhood in apple pie. You need spectrum. You need the ability to have spectrum for and I think the administration, I think President Trump had an initiative of getting a spectrum. I think for 6G, we're incredibly happy with that drive of technology. But then you're going to need new capabilities. I think the telco sector is going to become, an AI operator, and you're going to have to develop that new capability both on the network side, and I think it's going to be the catalytic event that is going to drive significant scale on AI on everything. It's a big change in the industry, and I think a company like Qualcomm will be incredibly excited about this 6G transition.
So every implementation of AI that's been successful, it's all about deep context, and typically it's personal context. For businesses, obviously, it's business context. If there were one thing from a policy side that could help accelerate this, maybe it's already done, maybe it's not, what would that thing be?
Look, there are the things that are very typical, I think, to the mobile industry, which means, I will say it, resistance is futile. The networks are going to have to densify. So you're going to have to need a lot more base stations. You're going to need to. So I think the ability to facilitate permitting and the ability to make it easy in the economics of the operators. I think operators will need to invest. So a framework that allow, I think, the operators to invest in some places. For example, one of the topics of discussion, even within Europe, is probably the ability to operators to combine, if you can see a lot of M&A activity. And then I think to facilitate, I think, the access to data, the ability, I think, for AI models to partner with the telco to have training of the data. And I think there are things we're actually going to learn as we go along.
I appreciate it, Cristiano. I could sit up here for a lot longer, but they're about to get the hook and pull me off. I just want to thank you for having this talk. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you too, Pat. I really enjoy having this conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody. We're going to go to the next segment.
Honor to welcome Director Michael Kratsios with David Sachs in a conversation moderated by Maria Bartolomo.
Hi. Thank you very much. Right.
Very good to be back here. All right.
Great to see everyone, and I'm thrilled to be able to talk about the issue of the day, and that is artificial intelligence and AI in our world. David, Michael, I'd love you to talk about where we are right now in terms of the pursuit to be the #1 lead AI country. How are we doing, David?
I think we're doing great. Maria, last year, President Trump gave a major AI policy speech. This is in July, and he declared that the United States had to win the AI race. He had first of all declared that we were in one, and I think his speech was reminiscent of when President Kennedy declared that we were in a space race and had to win that race. I think since then, what you've seen is that American companies have only innovated more. You're seeing all sorts of really incredible products being released all the time. I think that American AI models, chips, data centers only just keep getting better and better. So I feel very good about the American position in this AI race. Certainly we have some very competent and formidable competitors. China obviously has a lot of very smart people working in this area. But I do think that what you see from American companies in Silicon Valley right now is really incredible.
And yet there are still so many questions about all of the spending underway to build this out with regard to data centers. And of course, the question keeps coming up, are we spending too much? Will we get the return on investment? How do you see that?
I think that we will. I think that the reason why you're seeing this huge infrastructure build out is because the demand is ultimately there. I know a lot of people worry about whether this could be like a dot-com situation. Remember where we had the whole fiber build out in the late 90s, and then we had a dot-com crash. The difference here is that in the late 90s and early 2000s, we had a problem known as dark fiber, where you had this fiber build out and then it didn't get used. There's no such thing as a dark GPU right now. Every GPU that's being put in a data center is getting used, and it's being used to generate tokens, and that's to power this new generation of AI chatbots or coding assistants. And there's just been some releases in the last couple of months on the coding front that, if you're following what software developers are saying, they're saying it's mind-blowing. It's completely revolutionizing their industry. So demand for tokens just increases, and that increases the demand for this data center build-out that we're seeing. So I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. And just last year, this infrastructure build-out added about 2% to the GDP growth rate, and that's what helped propel us to this 4 to 5% growth rate. And I think you're going to see something similar this year.
Well, it is certainly leading growth, Michael, and I'm so happy to be able to get this conversation going with both of you who are really leading this. David, thank you, and Michael, thank you. Same questions for you, Michael. Assess where we are right now on AI.
I think just a reminder for the group, for those who haven't been tracking as closely as we do every day, the plan really had essentially 3 pillars, and it talked about how, 1, how can the U.S. continue to out-innovate our competitors? 2, how can we drive the infrastructure build that we need to support this AI revolution? And 3, how do we actually share with the world or export our great American technology? And for each of those 3 pillars, there was quite a lot of actions that the federal government has taken to drive that forward. And I think we're pretty proud to say that we've made, I think, pretty good progress on all 3. Just focusing a little bit on the innovation one we were talking about earlier, I think the core insight that we've always had about how you drive this innovation is you have to have a regulatory environment that allows this technology to be developed and ultimately commercialized in the United States. And the U.S. has done a great job compared to the rest of the world on sort of setting that up and creating a framework that works, but we can always do better and improve it. And the president in his speech in July talked a lot about this issue of a patchwork of state regulations and how can we ensure that there aren't 50 different rules around AI. And what's most important about this debate, which I think a lot of people sometimes miss, is the patchwork is actually most detrimental to early stage young companies and entrepreneurs. If you want to develop a new AI technology, if you want to build something on top of one of our great frontier models, having to figure out how to navigate 50 different rules across 50 different states creates a lot of friction. And ultimately, the big guys are the ones that can succeed in that environment the best. So we're spending a lot of time trying to think about how can you create a legislative proposal that can actually deliver on a sensible national framework to solve this regulatory issue.
So what would you say then, Michael, are the basic frameworks that are sort of must-have in that kind of federal oversight? Because some states did push back in the U.S. and say, no, we want to be able to control our destiny when it comes to AI. What's most important when you look at that framework in terms of a federal oversight?
Yeah, I think in the executive order that the president signed in December, directing us to kind of work through this proposal, he listed a few things that the states should continue to be able to pursue individually on their own. Legislation or rules around child safety was on that list. The rules around permitting of data centers and build-outs are continuing to be something that states should look at. So there are a few things that were enumerated, but that's the kind of stuff that I guess Dave and I are going to be working through. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the basic problem that we have is that, I mean, frankly, the states are going hog wild right now with regulation. There's over 1,200 bills going through state legislatures right now. I think it's very much a knee-jerk reaction. I know there's a lot of fears and concerns about AI, but it seems like for every hypothetical concern, there's multiple state bills now to try and regulate that thing before we really know how it's going to play out. And I think it would be better to, I think since this technology is so new and the environment is so dynamic, I think it'd be better to spend a little bit more time studying how AI is actually being used and what risks are actually materializing before you overregulate the thing. But in any event, that's what we're seeing right now at the state level. And I think that the president's been very consistent that it would be better to have one rule book, a single rule book at the federal level, a lightweight federal standard. I think this problem's only going to get more acute over time because, again, as you have 50 different states running in 50 different directions, the patchwork problem only gets more significant. So in any event, this is something that we're going to work, I think, closely together on this year, which is to see if we can get enough consensus on a federal framework to enact a law. Only Congress can ultimately preempt the states. We understand that. And as you know, it's very difficult to get a bill through Congress. You need 60 votes in the Senate, so it has to be bipartisan to a certain degree. So, but we're going to try and see if we can work to get that consensus.
Yeah, and do you have any clarity on the timing on that in terms of support in Congress for a federal oversight, or do you see pushback there as well, depending on the state you're talking about?
Well, there's pushback in Congress to the idea of preemption without a federal standard. So in other words, you can't replace something with nothing. This is sort of the thing that we heard repeatedly. But I think there is quite a bit of interest in both the House and the Senate towards having, again, some sort of lightweight federal standard. But we're still in the early stages of those conversations, and we're going to see what we can try and get done this year.
Meanwhile, you've got some people pushing back after wanting to see the innovation and growth of data centers. Now they're saying, not in my backyard. What about that? Is that an issue?
Yeah, I mean, we got a letter recently from Bernie Sanders saying stop all data centers, all data center development. And, if we do that, we will lose the AI race. I mean, you do need this infrastructure. Other countries are building out this infrastructure. China's building out, I think they're spinning up a new nuclear power plant or coal plant, new energy every single week. And a lot of that is going to power their data centers. So it would fundamentally, I think, cripple the United States in the AI race if we just stop building data centers altogether. At the same time, there are concerns about affordability, about whether consumers would have to pay a higher electrical rate because of data centers. President Trump's been really clear that consumers should not have to pay higher rates for electricity because of data centers. You saw just last week, Microsoft stepped up and made a pledge that its data centers will not cause residential rates to increase. I think you'll likely see other tech companies stepping up and making similar commitments. And in fact, when I've talked to the hyperscalers and when I've talked to the AI companies, it was never their plan to draw off the grid. They all saw standing up their own power generation as part of their build out. And what Secretary Wright, our Secretary of Energy, has been doing is trying to is reform the regulations that actually make it more difficult for these AI data centers to stand up their own power behind the meter. So that basically is our vision, is and I should say this is President Trump's vision really since the beginning of the administration, is he said, let the AI companies become power companies, let them stand up their own power generation as they build, side by side with these new data centers. And the result of that is, A, we get this infrastructure, B, residential rates don't go up.
Yeah, because Michael, this race has fast become, it's moved from an AI race to a power race.
And I think what we're seeing is that we need to share a good story about how ultimately this build out is going to be net positive for American ratepayers. And I think sometimes if you're in a small community and someone shows up to build a data center, I mean, you have to make it clear that ultimately this is something that's going to actually lower your rates long term. And the president put out a truth last Monday where he was, as David said, very clear that if you're going to build a data center, you have to pay your own way for it. And Microsoft has stepped up, and our hope is that many others will do the same.
But some companies, because they don't have the cash right now, are borrowing money, right, to build out the data centers. And there's also a worry that the banks will be left holding the bag for some of this because, again, the spending is too much. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think there is obviously that concern. I mean, I think it's less, I would say, the banks and more. You see Oracle making a huge investment. You see Blackstone making huge investments in real estate companies. Ultimately, I think these are very savvy market players, very deep-pocketed companies, and they're doing this because they see an ROI there at the end of the rainbow. Can I just make one other point about just the data centers? So just on electricity, I actually think that if we allow the data centers to stand up their own power generation, it will actually bring down rates. Not only will it not increase residential rates, it'll bring it down, and it'll do that in two ways. One is that the data centers can give or sell power back to the meter when they have excess. So that will help bring down rates. Second, there's a lot of fixed costs involved in power generation. It's not all variable. So when you're able to amortize those fixed costs over a greater supply, you bring down the meter rate for everybody. And so there's huge economies of scale. So the more scale you get in electricity, like most other things, the price comes down. So it's actually a good thing that that we have this build out going on, because it will ultimately reduce prices for consumers. But we do have to make sure that these new data centers aren't just plugging into the grid and using, they have to be contributing back.
And I think what a great policy change was made under this administration, the Biden administration had, as a matter of policy, had made it such that you couldn't do this behind the meter energy generation. And if you wanted to bring your own power, you couldn't. You had to be part of the larger grid. So I think that rule has changed by Secretary Wright and by FERC to kind of allow this to happen. And ultimately, I agree with David. I think once you have sort of greater scale in the power generation, you'll be contributing back into the grid in a way that benefits ratepayers.
Let's go back to the uses and how AI is changing our lives. You mentioned earlier all of the uses and the impact that AI is having. What do you see as the most important use and where AI is being deployed and implemented best right now?
Well, it's interesting. I think there's been an evolution. So I think we started with AI chatbots like ChatGPT. And in a sense, that was kind of like better web search. It was really great for research. You could ask it questions and give you answers to anything. Then we saw models add chain of thought, and they could start to do deeper reasoning. Then we saw coding assistants. This is real, and I think over the past few months there's been a real breakthrough. If you talk to people, software developers, it really seems like there's been a major shift in just improvement in the quality of the coding assistants. And I think where that's going next is tools for knowledge workers. So the same types of assistants that have been outputting code can now output any type of format. So whether it's like Excel models, PowerPoints, websites, you name it, knowledge workers are now going to be able to generate all these different types of things the same way that coders have been, that software developers have been using AI to generate code. I think that's one of the big things you're going to see in 2026 is, again, just this productivity boom for knowledge workers. So I think that's like one of the things you're seeing on the ground. And then separately, there's a bunch of things happening in industry verticals. So different industries being impacted by AI. So in healthcare, I think there's a tremendous opportunity to improve or to reduce sort of administrative bureaucracy, to improve this processing of paperwork that happens, also to use AI in medical and scientific research to help find new cures. You're already seeing users tell all sorts of stories about diagnoses. They've been able to put in their medical records into ChatGPT or other chat engine or chatbots and get like remarkable results. They've been able to finally figure out what was wrong with them, and they've been able to take that to a doctor. You have doctors using it too. So medical, I think, is a really interesting area. But there's a whole bunch of these examples of different industries that are now being impacted.
Yeah, the one area I think a lot about is AI for science. And back to David's initial point about the progress we've seen in these frontier models, I think the very early ones sort of started with just general knowledge. And you have to go back and understand like why. And the question was, what was the data available for those model builders to start training their models? And for the early ones, you could just scrape the internet and just kind of cram everything to a model and train it. And that's where you kind of had this first phase of large language models. And the second one was coding. And if you think about how do you get a really good coding model, you have to train it on existing code. And that was, again, something that is relatively easier to acquire than other types of data. And you saw great progress and jumps in the coding models. I think the third big sort of shift that hasn't really been touched on yet, which the government itself is trying to do a good push on, is the AI for science question. And why it's so challenging for scientific discovery to like tie in with the way that LLMs are traditionally trained is that the science data is extraordinarily fragmented, and it's not done in a way or formatted in a way that can easily be applied to a large language model, sort of like training run. And if you think about scientific discovery, it's spread out across so many different disciplines. You have chemistry data, you have math data, you have material science data, and all of that is in all types of different formats. And our effort in administration, we launched something called the Genesis Mission, which is our attempt to sort of make these big, bold leaps in AI for scientific discovery. And our national labs at the Department of Energy have been doing incredible research over the last 50, 60 years, and all of that is sitting and is ready to be used to be trained for these models. So my hope is that over the next year, we're going to see a lot more work in scientific discovery to be able to actually accelerate how quickly we can choose which experiments to run those experiments, go back and figure out what we did wrong and run them again. And this ties in with lots of interesting ideas that people have around some of these AI labs where you essentially you can put in the thesis or the hypothesis, and ultimately these labs can do the lab experiment itself and move forward. So that's kind of the dream that I have, that ultimately we as a country can almost double our R&D output over the next 10 years because of AI.
So what kind of breakthroughs would you expect, or would you like to see?
Yeah, I think there are the ones that I think can make a big impact are first the experimentation and training runs around fusion are extraordinarily computation heavy, and they themselves, if we can have a faster feedback loop on how we do these simulations for fusion, we can move the timelines in for fusion. So that could be a big step. Material science is also a very big area where you want to be able to test all types of different molecules and how they interact with each other. This is important for all the big things we're trying to do in space, whether it's our lunar base or getting to Mars or bringing nuclear energy to space. Having advanced material science is important. And the third is the one that everyone always cares about is healthcare and therapeutics. How can you more quickly be able to identify the best molecules to solve a particular health challenge, and how do you more quickly iterate to a point where you can move to a clinical trial?
And on an everyday level, I mean, you also have the auto sector, I think, as a big beneficiary here. I think that's one area that seems to be spending a lot on this as well. Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, with like self-driving or
Yep.
I mean, self-driving for sure is going to be huge. It feels like we've hit some sort of new inflection point there where the quality's gotten to the point where you're starting to see robo-taxis now, Waymos and Tesla.
What about an AI assistant? I mean, is that going to be something that is sort of commonplace? I mean, someone said to me the other day that, in China we're doing things so much differently because you're using AI for research, as you said, but we're using it as, I have my AI assistant and I'm, they're paying my bills and cleaning my house and buying my wife a birthday present and doing everything for me.
I think so. I think that'll happen probably this year. So the product that just came out recently that everyone's kind of going crazy over is the latest iteration of Claude Code, which is powered by Anthropic's Opus 4.5 model, which seems to be a real breakthrough in coding. And so again, this is the software developers are really impressed with it. But inside of Claude Code, they introduced a new tab called Co-work, where again you can, as a non-coder or as someone who is looking for to create output other than code, you can now use it to basically create all sorts of other kinds of outputs. Like I mentioned, you can do spreadsheets or PowerPoints, things like that, and you can have it. You can point it to your file drive, and it can look at the work you've already done. So if there's a particular type of format for a PowerPoint you like, you just point it to the work you've already done and say, I want to do, a new, presentation, but using this style, but on this topic, and it'll actually emulate, your style and the work, your format, the work you've already done, and people are very impressed with this. And you can also point it at your email and have it analyze your email, pull things out of it. So right now it's very task-based. You, the user, have to prompt it for each task, but you can see there the beginning of a personal digital assistant where you connect it to your file drive, to your email, to all of your data sources, and it can start to do tasks for you. And again, it understands the format and the style that you like to produce work in. So it feels to me like we just need one more layer of abstraction on top of a tool like that, and you'll have your own personal digital assistant. And there'll be like a voice interface. You ever seen the movie Her? With Joaquin Phoenix and I think Scarlett Johansson is just the voice, but he's telling her what to do through an earpiece. I mean, we're very close to something like that. I mean, I'm not saying that the AI is going to become sentient or whatever, but no, we're like, I think in 2026 you could see these types of tools, again, started as coding assistants, but now they become personal digital assistants. That could definitely happen this year.
Michael, what don't people understand about AI? What do you think is most important for us to understand about the innovation underway right now with science and AI?
I think some people, I think it's easy to underestimate the long-term impact this is going to have across so many industries and domains. I think very much, it's easy to quickly think about AI as just a sophisticated chatbot, because that's what most people interact with every day, and that's what they touch and feel. But I think to me, I think the long-term impacts, and not to keep harping on the science, I think there's a real fundamental shift happening in the velocity and pace that we can test and evaluate and execute scientific discovery and endeavors. And I think that's going to have huge repercussions for the way that we as a country innovate, broadly speaking, in the years ahead.
Which is why we're watching what China is doing. Let's talk a bit about China and where it is relative to the United States. Are we winning? Is it about chips? What's the race specifically really about?
Well, I think that in general we're ahead of China. There's different layers of the stack. So you've got the models, then you've got the chips, and then you've got the chip making equipment. So you go down the stack. I would say that the deeper in the stack that you go, the greater the American advantage. I think on models, most people would say that our models are maybe 6 months ahead or so, plus or minus, of the Chinese models. You look at chips, maybe 2 years ahead. You go to the semiconductor manufacturing equipment, it could be like 5 years. So the U.S. does have significant advantages. There's only maybe a couple of areas where I think China has an advantage. One is on energy production. If you look at their grid has roughly doubled in the last 10 years, whereas ours has only grown by about 2 to 3%. Energy production in the U.S. has been a relatively sleepy industry before AI came along. And a lot of that had to do with regulations and the antipathy of the previous administration towards energy production. Obviously, President Trump had a very different view on this. I think he was prescient on this issue. You go back 10 years, and he was talking about, we got to drill, baby, drill. And I think he understood that energy growth was the precondition for economic growth, and is definitely the precondition for this AI infrastructure growth. So this is an area where, again, we have to basically expand our energy production. And so I think that is an area where we need to catch up. The other area where I would say, I don't know if I would call this an advantage exactly, but but you could argue that China has the edge in what's being called AI optimism. So there was a polling done by Stanford across countries, and they asked the citizens of all these different countries, do you feel that the benefits of AI will be more beneficial or more harmful? And if you thought that overall be more beneficial than harmful, they call that AI optimism. Well, in China, AI optimism was 83%. So 83% of the population feels that it's going to be more beneficial than harmful. That number in the United States is only 39%. So for some reason, people in China are more optimistic about AI than in the United States. And you generally see this, that Asian countries are very high on AI optimism and the Western countries are lower. And I think it's an interesting or open question about why this is. I think there's a few possible explanations for it. I think that, first of all, the media tends to focus on the doom and gloom stories with AI.
The fear.
The fears. And we can talk about some of those fears and how, whether we think they're real. But I think the media has a lot to do with it. I think that the way that Hollywood has portrayed AI over the decades, with whether it's The Terminator or 2001, it's portrayed this dystopian view of the future, and I think that plays into people's thinking. And then, frankly, I would say that part of the fault lies with our tech leaders who haven't necessarily done a great job describing the benefits of AI. In fact, when they're talking about AI eliminating 50% of knowledge workers, that doesn't sound like a very utopian scenario. That sounds dystopian to most people. And so I do think that unintentionally some of our tech leaders have played into this AI pessimism. And the reason why I think this could be a disadvantage for the United States is because, again, it's feeding into this regulatory frenzy we're seeing. Again, 1,200 bills at the state level. And right now, I think we are winning this AI race. We're ahead in all the key dimensions, chips, models, and so on. But we could shoot ourselves in the foot. If we end up overregulating this thing to death, we could actually cost ourselves this AI race. So I do worry about this question of AI optimism.
Right, it's a great point. And what would happen if the U.S. is not number one in this, Michael?
Yeah, I think we need to be, and that's why we put the plan out. I think, when I think about the China question and about the sort of larger question of how do we win the AI race, what I always like to think about is this question of adoption. And I think sometimes there's this overemphasis on the leaderboard. It's like which frontier model is number one on some sort of metric. And the reality is we're neck and neck, and as David said, we're probably ahead 6 to 12 months on our frontier models. But I think what we have seen over time and over history is that you don't necessarily need to have the very best model or very best piece of technology in the world for it to proliferate globally. And a lot of us who were part of the first Trump administration saw this very firsthand with the telecom wars of that era of what Huawei was able to do globally. And at the time, when Huawei first started their sort of global export push, they certainly were not the very best technology in the world. They were certainly, subpar compared to Ericsson and Nokia, yet they were good enough and they were subsidized enough such that they became sort of the default telecom system for a lot of the world. And we've learned a lot of lessons from that, and we take that very seriously when it comes to AI. We know there's ambition for the Chinese to export their models and have them be the models that are powering all these different use cases across the global south and across the rest of the world. That's why the president launched something called the American AI Export Program. And our mission, and I think we're in a very lucky position here compared to what we were dealing with Huawei, is, as David said, we are dominant in almost every part of the stack. We have the very best models, we have the best applications, we have the very best chips. So we are in a position of power now, and it's up to us as a country to share that technology with the world, with all of our partners and allies. Make sure that any developer anywhere in the world that wants to build a new application using AI is fine-tuning an American model on top of an American chip. And that isn't a hard reality to see. That is something that I think we can very easily do just because we have the very best tech. That's a program that we launched late last year, and we're going to be doing a big push this year to get that out the door.
It's an important point that you make in terms of exporting AI to the rest of the world. Is it true that China is telling its companies, don't use American chips, don't use American AI right now?
It seems so. I mean, China's developing its own models. Obviously, about a year ago, you had the DeepSeek moment where you had a powerful model released by DeepSeek, and I think that kind of put Chinese AI on the map in a way. I think people in the West didn't realize, in a way, how good China was at producing models, and there was a little bit of complacency towards our relative position. People weren't really talking about the global competition 2 years ago. It wasn't really discussed at all. I remember when the Biden administration created this 100-page Biden executive order regulating AI. No one was talking about whether all this regulation would slow us down vis-a-vis China. It wasn't even part of the conversation. Then DeepSeek launched, and I think we did realize we're in a global competition, and we have to win, and that's why we have to actually be quite careful about how we regulate this and not make sure we're not over-regulating it. But I think China definitely wants to compete. There have been some stories recently. I think Bloomberg and Reuters reported that they actually are not allowing NVIDIA chips into their country. And the reason for that, we think, is that they want to indigenize chip production. They want to stand up Huawei as their national champion. And effectively, they're creating a market subsidy for Huawei by keeping out the competition. So they're protecting their market to stand up Huawei. And I think their plan would be to have Huawei dominate chips in China first and then use that to scale up and then try to take over the rest of the world. Chip production is a scale-up business. So, if they can dominate the Chinese market first, that gives them a powerful platform to then proliferate to the rest of the world.
So where are we in that Michael? I mean, first you all came up with the AI action plan, then came up with another plan in terms of exporting AI to the rest of the world. What can you tell us in terms of where we are in that?
Yeah, so the progress is moving on that. We closed a request for information from the Commerce Department late last year, which went out to industry and said, hey, if we want to export the American AI stack, what should we be thinking about? How should we be designing these packages that we share with the world? Commerce is now ingesting that information. There'll be a request for proposals that comes out very shortly. And that's where we actually want companies to come together to form consortia and say, like, look, this is what a package looks like. And I think what people need to what I always try to remind people is that the buyers of AI around the world vary quite dramatically in their level of sophistication. So in the US, if you're a very if you're a Fortune 50 company and you want to deploy AI, you have a pretty sophisticated sort of CIO or CTO shop. You are thinking very carefully about like which cloud you want to buy, which potential model you want to use. Do you want to fine tune it on your own data? Do you want to build your own application? You know, what application you go out and see? You can like test various things. You like go to all these third parties and evaluate which is best. And it's a very sort of complicated mix of how you end up creating something that's optimum for your particular company. For a lot of countries around the world that are aspiring to use AI for their people or to support the services, whether it be healthcare or tax collection or whatever it may be, they don't have a billion-dollar IT budget. They're just trying to figure out what is a tool that I can use in my country to deliver the benefits of AI to my people. So we think very carefully around how can we craft solutions which turnkeys could be one way to put it, or how do you provide a solution that can easily be deployed in a country? And what often sort of gets caught up in this debate is this question of, how many chips is the U.S. going to be sending around the world? And what I always try to remind people is that, outside of the U.S., China, and maybe a few other countries, most countries around the world do not have the capital or the aspiration to do large-scale training runs or development of their own frontier models. There are very few countries around the world that are going to build sort of Colossus-style training centers. Most countries around the world need smaller data centers that just have inference-related chips that can drive and do the inference on the particular runs that the government wants to have. So I think what we're working very hard to do is create sort of these turnkey, manageably sized AI solutions that then we can partner with a lot of our export finance organizations like Development Finance Corporation or the Export-Import Bank to make the export of that particular stack much more appealing and commercially viable in countries that are not extraordinarily deep-pocketed. So we're going to be in India next month for the India AI Impact Summit. This is sort of the largest global gathering for AI folks. And we're going to be sharing a lot more on the progress of this program there.
You want to weigh in?
Well, I would just to build on that, I think people sometimes ask, how will you know if you've won the AI race, with China or with other countries? And I think there's a very simple answer to that, which is market share. If 5 years we look around the world and we see that it's American chips and models are being used everywhere, well, that means we won. But if in 5 years we look around the world and it's Huawei chips and DeepSeek models, then that would be very bad, right? That would be a bad sign. That means that we lost. So I do think that the proliferation or diffusion of American technology is really critical to winning this AI race. We know from Silicon Valley that the companies that end up becoming huge are the ones that create ecosystems. It's you as a technology company, you want to have the most apps in your app store. You want to have the most developers writing on top of your API. You want to be a platform company. And so in all these technology races, biggest ecosystem wins. And we want to have so that's basically why I think this program is so important, is we want to create the biggest ecosystem. Now, this is not only about benefiting the US, because in order to have a successful ecosystem, you have to create value for your partners. And that's really important. Like Michael's saying, not every country is going to be on the cutting edge of developing its own chips or developing its own frontier models, but they can use these tools to derive value, to apply them to their businesses, to their economies, to extract value and be part of this technological revolution. So I think that we have to think with this partner mindset. And I do think that this type of mindset is actually very common to Silicon Valley. Like I mentioned, I think every great technology company thinks in terms of how do we get the most people on top of our tech stack. But it is a form of thinking that's pretty alien to the bureaucracy in Washington, which has much more of a command and control type of mindset.
Yep.
And when President Trump came into office, just to give a couple examples of this, the regulations that were sitting on our desk that had just been handed down by our predecessors, again, we had this 100-page Biden executive order on AI that was all this new regulation, and there was a 200-page, it was called the Biden diffusion rule, which was 200 pages of regulations on the export of semiconductors. So we were turning the AI industry, models and chips, into a highly regulated industry. That was basically the direction that Washington was going in. And the first thing President Trump did his first week in office was rescind all of those unnecessary regulations, which I think was absolutely critical. You know, the thing that really makes Silicon Valley special is this concept of permissionless innovation. You know, since Hewlett and Packard started 85 years ago, started building Silicon Valley, the idea has always been that just a couple of founders, kind of a great idea, start their company, they get some angel investors to write, you know, a check for, you know, seed capital. Those investors think they're probably going to lose their money, but they figure there's a shot. And, you know, and it could be the two guys in their garage, or it could be the college dropout in the dorm room. And they don't need to go to Washington to get permission for their idea, right? It's permissionless innovation. That's what has made Silicon Valley the crown jewel of the world. It's why so many of the, I think, heads of state who are here are always asking, how do we create our own Silicon Valley? That was not the direction we were on when President Trump came into office. The new 300 pages of regulations concerning AI the Biden administration left us with would have changed this environment of permissionless innovation to an environment of you have to go to Washington to get approval for your idea. And I think that President Trump really corrected that. And since then, we've been implementing, you know, his AI action plan, which is all about, you know, pro-innovation, pro-infrastructure, pro-energy, and pro-export. So it's been, I think, a total change. And I think just in the past year, you've seen the results of that.
And I think one thing to add there, part of the international agenda that we have on AI is one, obviously, let's do the export. But the other piece is trying to share with all of our partners and allies how you can actually create a regulatory environment that allows this technology to succeed. And here we are in Europe, and I think many of us that sort of have, you know, tried to work with technology companies in Europe have hit sort of a lot of roadblocks and a lot of stumbles. And no matter, you know, the Droege report can came out and he can say that there's a lot of issues, but things don't ever seem to really change. And I think all of that the way that our regulatory structure is designed in the U.S. and the way that the entrepreneurial spirit thrives in the U.S. is something that we try to share with countries all around the world. And I think the general knee-jerk reaction for most policymakers around the world is one that moves to a corner that is obsessed with the precautionary principle. This concept that every time something new comes out, the role of the policymaker is to sort of like sit in a room and whiteboard everything that could go wrong and then design regulations to make sure those wrong things, these hypothetical wrong things don't happen. When in reality, what we do in the US, what we try to do is sit in a room and whiteboard what rules we can create to actually unlock innovation. What are the ones we should remove to allow more innovation to happen? And I think that mindset is something that we constantly try to share at all these international fora. The US has, you know, there has been an A/B test on what regulatory structure works and what succeeds. You know, we've seen how Europe has approached this in the last 20 years, and we've seen what the US has done. So I think the recipe is kind of obvious, but sometimes we have to just keep repeating it to our counterparts.
And I love the Draghi report because it was so clearly identifying companies that are in Europe that, you know, like Novo Nordisk is like $350 billion or a $400 billion company. And in America, we've had companies of trillion-dollar companies, NVIDIA hitting $5 trillion. So what is the path to innovation?
Well, I think part of it is, and I think this is the difference between maybe the American mindset and the European mindset towards this, is that ultimately the innovation in the United States comes from the private sector. It comes from the entrepreneurs, the founders, the innovators, the geniuses with an idea. And I think that the government sees its role, at least when it's thinking properly about this, as being an enabler and is just setting the rules of the road and maybe putting in some guardrails, but basically it's letting the entrepreneurs cook. And that's how you get innovation. And now, I don't want to bash our European hosts too much, but you know, when the EU talks about AI leadership, they're talking about the regulators, and they think their value add is, well, we're gonna show the whole world the regulatory model for AI. So it's kind of a bad case of main character syndrome, where you know, where like the regulators think they're the main characters in this. No, look, the regulators are the supporting players. The main characters always have to be the entrepreneurs. It's got to be the innovators. That's how you unlock innovation. When you start to see yourself, I mean, the regulators and the policymakers as the main characters, that's not a great recipe for innovation.
And I think just a minor point on the AI stuff in Europe, that you know, the EU AI Act, which has been so detrimental to the AI ecosystem here in Europe, was passed before ChatGPT was even invented. And that shows the challenge here. You're believing that you can solve some kind of problem, or you're solving something, but at the end of the day, innovation is moving so much more quickly. And ultimately, that rule makes no sense now in a world of frontier models, large language models, and they have to sort of edit it.
So let me push back before we go and ask you to identify any risks or threats or downside risks in all of this. What should we be worried about, if anything, with regard to AI usage?
Well, I think there are Orwellian scenarios of AI that I think we should be concerned about. And again, I tend to think that those scenarios were described by George Orwell, not by James Cameron and the Terminator. And specifically, its misuse of AI by government. I do think that AI could be used as a tool to surveil, to censor, to even potentially brainwash the population. This is why the administration has taken such a firm stance against what it's called woke AI, which I almost think that that name maybe trivializes the magnitude of the problem we're talking about. We're talking about AI having a political bias built into it. And the bias can be so subtle that people don't even necessarily notice over time, but it has a huge impact on what people are allowed to learn and think and know, and what children learn. And so I think it's very important that we try to make sure that AI was politically unbiased. Just in this regard, one of the things that we were so concerned about with that Biden executive order on AI that we rescinded in the first week is that it had 20 pages of language on DEI. And it was promoting this idea that AI models need to build in a DEI layer. Well, this is how you ended up with the Black George Washington story, where the first version of Gemini came out, and it was basically rewriting history to serve a current political agenda of DEI. And that was, in a way, that case of bias was so ludicrous that everyone kind of laughed at it. But it gives you a sense of what could happen if you start to build the bias into AI. And that same so-called trust and safety apparatus that was starting to be built into social media sites as a way to censor and deplatform and shadow ban, you could see that being built into AI models as a way to control the public discourse in a very serious way. And I think that President Trump, again, just put a total halt to that, rescinded that. But it was also, President Trump signed an executive order saying that the federal government would not procure politically biased AI. So look, on a First Amendment basis, if an AI company wants its AI to be biased in some direction, they probably have a First Amendment right to do that. But we have, as the federal government, have the discretion not to buy that software, and we've said that we won't. So I feel very good that during President Trump's term in office for the next 3 years, this idea of Orwellian AI is not going to be a problem. But I do worry that at some point in the future, if you had a different regime in Washington, if the federal government started to pressure AI companies to build in this political bias, that would be a very serious threat, I think, to our freedoms.
It's a great point to make. Before we wrap up, real quick on jobs, can either of you explain what Elon Musk is saying about the impact of AI? He said, we're not going to need to work. The AI is going to do it all. I'm trying to understand what he's saying, that we're going to go on holiday. jobs are going away and AI is going to do everything.
Well, Elon's a friend of mine, and I'll disagree with him slightly on this, but let me just, his comment about the job loss obviously is what gets all the headlines, but
Right.
at the same time he's saying that, he's also saying that in this future, there's going to be so much abundance that everyone's going to have what they want, and there's not going to be any money. So people leave out that part of the story, and they just report Elon says everyone's going to lose their jobs. No, we're talking about a radically different future. It could be the future, it's kind of described in Star Trek, you know, where like there is no money because we have everything. Look, I think that, you know, Elon is directionally correct about the future. I think we are heading towards a world of much greater abundance, rising living standards for everybody, greater productivity. I think that will lead to rising wages. I don't think it's going to put everyone out of work. I don't think that's going to happen. But again, the timelines matter a lot, and you know, getting to a world with no money is not something that's going to happen in the next 5 years.
And of course, Michael, this is helping us in terms of longevity and living longer, right? In terms of the impact on science.
Totally. I think generally the abundance story extends itself into you know, healthcare and everywhere else and just quality of life. So good things ahead, I think.
We'll leave it there. Michael Kratsios and David Sachs, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to another one. No, I'm just kidding. Our intention today is actually to get into the weeds a little bit. And who better to get into the weeds about AI than the organization Snowflake that is out there practicing on a daily basis. I don't know if you all know Snowflake, but it is the leading company that's getting value from your data inside of corporations. And what I have is the chief data geek, I think that's on his title, the chief product officer of Snowflake, and the individual who's orchestrating the work that Snowflake is doing into the bowels of so many companies. And look, my intention today really was to understand what's actually happening, what's working, what's not working, why, and et cetera. So I'm just going to geek out with Christian Kleinerman.
Yep.
And I want to see, let's start with something on the negative side.
Ooh. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning, Christian. What are people missing when they start an AI project and they end up biting them in the butt?
Yeah, we have a saying of there is no AI strategy without a data strategy. And what you see is that the companies that have been thinking about data as a competitive advantage for the longest time, they're the ones that can come and say, AI will help me with productivity, with rethinking jobs, with being more efficient. But in the what's missing category, many companies are in the AI is great, and then they don't know where the data is. It's stored in different silos. You don't know what your customer journey is across. So I would say a consistent data strategy, a high quality data estate.
I mean, what kind of companies have clean data? I hear about this clean data, and what kind of companies have traditionally cultivated clean data? What does it mean to do that?
It varies. We see those across industries, so it's not one industry is clean and the other ones are not. No, within every industry, there are some companies that are at the forefront, and all of you would think of them as the people that are leading and are outperforming their peers. Those are the ones that have clean data, so they thought of data as a competitive advantage.
Have you noticed anything about the leadership of companies where they've been data forward? In our research, I run a research institute of high-performing teams going through transformation. I didn't introduce myself, I'm sorry. I'm Keith Ferrazzi. I wrote a book years ago called Never Eat Alone. I've been 20 years of research studying high-performing teams. I find that leaders who have actually come from engineering tend to be much better leaders because they're constantly engineering the way the business works. Have you noticed any correlation in terms of leaders of organizations that have the cleaner data and understand the AI journey?
I think I would describe it as leaders that like detail, that want to understand how things work, how things don't work. Those are the ones that naturally look into measurement and metrics, which correlates probably with engineering backgrounds.
Now, I asked you at the beginning, like, who's getting bitten in the butt and what the problem is. And when we were chatting in the green room, you were mentioning a little bit about maybe reckless data or data that during this amazing opportunity where AI is finding information, et cetera, some of the data might get in the hands of people that it shouldn't be. Can you tell us a little bit about that warning?
Yeah, so for years, companies have spent a decent amount of energy making sure that the data is in a single place, but more important, it is secure, and it has compliance with regulation, with privacy. And I think in the last 12 months, a lot of people were like, oh, AI is easy. And then you hear all these horror stories where AI gave access to the wrong data to the wrong person.
Anything funny? Anything like, we would find amusing that you found horrifying?
I've heard of people shutting down projects overnight. They were so happy with the chatbot until the chatbot started giving information that it shouldn't. I'm not going to name names.
HR, violations, all those kind of things.
And by the way, this is self-serving to a degree, but that's when we come and say, we can help with that journey.
Yeah, it's like, how much am I making versus my person sitting next to me? Well, to that end, I feel like there's been a big rush, of course, to try to get more value out of our pilots, and everyone's a little bit embarrassed that there's not enough results coming out of it. And I think probably data governance may have been put on the side for a bit, right? And I don't hear it that much. And what you're saying is it is important, and data governance and privacy needs to be at the forefront of what we're doing, not just as an afterthought.
That's right. And those that think about it up front are the ones that have good results. Those that didn't think about it are the ones that go, oh,
does it slow us down? Do we have to slow down in order to do this?
Great
just hire Snowflake so that we can make sure that we do it right fast?
Great question. We're happy to help with the acceleration of the data journey and governance, but they are not at odds with each other. You can have amazing value for your organization with data without compromising on security or privacy.
So let's get into the weeds of an actual client. Like, can you tell us anybody
that in looking back over the year or two, they've gotten blow-away results, something that'll inspire us to say this is possible and it's not just a bunch of BS?
Yeah, we have many successful stories from great companies, but I'm going to call out AstraZeneca.
Okay.
They're a Snowflake customer. They're leveraging both data as well as AI. And the speed at which they're delivering data products is through the roof. With AI, it went from months to hours. That comes with a dollar saving, $10 million.
Wait, months to hours to
months
do what?
to create data products, to say, I am going to understand this clinical trial or this development.
Yeah.
Just the pipelines, the processing used to take a long time. Now it's hours. But I think what you like is okay, so
Give me the
what?
results. Yeah.
They have an AI-powered chest X-ray analysis, and the survival rate for lung disease has improved by 90%. Okay. That's something all of us should be like, wow, the impact of AI is here and is benefiting all of us.
Fantastic. You know, it's if you look at the processes that have been most impacted by AI, I believe that for quite some time, R&D has been a big one, to be able to take the R&D process and shrink the cycle times for R&D. I think there's a lot of promise in supply chain, but I'm not sure I've heard a lot of outcomes in the supply chain area. And then more recently in customer service and call centers, those kind of things. Can you point to any particular categories where you are smelling if that you should be on faster, sooner, better?
Yeah, so for sure, the two that you call in the premise are impressive. Like the code generations, the code assistance for engineering, that thing is materially changing how at least technology products are being developed. That's through the roof. Customer experience seems like a narrow category, but at the end of the day, what's happening there is take a lot of data, synthesize it, and make it available to a knowledge worker. And that is happening. But I think the most interesting one, since you're asking, okay, what's coming, I would say enterprise workflows are being redefined based on AI.
That's a big word. What do you mean by that? Take me into being a worker somewhere.
Think of invoice payments.
Okay.
Or order reconciliation. Like the simplest of operations that companies go through, we are seeing great success of companies saying, I am going to delegate this to an agent, an AI agent. And of course, there's always a human in the loop. If you cannot easily resolve it, you can escalate to a person. But the efficiencies are there for every company.
You know, it's interesting. In talking to I'm a venture partner at a company called Lightspeed, and I coach their portfolio companies, talking to these young executives who are AI first. One particular company that's $2 billion with 12 people. And when you talk to this young man who's created this company, he says, I figure out what AI can do, and then I only add people to make sure that that's happening and to complement it, knowing that the person, once that AI is done and getting it done, the person's gonna move. Versus most large corporations are like, I got all these people, how does AI help them? Yeah. Right? And so this idea of assuming a blank sheet of paper where AI can do everything is a very different mindset than saying, how does AI bolt into a human that I currently have? Which might be some of the reasons they're getting slower returns.
Correct. And the other thing that it's important for everyone to reflect on is why are processes defined the way they are today? In many instances, it's just legacy. Once you go to the essence of what you're trying to do, it's simpler, and AI gives us the opportunity to rethink those business processes and just go and simplify.
Yeah, well, you're not allowed to give a commercial here, but I'll give you a commercial in terms of Sridhar. I know well. I've interviewed him.
Our CEO.
Yeah, your CEO at the Wall Street Journal CEO conference. Just a brilliant guy, good heart. And I would imagine you all would be a great Sherpa through the process. But with that in mind, I see us blinking red, which means that this little journey of ours today is probably concluded. So thank you all very much. Appreciate your
Keith.
time.
Thank you, everyone.
Christian.
co-founded the AI for Good lab at Microsoft in 2018, and this lab has hundreds of projects that work across everything from sustainability to humanitarian aid to environmental work. So Juan, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to come up, and you can give us a little bit of a presentation about what you're doing with AI for Good and a bit about the diffusion of AI.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. All right. Does this work? Yes. Hi, everybody. I think this is the first time that I'm in a church on this side. I've been on the other side, but never on this side. Jeffrey Hammerbacher was one of the first data scientists in the industry. He actually was the person that put together the original Facebook data science team. And at one point said, the best minds of my generation are thinking how to get people click on ads. And this is true. This was true then, it's still true today. And this is actually very sad, considering the world face great challenges. You have, I'm going to see what slide is there, because I think it's one before, or is the same? It's the same, sorry. This is very sad because the world faces great challenges. You have millions of children that die before their 5th birthday. You have hundreds of millions affected by climate. You have 1.3 billion people living with a severe disability. The world needs all the help it can get. And majority of these problems cannot be solved through technology or of AI. I think it's important for us to understand that. But there's a subset of these problems where AI and technology can make a big difference. Unfortunately, the NGOs and governments that are working to try to help solve these problems, they don't have the structure or capacity to hire the talent that is needed to solve them. What is also true that maybe Jeffrey didn't fully appreciate is that predicting which children has higher chances of infant mortality and predicting which person will click on your ads, even if these two problems cannot be further apart from a societal perspective, from a data science perspective, from an AI perspective, these problems are basically the same problem. Which means that if in your teams you have people that are really good making sure you click on your ads, you can use that same intelligence to help the world. That's what my team does. We are a philanthropic effort within Microsoft. We help organizations with AI. We are not subject matter experts in the problem that we work. We are subject matter experts in AI and computer science. We partner with organizations that have that subject matter expertise to help them solve their problems. For the past 6 years, we have learned a lot of lessons regarding AI and how we can make an impact. The first lesson I think is very important for all of us to understand is, for some world problems, relying on AI is the only option we have. Retinopathy of prematurity is the leading cause of blindness in children around the world. This is a disease that didn't exist a few decades ago, and they were now seeing a huge increase, particularly now affecting the Global South. And the reason this disease didn't exist and now is a huge problem is a result of good news. Retinopathy of prematurity affects very small premature babies that before they didn't have a chance to survive. Now, thanks to improvements in health and healthcare, more and more of these babies are surviving, and this is why we're seeing more and more of these babies that have ROP and more of these babies that if you're not diagnosed and treated, they're gonna be blind their whole life. Stevie Wonder, if you know Stevie Wonder, he's blind because of ROP. So US and Europe had ROP cases before because they had better healthcare. Now we are seeing many more ROP cases in the Global South. The number of ROP cases will continue to increase in the world because of improvements on health and healthcare. What is the problem for the world? We only have 200,000 ophthalmologists. And from these 200,000, only 10,000 are pediatric ophthalmologists. Even if we do magic and we distribute it perfectly around the world, and these people work 24/7, 365 days a year, there's not enough ophthalmologists even diagnose this disease. This is why we work with some of the best ROP doctors in the world, because they realize that there's not enough of them to make the diagnostics. And we train an AI model that runs on a smartphone that basically just using a smartphone and one lens, you can run these models and you can do the early detection of and diagnostics of this disease with the same level of accuracy as a very good ophthalmologist. These type of devices, these type of models can significantly help the world. This is also a problem where AI is not just a solution. AI is the only solution we have. Another thing we realized very early on is that we as humans, we are addicted to complexity. We like complex projects and we like complex things. This is the reason we put a person on the moon before we added wheels to your luggage. And don't get me wrong, if you want to impress people and look intelligent, the best way to do it is to have very complex solutions. If you want to have an impact in the world, your solutions need to be simple. Building simple solutions is hard, but it's certainly worth the effort. We also learned that AI can get very easily fooled by bias. Let me show you what I call the left-handed dilemma. Assuming that when they invite you today, they didn't ask you whether you were left-handed or right-handed, the distribution of left-handed people in the room will be similar to the distribution of left-handed people in the population. Roughly 10% of you will be left-handed, and we will likely have the same amount of people on the left side and the right side. Who's left-handed? You see, it works. Unfortunately, I have really bad news for the left-handed people. There was a study that was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, that is the most prestigious medical journal in the world. You have researchers that took a random sample of people that died, asked their family members whether they were left-handed or right-handed, and found that left-handed people were dying 9 years younger than right-handed people. This was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, it was in the New York Times, it was referenced and cited by many other researchers. If this was true, being left-handed would be as bad as smoking 120 cigarettes per day. So we're very sorry for the left-handed people. What's the good news? Well, the problem is that their data didn't have, the issue that the researchers didn't consider was that for a long period of time, there was a discrimination against left-handed people, and parents would force their kids to be right-handed. I know that because my grandfather was one of them. He actually was forced to be right-handed. Eventually, they stopped doing this, and what you see is an artificial increase in the left-handed population to go to roughly the same level, that is roughly 10%. This artificial increase is the one that gives us the illusion that left-handed people die younger, when in reality that's not the case. What's the challenge from an AI perspective? If you have a real life insurance company and you're training models against that data, what the models will tell you is that you need to charge more to the right-handed people, like if you're than the left-handed people than the right-handed people, because they will die younger. The model will learn that. The model will not know that this is a bias caused because of discrimination. So majority of the data we collect has some biases. If we don't understand these biases, AI models will make mistakes. AI can make a big difference, and we have witnessed this in our own projects. Whenever there is a big natural disaster, my team, working together with satellite data companies, including Planet, we put together satellites on top of the natural disaster, we take pictures, and we run AI models on top of those pictures, doing what is called building damage assessment maps. This is the maps that teams on the ground use to send people and logistics. What the people that work with us on the ground tells us is that if we can provide these maps within 24 hours, those maps can help them save lives. We are using similar models to detect early signs of deforestation, for example, in the Amazon. We're working with Colombia, with Peru on this. This information can provide critical information also for governments to help reduce deforestation. AI brings an amazing opportunity. But we also need to understand that some of the most important aspects, AI is a general purpose technology, and some of the most important aspects of a general purpose technology is the diffusion of the technology. It's not enough to build AI. We need to make sure that people are using AI. For the past few months, we've been working to try to understand and measure the diffusion of AI across the world. So far, AI is the fastest technology that was ever created in human history. By now, we have 1.2 billion people using AI models. This is faster than TikTok, faster than electricity, faster than the internet. This is the fastest diffusion of technology that we ever recorded. But this is also very different across the world. We need to understand that we have building blocks. To be able to use AI, you need to have a computer, you need to have access to the internet, you need to have electricity, you need to have data centers, and you need to have basic digital skills. We live in a world where we still have roughly 800 million people, majority of them living in sub-Saharan Africa, that do not have access to electricity. So when we think about the diffusion of technology, when we think about access to AI, it's not enough for us to think about, oh, how do we make sure that people know about our tools? We need to remember that people are not going to use our tools if they don't have electricity, if they don't have connectivity, if they don't have PC, and if they don't have access to AI in their own language. When you look at who's using AI, these are the countries, we see something that is very similar to what we saw in every other technology. There's a particular correlation between GDP per capita and AI usage here. This is expected. What is not expected is the diffusion of technology is very different, even across very similar countries. The countries in the world that today have higher diffusion of AI, higher usage of AI, are UAE and Singapore. Then you clearly have the Global South with much lower penetration of AI, and you have Europe, and then you have countries like the US. For the last year, what we observed was that there was a big increase in AI usage, but majority of that increase happened in the Global North. So that difference between the Global South and the Global North of AI diffusion is widened. We expect that this widening will continue. When we look at other models, we have models like DeepSeek. DeepSeek is a model built in China that now is one of the models that is most used well, of course, in countries like Russia, China, or Belarus, or Cuba, because usually these countries do not have access to models like GPT or Gemini. But we see a big increase in usage in the whole Africa continent. That's something that people need to understand, that this technology will continue to get diffused. Clearly, that diffusion will be different by country. We need to understand that not every, if you were lucky enough to be born and raised in a country where English is your native language, you have a big advantage because all the models are trained on web traffic. Even though the English is spoken natively by 5% of the world population, more than 50% of the content on the web is written in English. But the issue we have is that if you are born in a country like Malawi, for example, where 95% of the population do not speak English and majority of them speaks Chichewa, that is only spoken by a relatively small amount of people with almost no content on the web, you will not be able to access AI models. So that divide that we are seeing where clearly access to the internet, access to electricity, it will be exacerbated by having a model that speaks your language. Majority of the countries with what we call low resource language are also countries that are in areas where you have a much lower GDP per capita. So this is affecting countries that already had issues before. This is why, as part of our team, we've been investing in helping these countries build their own language models supporting their own language. And that's the plan of our Lingua Open call, where we want to help countries and regions in the world to be able to build models for their own language. We're not going to be able to support every language out there. What we want to do is help them build large language models that speak their language. As part of the Microsoft AI Economy Institute, that is something that we launched also a year ago, we are understanding what are the critical questions that relates between AI and the impact in the economy. Every 6 months, we do an open call where we get all the questions that we are hearing from our customers, from governments. we put those questions together, we do an open call, and we have academics across the world that help us answer those questions. We publish those questions in a book. The first one is going to be released next week. It's called Degrees of Change. It relates to the impact of AI in education. Every 6 months, we're going to be having a new book that tries to help us answer some of those critical questions using academia, in collaboration with academia. There was a study that was published last year that they asked a large language model different questions are related to health, and they asked the same questions to medical doctors. What they found was that the models, in this particular case GPT-4o, was not only more accurate, but actually show a higher empathy versus a medical doctor. I'm not saying these models are ready to answer these medical questions, but what this study that was published in JAMA shows is that AI has the capability to help answer those questions. We live in a world where 4 billion people in the world do not have access to a doctor, and that is likely not going to change. But this technology, even if we're just going to answer a lot of these questions, you have more than 80% of the world that actually has access to a smartphone. This technology can and will be a game changer for a significant portion of the world that will not have access to doctors. In our smartphones today, we have more processing power than the one that was needed to put a person on the moon. There are very important problems out there that can and should be solved with data and AI. We no longer have excuses. Thank you very much. We'll take your questions.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you.
That was fascinating. I kept having this question that popped in my mind when I was looking at this. And for all of these AI projects, these are AI projects that have the public interest.
Yes.
Right, as the target.
Yes.
So what's the secret of success of working with something for the public interest versus working with something, say, for a product for sale or for an institutional development or something like that?
For us, what is critical is first, because we're not subject matter experts in these programs. For example, in the case of retinopathy of prematurity, or we're working now on a similar project for detecting pancreatic cancer, what is key for us is to have first the subject matter, like working with subject matter experts that really understand the data, really understand the problem. We will not take any project if we don't have a counterpart that can help us answer those questions. The other thing that is critical is working with organizations that once, let's say we are successful working with them, they have the capability to take what we built and make it to production. That last mile is usually the most difficult one. It's relatively solve problems in papers. It's very difficult to solve problems in production. A lot of people confuse solving a problem because they publish a paper on that problem. Solving a problem to have that paper eventually made accessible as a tool is the thing that takes more effort and is the thing that is more difficult. So we are always looking for partners that have the capability that if we are successful, they will have the capability to eventually make it to production. We're not going to make it to production for them. We're going to show them how, but my organization doesn't do that. My organization partners with organizations that eventually will make it to production.
Okay, and so when in that partnering, help us understand what that looks like. When you partner with a group for whichever public interest project that it happens to be.
Yes.
And once they're capable of putting it into production, is this something that then is released away from, say, the Microsoft sphere, and these people take it on their own, or does it always stay connected in some fashion?
No, that's exactly how it works. So we work with them. We co-create that solution. This is not a team that we are working here and they are there. It's like, no. We are working together on the problem. Eventually, we will do that knowledge transfer to them. And as part of that knowledge transfer, we'll help them. Like, we're going to open source the technology. If possible, we will always try to publish this in an academic journal to make sure that this is correct. We're going to open source the data. We're going to open source the model. They're going to take that open source model. Microsoft doesn't take any IP on this. We're going to open source the data, open source the model. They're going to take that data and that model and make it to production. I'm going to help them do that knowledge transfer to help them make it to production.
Okay, and so Can you give us I'm thinking of an example that I read about called Sparrow.
Yes.
So it has to do with working in the rainforest and having some, taking acoustic data. Could you maybe put an example to this so that we can all kind of imagine how this works?
Yeah, so the world has roughly 200,000 conservationists, and all of them share one thing in common. In order to do their job, to help us save species, they need data. Data collection for conservation is a huge hassle. Right? So like, for example, we are working with a team in the Amazon, and they need to send a person, like majority of the data collection for conservation happens for two type of devices today. Like you have camera traps, that is like a digital camera that whenever see movements, take a picture of that animal, and the other one that just do acoustic recordings. That's the bulk of the data collection happens in these two devices. Right now, in order to collect data, some of these people need to walk 3 days inside the Amazon, take the memory card, change the batteries, go back, eventually have time to analyze the data. Eventually, that whole process can sometimes it take months, sometimes even a year.
Mm-hmm.
What we build in Sparrow is an open source project where we have a device that you can install in the middle of the Amazon. It has solar panels. It connects and sends, like it processes the information, acts as a hub, processes the information on the edge using a low voltage GPU, send results back using a low orbit satellite. So with Sparrow, and basically we're not selling Sparrow, we are giving for free how to build Sparrow. You need to buy all these pieces. We say basically like, hey, and you need to assemble it together. And if you have the ability to assemble your own IKEA furniture, and we know that that's not for everybody, so not everybody can assemble your IKEA furniture. But there are some people that are really good at doing that. You need to partner with one of those people and be able to assemble Sparrow. And with Sparrow, the ability is like you do the investment of installing it once. Once you invest, you can access it through a web terminal, basically.
Oh, okay. And so, I mean, this is quite interesting. So then this becomes an open source resource for others for the data that comes through there, or it is worked out, or it's used simply by the particular people that have bought that product once it's at production.
Yes.
And do you see any pitfalls in creating these types of products in this way that can then be used in?
Yeah, it takes a lot of hand-holding. So at the beginning we thought like, hey, we're gonna build it and they will come, but that doesn't work. So a lot of times we need to work very closely with these organizations, making sure, because like again, as computer scientists, we have this illusion that everybody's a computer scientist, which is not true, correct? So some of the early pitfalls was we were building a lot of these models and released them as open source Python libraries in GitHub, when majority of these conservationists don't even know what is Python, right? So those are the early pitfalls. Later on, we realized that that's not going to work, and what we're doing is trying our best to build tools that are really very simple and easy to use.
Thank you. And so all of this puts me in mind, if any of you were here in Davos following the World Economic Forum, so many of you may be familiar with the Fourth Industrial Revolution as a theme. And the whole idea is that, and I really appreciated that you put the tech stack in the slide, which is you have the electricity grid. On top of that, you have the digital grid. And then on top of that, on top of the digital networks, once they're connected, you actually have the emergent technologies, whether it's AI or the utilization of synthetic bio or drones, et cetera, that are able to be connected from this infrastructure. And then you just mentioned satellites. Right? And so it made me think of Luciano Floridi's quote where he says, hey, listen, there's a lady named Jane. Jane's mother worked inside the computer, meaning ENIAC, walked around and punched the punch cards from one side to the other. Jane works in front of the computer at the desk. Jane's daughter is now going to work inside the computer again, not because there's a computer to go get into, but because we're actually digitizing everything from the orbit down to the ground to the world around us in order to absorb that data and to work through it. And so this diffusion, what do you see? We see this happening already, all of us are kind of familiar with that. But that's Europe, that's the US. You mentioned diffusion, you showed the statistics for the difference. Does this come together? Does this create a bifurcated set of societies? Does this become a class system? Does this become economic extraction? How does that work?
So we see huge impact through AI. I have a team of researchers and software developers, and I have noticed firsthand the impact in improvements in productivity, correct? So definitely, like the amount of things that we can solve today are significantly higher than what we solved before, because now we are using these AI models to help us. So that superpower we would like to have, there's clearly a superpower that not everybody will have access. And yes, that will likely, on one side of the equation, we think that that digital divide, AI will help. So for example, coding is a superpower, but even after years of trying to convince students to learn coding, roughly 0.6% of the world know how to code. On the other hand, 16% of the world now already uses AI. So the barrier of entry of using AI is significantly lowered compared to the barrier of entry on knowing how to code. And that's great, correct? Like, in order to use AI, you need to have, like, you are coding, but you're coding in your own language, whether that's English, Spanish, or Mandarin, you're coding, correct? Like, you are telling a computer what to do, and the computer will do it for you. And that's something that before required coding. So on one side of the equation, that digital divide is going to go down. At the same time, because AI is so much of a superpower, those people that will not have access because they will not have electricity, or they don't have internet, or they don't have a computer, that digital divide will actually get exacerbated. So on one side of the equation, I think things get better. On the other side of the equation, actually, the do's and don'ts will, that gap between the people that have access and the people that don't have access will get worse.
Yeah, and then this turns into a policy discussion about how to take that forward, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. What I'd like to do with the last few minutes here, if it's all right with you, is maybe open up the questions to the audience for anyone who might have something that they'd like to ask. Juan, I do see a hand here in the front and a hand in the back, and then we'll come this way. Are there any microphones? Or if there aren't, then please just stand up, tell us who you are, project your voice.
I hope I can project.
And I'll try to repeat so that the microphone.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much.
We are bringing a mic.
Thank you. I'm Geneviève Lavelle, and I have actually seen some of what you're talking about. I didn't call it AI at the time. I was talking more around the algorithm. I did a project with the World Bank in Haiti, which was with smallholder farmers and getting their products to market. And we were able to show that you could actually make a difference without changing processes. My concern is that we are going further, but not really looking at how to protect that data. So I'd like to know, what are you doing? Because I know you guys are involved in digital identity, but what are we doing? Yes, the smartphone is there, but how do I make sure that the sovereignty of people remains and that their data is not being used without their knowledge? Or if it is being used, how do we make sure that the financial outcomes are being brought back to them?
Yeah, so for our team, for every project we do, the project that you saw today in the screen, we go through a very strong process of responsible AI. We work with organizations that have the data. It's not our data. We don't even bring that data to Microsoft or to my lab. Like, we work on their premise, we work on their side, because that basically is like, we want to help them build these solutions, but this is their solutions, it's not our solutions. We do help them open up data. Like, for certain cases, there are cases where open up data does not make any sense because of privacy things. But there are areas where by opening up data, you are helping society. We strongly believe in open data, but it's their data, and it's their decision, not our decision. So definitely understand your concern.
We should. That's all right.
No, sorry. It was more, I wasn't saying Microsoft, but I think that Microsoft has the role of making sure that that data sanctity, because what I worry sometimes is we get very rushed into doing projects, and as such, we forget what the impacts are going to be, and therefore we're not putting the right information, because it's not just about us making money, but if we think about if Rwanda had had a lot more data during the genocide, there would have been even more death. So I think it's a responsibility.
Yeah.
Thank you. James Broding. I'm the co-founder of S8 Nations, a group of the best performing small countries, Singapore, Denmark, Switzerland, etc. Actually, you had a chart that more or less showed that that was the biggest sort of users of AI data. Just two questions. Do you think that the future revenue model of AI will be more, say, one Google or 10 public libraries? And then a second question I have is, do you see models that are really targeting do-good projects that actually make money and therefore could be sustainable? Is there something out there you see as a model?
Sorry, can you repeat the first question?
The first question is, is this sort of this contention, will the future of AI be more of, in terms of its revenue model?
Yes.
Is it more a Google, everyone, the winner takes all, or is it going to be more a public library where it's a public good? And somewhere along the continuum, I just would be very keen to hear your sort of expert view on that. And the second one is, I think it's fantastic what you're doing. I'm just trying to sort of go, I'm also in an NGO, and I see that do-good things usually don't work because they don't make enough money to be sustainable. So my question to you is, in the course of your work, have you seen a model out there that, which I like your optic, focusing on real needs in terms of something which has a moral compass on it, but actually could be viable? Because what we see in the world is quite the opposite.
So on the first one, I would say likely not the right person to answer the question on business models. I work more on the philanthropic arm of Microsoft. I do think, by the way, I don't think there's I think it's a great question, and I don't think society has an answer yet. I think that these companies, as any private company, are trying to look for ways on how they monetize these models. It is an open, I think it's, from a societal perspective, I think it's an open question. And I think every one of these companies is trying their best to see how they can monetize. So on the second one, what we are doing in the lab is open sourcing these models, because we believe that, well, at least if you have access to that model, you can go and improve it, and you can, doesn't belong to us, it belongs to society. So, yeah.
The gentleman here with the glasses and the blue coat. Sorry.
My name is Alan Smithson, founder of Unlimited Awesome, a new AI education system. My question is, in an age of AI, robotics, automation, all these new technologies, they're going to change the workforce in ways we don't know yet. What are some of the foundational things that we need to start teaching people? Because we have education systems that do a great job, but will they be able to change in time for this new change? And what are those fundamental core skills that we're going to need in the future?
The book that we just published, we have academics that are trying to answer the question, but in summary, I would say there are skills that humans need, correct? Like critical thinking, most important than ever. Interacting with other humans is more important than ever. I do think that majority of the curriculum that we learned, I think that people need to have the skills, similar to the we're teaching in elementary school, skills that, yes, you could answer today with a calculator. We want our kids to be able to reason and understand math, and in order to do that, we need to teach them math, basically. So a lot of that I don't think is gonna change. We do need to teach how responsibly to use these tools. We think that this is an amazing tool. It's a new general purpose technology, and we want to make sure that people use it responsibly and understand the do's and don'ts, understand the pitfalls. I think that is critical. And I think that every single technology, at least every single general purpose technology, has changed the way we work and live, correct? So when electricity, there's a lot of things that we do before, as a society, before electricity was created, and all of those skills we're no longer used today, correct? My grandfather was an engineer, and he would calculate using a ruler. I was never learned how to do that. And if in the event of some catastrophic event that there's no more calculators in the world, he could have solved a lot of things that I couldn't solve today. But that skill is we no longer use. I always say the stories, I remember my grandparents' phone numbers, and I remember my mother's phone number, and I don't remember none of my other friends' phone numbers, because I learned once I had a smartphone, and it's I no longer needed to learn, correct? So we also need to be careful on that use it or lose it. And it's gonna become more challenging, because yes, if these models are able to answer a lot of these questions today, we might start relying too much on these models. That's something that is important for us to think. Yes, so the answer is I think that things like critical thinking, a lot of things that we're learning today will continue to be there. We need to learn how to use these skills. And sometimes we also will need to be careful not to make sure that we don't forget to think. So.
Yeah, and amen. And the really interesting thing here is the archival practices, which we never would have taught to young children.
Yeah.
Computers are built on hierarchical structures. AI is built on different types of archival and geometric kind of storage practices. These things are more important now than they ever were when we were kids.
Yeah.
So things flip around. It's a very interesting question. Gentleman in the suit there in the red tie.
Thank you very much. My name is Mini Kwame, founder of Transat Management Company. My company is bridging the divide between the global capital markets and $230 billion opportunity in Africa. Thankfully, we benefit from 150K of Azure compute to test our model, and we got the attention of the African Development Bank, which want to scale the diffusion of AI across the continent. So my question to you, how can you help bridge the partnership between Microsoft and the largest organization on the continent to increase the diffusion of US-based technology in Africa? Thank you.
That is something, so a few things. From a commercial perspective, I can likely find the person in Microsoft say. From a research perspective, clearly the Global South, clearly Africa for us is a big priority. I have part of my team in Nairobi in Kenya, and that's an area that specifically related to low resource languages. We will continue, and we will likely do an announcement the next month where we want to continue investing even more of our resources in countries that have low resource language. If you look at the map that I shared today, a significant portion of those countries are in Africa today. So.
Thank you. Gentleman here in the white shirt.
Hi, thank you. Nick Bilgorski. I am in San Francisco investing in AI startups. My question to you is, how does Microsoft maintain its competitive AI strategy in light of Google offering much cheaper models with Gemini and Claude positioning themselves as advanced reasoning models? So who wins this race and how do you intend to do it?
So we do think that the world is a world where we will have multiple competing models. The way that I personally see that is that we want to have the ability. Microsoft today in our data centers, we host thousands of these models, and we think that the world will evolve where you will have different models for different things. I also can tell you, because if you look at our report, the one that we shared a few months ago, this is a career. Like this is not what is happening today, and you have very good models for a certain company. That's likely going to change in 3 months, and likely going to change in 6 months. Like what we are seeing here is a very highly competitive teams trying to beat each other, and that's going to continue. Clearly, this is different to what we saw with other technologies before, correct? When you have like a technologies like word processor, it was relatively simple to see you have a winner and the winner takes all, and that happened, correct? Even when you have search engines, something similar happening. That's not happening in AI models today. What is true now wasn't true 6 months ago, what's gonna true now, maybe not true in 6 months. This is a very highly competitive space, and we expect this competition to continue.
And we are almost out of time. We have time for one more question here in the back. I see a hand up. If someone has the microphone. Yes.
Yes, hi there. Enzo Villani, Alpha 10 Capital. So what about, actually confidential compute? So one of the things that we're working on is, we're getting the allocations for B300s and so on and so forth. And we're working with Telegram, who has like this kind of encrypted chain and so on and so forth. So we're really focused on confidential compute and confidential AI compute. We're worried that even if you are in a Microsoft, as your data center in the cloud, you can still, the AI may not understand that the information is just supposed to stay there. And that the confidential compute issue in ensuring that compute stays there, because one of the biggest problems is and Jason Calacanis has also said this, is that every time every time you brainstorm into OpenAI or into one of these AIs, you're basically giving up your rights to that idea. So you're losing. So if people use the AI to come up with a press release before the company of a kind of public company, you have the risk of having that leak out. So there's all of these like leak issues. So how is Microsoft going to address the confidential compute issue?
So a few things. First, confidential computing is an amazing technology that helps solve many problems, particularly those problems that we want to make sure that nobody has access to that data. That's different to how these models are trained. So, for example, if you use their different services will have different terms of service, and I think it's important for people to understand those terms of services. I can answer on behalf of what, like, if you use Azure through, like, even you make a call through Azure to OpenAI or to other models, that data will not be used. And if you look at what the terms of service are, that data will not be used to train another model, correct? On the other hand, if there's a lot of free services out there that people use, and yes, that data might be used or not, like that will be up to the terms of service of those companies. We have seen differences on that, and I think it's important, particularly in the commercial world, for people to understand those terms of service. I think it's important, and I think it's important for the companies to be very transparent about that. So.
Excellent. So we've come to the end of our time, but before you go, just in 30 seconds or less, tell us what is on the horizon in terms of AI and the public interest that is exciting for you, that you're looking forward to.
So we're going to continue working in our AI models, particularly related to low resistance language. We want to help the world and help every country to have an easy way to train their own models. We're going to continue working in the biodiversity space. We want Sparrow to change how conservation data works. We are working a lot in wildfires. We will continue working in disaster response. Satellite data provides an amazing opportunity to, like, you cannot solve all the problems with satellite data, but the cool thing is that if you can solve it with satellite data, that can scale globally, right? That's a huge power. So those are the areas, and we hope to continue having an impact. So,
excellent.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. One of the newest and most innovative universities that are out there. So, Eric, it's nice to see you again.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi, everybody. We're going to start this session. So, Eric, we've had the opportunity to meet a couple of times, and I last saw you at the Frontier Science House just the other day talking about open data and open science, et cetera. But I think what I was really interested in, so I was doing a little bit more research, and you have 2 PhDs, is this correct? So one in biochemistry and one in computer science?
Yes.
Okay, and so but as the president of MBZU AI, you have kind of taken the world by storm in the last couple of years, really kind of increasing the profile of that university, changing how people are thinking about how AI can be approached from the academic space, from research, et cetera. Could you tell us what's the secret to taking the kind of diverse background of education that you have and turning it into a vision for a university like MBZU AI?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question. I guess what makes MBZU AI a success in the past 5 years is more than actually a self-referential thinking that I got this background, I'm going to use that, to approach a new problem. It is actually a different approach. We basically we started from a diagnosis about what's wrong with the current academic institutions in the West or in the East. And why, for example, even in a venue like this, when we talk about AI or other advanced technology, you don't hear too much about the academic voice. It's because they become marginalized and they are not really in the leadership role, right? So I started from that question to myself, And we went to the fundamentals. How can university become relevant again? To become a leader, in research and also in innovation. Maybe that's a perfect way to talk about our work in the university, which is about AI, but also not only AI, but other things, right? If you look at the current narrative of AI, it sounds like, we already have the key, to AGI, and AI is about chatbot, is about solving puzzles and all that. Well, that fundamental problem itself can be challenged if you are a true academic, because you think beyond just the current business, right? For example, let's say, do we have the key to AGI? Remember that what we are currently relying on, which is a large language model, is actually not even a new innovation anymore. It was invented roughly 2017 based on a structure called transformer. And then what's happening after that in the next 7 to 8 years is to gather more and more data, train bigger and bigger models, and that leads to a narrative that now we need to have more GPUs, we need to have more power, more investment, and all that. This is actually very self-referential, because if you ask what you get out of LLM, I would say LLM is very good in offering you what I call book intelligence. It tells you everything that can be described in language, and also the knowledge also comes from things written in language. It's trained on text data. And you can kind of view them as an excellent librarian, which can point you to all the books ever written in the world, maybe even summarizing you the book, and maybe even using that knowledge to solve some problems. But when you ask the next question, can they execute this knowledge in real world? You suddenly find that LLM is not even built for that. For example, it cannot give you specific instructions how to walk on snow, how to swim in water, how to navigate temperatures. I want to use maybe an easier example for you to internalize the difference. How do you train a flight pilot, right? You begin by asking him to read, aircraft manuals and instructions to the point that he passed a test with a perfect score. Now you ask, is he ready to fly an aircraft? Maybe not, right? You don't want to take an aircraft like that. You send him to the flight simulators so that he could still on the ground, but start experiencing all kind of physical and environmental turbulence and fluctuations, and get comfortable with all these changes to build muscle memory, to build instincts. That is already not written in language, right? And then after that, you send him to a real aircraft, starting from the simple one, and then the bigger ones and the more complex ones, jet flights and so forth, jet fighter and so forth. And that basically makes him now an operator physically capable in maneuvering in the universe. But that's not the end. He still is a solo pilot. When you want to build a fleet, to either run a business, or to win a battle, you need to have that pilot knowing how to collaborate with each other, to divide the job, to basically understand myself and others so that you can optimize the workflow, right? And then if you do that often enough, you may become more ambitious and then maybe explore new space, inventing new machines. So this level of intelligence, I want to give them some names. The one that enable you to go to the physical world and start operating yourself is called the physical intelligence. That is already beyond LLM, which is a book intelligence. The one that requires to understand each other and collaborate and interact is called social intelligence. That's, again, based on additional dimension of information that you can understand. The one that drives you to discover and innovate and maybe to explain and to even find new problems is what I call the philosophical intelligence, that you have an inner drive of asking new questions. Now you ask yourself, did you find all this in the LM already? I would say not only it is not discovered in there, but also the current vehicle, the architecture we use, transformers and so on, isn't leading you there. We need a new architecture, maybe new generations of multiple revolutions of architecture to get us to the next level of intelligence.
But I love what you're saying there, because when you talked about it from the point of view of a philosophy, if I take those particular forms of understanding, the understanding of the physical world where you're embodied, the understanding of the social world through which you have interactions, the type of intelligence that asks questions and is curious and like explores new spaces. All of this, if you actually looked at it in philosophy, is very much an existentialist kind of philosophy, right? You're always here with others. You're never simply alone. You have to understand the embodied world you're in order to understand the phenomena, in order to make sense, right? And to make meaning out of what goes on. And so the world models that you're building, can you tell us a little bit about how that will work and what you think the advantage of that is over the type of model that we're all used to? We just went through the GPT and the particular transformer models, but today you're seeing more complex models where, for example, people are taking things like a graph and constraining it and adding an LLM and then adding a vector database on the side and doing these types of things. And is this enough, or is it a fundamentally different set of techniques that we need to be thinking about?
I would say it is fundamentally different. So what is a world model? Of course, many people are already talking about world models. One could relate a world model to a video simulator that produces you pretty movies and videos. You could also imagine a world model to navigate you in a three-dimensional space. That's not the world model, in my opinion, that we are building, and also what we believe to be truly useful. Imagine how you think. Let's start again from the fundamentals. What problem you're trying to solve with models, right? I think one of the fundamental problems we want to solve is to be able to reason and plan, and also in long horizon, not planning for a minute, but planning for like an hour, a day, a year. How do you do that, right? I think one idea we use is what I call thought experiment. You are running multiple scenarios in your mental world, and then you pick the one that you believe to offer the most value or to get you to the target faster or cheaper and whatever cost function measure, right? So that's basically a way of thinking toward some purposeful goal. Now let's see, if we want the computer to do that for us, what is lacking? Well, the mental world that you use to do the thought experiment is not there yet. So a world model, basically, in our opinion, is such a simulator of all possibilities of the real world, including video, but beyond just video, I mean all possibilities you can imagine, in real world, so that you can play scenarios without going to the physical world. This is my flight simulator example. You don't have to, drive an aircraft. You already can experience maybe 90% of the scenarios that you are likely to encounter in real world. That's a very, very measurable and a definitive, utility that we know how to even characterize and how to qualify. And I think world model starts from there. How much you can simulate, how long you can simulate, and how much consistency you can guarantee. And that actually allows you already to score the current branded models as world models. For example, there are video generators like Sora, from OpenAI, and Gemini from Google, DeepMind. I will ask you to try one thing. You ask them to generate you 30 minutes of videos, okay? And they probably cannot. They probably do you 30 minutes or 30 seconds. Now, why is the reason? Is that because of a cost behind there, not enough memory, not enough data? No, actually, it's more fundamental than that. It's because maintaining long-term consistency when you go beyond a few seconds or a few minutes requires a different architecture. You need to be able to remember the whole trajectory of inferences. We can infer things that happen a month later or a few years later. You don't even use a video stream to do that kind of a simulation. You use other media, abstract concepts, symbolic concepts, and so forth. That is not built in current architecture. That's why I say the LM architecture, the diffusion model architecture, is not getting you there. You need to fundamentally disrupt that.
This type of insight is something that I think has been missing from the discussions around AI. The point you just made, I think, is really poignant, I think, and it's deeper than a lot of people recognize. Something like a pedagogy, where Buddhist koans, for example, right? You have a puzzle, you walk around with it for years, and then maybe something happens and it unlocks. That inference is made so much later, it stays there. You have this. How do you go about putting that into a machine that then we are supposed to somehow have control over? Like, how does this work for us? How do we actually embed that?
Yeah, thanks. That's first of all, that's also why we want to build new academic organizations that allow all these ideas to be bumping into each other, to be debated, to be deliberated, and to be examined. But secondly, it comes down to how we build it. I want to begin by saying that by no means this is easy. You know, it requires a lot of very, very detailed and tedious groundwork in terms of software engineering, in terms of collecting the right data, in terms of programming different architectures. You heard about anthropic coding agents replacing coders. I can guarantee you that this kind of coding is not going to be replaceable by Anthropic. It's more into the unknown space of innovation. Now, maybe I can say a little bit about the idea we put together to build this new generation of world models. First of all, you need to begin with the right representation of information. That is no longer based on the old school encoder enabled tokenization. You need to have a much more sophisticated hierarchical embedding scheme because our human concepts come with different resolutions and different granularities. And also some are continuous, like your muscle memory, your instinctive reaction doesn't require you to build a concept. But then also concepts like legality, compliance, and moral, and many other knowledge comes with symbolic representations. Yep. So we need to have a dictionary of tokens and representations that carries those information. And secondly, you need to have a really powerful and original backbone for the inference. This inference, first of all, needs to allow very long horizon consistency. Now, how do you achieve long horizon? If you look at the current architecture, they are all depending on linear memory. You basically have a string of digits, and then they create these terms called context windows that you go back a million and maybe 10 million kind of maybe units of information. Again, that's not even the right architecture to allow you arbitrarily long context reasoning. How we DNA, for example, we genetic, our human being, which are in fact all packaged and programmed in genetics, really discharge the information. DNA is a linear molecule, but the way information are discharged and executed is through higher dimensional reading and execution. So that requires us to come up with a new architecture which allows you to address the information, retrieve that, and also associate that in arbitrary dimensionality and space. And thirdly, that backbone is not going to be only happening or trained in the thought space, which are promoted and advocated by some of the recent architectures. They say, once you embed everything into your thought space, you can learn from there. No, because you can hallucinate without checking to the reality. Very often time, you only do thinking, you will be disconnected from the real world. Therefore, there has to be a closed loop that every moment, at any arbitrary chosen moment, your thought experiment can be brought to daylight and interact and validate with the real world. Then thirdly, there's also a very important training paradigm that to consider. Our current training paradigm of LLMs or any AI system is a passive, pre-trained kind of a mindset. You prepare data, and you basically put them onto the machine, you turn the key, and then they run for like a month or maybe a few months, and then you call it finished, and then you deploy it, right? And once they deploy, they stop learning anymore. It's not like we're human beings. When I'm talking to you right now, I'm already learning. My next moment will be a different me because I actually acquired a piece of new knowledge. That's what we also need from this architecture. It should be continuously learn, and also learn not through just reproducing the patterns. That's, again, another principle used to train current agents. It is really to learn to accomplish tasks. That kind of data is very different from trivial video streams or trivial text streams that allow you to reconstruct from the past. It is really about records of information, video or story or other information that is goal-oriented and purposefully programmed, so that you know that by looking into this information, you can break down them into steps of accomplishing a mission. That is, again, not the current model are trained. So I think from this three angle, we are coming up with a new architecture called the GLP architecture, the Generative Latent Prediction Architecture, which allow you to basically integrate all this information organically and also actively, so that you can really enable action conditioning, so that you can interact with real users. You can steer the model to the directions that you want them to go, and also they can hopefully eventually build their own capacity of asking for information proactively to train them better.
What you're saying to me is inspiring, because I'm thinking about the entire process of an academic institution. Traditionally, ostensibly, is an institution where the product is knowledge, right? The faculty are there to create knowledge to transfer to others. And yet, the university that you're leading with the vision has faculty that is teaching people not only through that transfer of knowledge, but to create something that also creates knowledge and is able to make claims about the world, act upon those in order to synthesize and create particular pieces of information, right, that are epistemologically secure, as it were. Right? What does it take that is different to consider, to really wrap your mind around the vision for taking an institution like that forward when you know you have those multiple layers of knowledge production? Because that seems to me a little bit more complex, and it seems to me like it requires a little bit more wisdom in terms of how you act and what you want to get out of your faculty and your students.
Yeah, it's a complex question. I have to say that the current universities that we see, everywhere. I just heard a comment from another panel. They say basically, to some degree, the current universities are failing the students in terms of equip them with the right knowledge, are failing the community in terms of delivering the knowledge. Why? Because our current universities were founded on principles used in Newton's time, maybe a little bit later than that. It was a classical principle in terms of how people learn knowledge and how university produce knowledge and train people. I'm not sure, the current age is operating the same way, as those times. Yeah. The incentives, for university faculty and students, to work on problems, the way they are supported, and also maybe even the core business of the university right now needs to be revisited. So what is the core business of the university? There are a lot of debates right now. I would say creating knowledge and training people remain the core knowledge, and the others are not. I think right now, university need to think about not to do more things, but to do less things and do better. That's actually where we started from. We take advantage of building a new university from scratch, and we focus only on the core business, which is research and teaching, and nothing else at the beginning. And that gave us the space to be extremely problem-driven, in addition to curiosity-driven. Mm-hmm. Again, I think nowadays, because of the innovation and the speed of innovation in technology, you see the success of industry, of big corporate. And you want to ask why. Why they are making many universities marginalized. I think for good reason, because modern science are bigger science. They require not just curiosity-driven spirit, not just independent thinking, and also academic rigor, but also collaboration, result-driven mindset, and also scalability and resource. Mm-hmm. So that's where we are thinking a new way of positioning university. We want to bring these two mentality, the academic one and the industrial one, together, to form, a university for the future, not coming from the past.
And so, if you had to put it into, say, the top three things for you that other universities, I mean, here we are in the US House, and we know that a lot of the world has learned from the US in the past and from Silicon Valley about a lot of these things. But now that it's diffused around the world and people are starting to plant their flags and to go forward with their own and unique ingenuity, right, as with this university, what can the rest of the world learn from MBZU AI and the way that you guys are actually moving forward with unique models, with a unique structure within the country, and just basically within academia itself?
You know, as I have been a professor of computer science in Carnegie Mellon for 20 years before I moved to UAE to build this new school, I actually draw a lot of the experience, best practice from the leading US institutions. I still think, you know, the fundamental principle that gave rise to modern leading American universities, you know, are the ones that we need to study and learn very seriously. What's the problem that we're facing right now is that as university evolve, a lot of distraction happened. Universities sometimes are drifting away from its root and wanting to address too many issues and serve too many functions. And that's what I want to revisit and do the subtraction. So in MBZUI, we actually started our fundamental value in terms of academic freedom, curiosity-driven, and independence, which are the very core of US academic tradition. But then we steer it toward a problem-solving kind of goal and a mindset, so that we don't, you know, rush to make the university too big and too scattered on everything that people would expect, you know, from a modern university. We want to first make the university useful, you know, both for the students and also for the community in terms of getting the students prepared when they graduate to enter the job market, and also deliver, you know, to our stakeholders, you know, which are the states, you know, the country, you know, what they wanted the university to be able to solve. And that's why, you know, people probably are becoming aware about the MBZI, not necessarily because of our papers and the students, but also because of our projects. For example, the university in the past 3 years or 4 years has been very actively involved in be a player, you know, of training frontier foundation models from scratch. We've trained the K2 series of models so that we allow these models to be extra open than those open weight models, you know, from China and from other places, to give an extra degree of transparency and security and safety. We also put efforts and attention into the space of world models, so that not only that we catch up with the best practice and the frontier models in the ELM space, we want to take the lead and open, you know, a new space in the next wave of AGI, which is a physical intelligence. And we already are preparing ourselves for the social intelligence by building the next generation of new agents. We actually also are using our world model approach to solve real-world problems beyond just building robots and implementing games. For example, one of the projects in the university, which now become a spin-off company in the US, is called GenBio. It is to build a world model for the biology, a world model that understands how cells behave, how organisms respond to medicine, perturbation, and treatments, so that you can do virtual trial. You can actually bypass many of the very tedious and dangerous and costly trial processes happening in one lab in animal systems before, you know, you already narrow yourself down to a very few promising hypotheses to do the trial. Right? So these are basically where the university is giving us the space and also the culture of thinking bigger and thinking about the long-term projects.
Well, President Eric Singh, thank you for this. I would like to take just a moment to apologize to you for the early disruption of our talk. That's why I let it go by a couple of extra minutes on your time, and to say that I'm sure that if the UAE is to meet its strategic goals in AI, it'll be in large part due to MBZU AI and your vision.
Thank you very much.
It's very much a pleasure to talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe I got that right, I hope.
You got it right. You're in the right spot.
Oh.
Thank you.
Prickland. That means sparkling, right?
It's fitting for you because you always sparkle.
Yeah, thank you. I'm always prickly, too.
That's also
So we're going to go ahead and get started with the next session. It's from the boardroom to the battlefield. Now, this may not be a traditional type of phrase that you hear at forums, but I think it's quite fitting given the geopolitical realities of the situation that we live in. My name is Kit Conklin. I work for Exeger, we're the world's largest supply chain mapping AI company, following products, materials companies around the world as they move through supply chains. I'm joined by a fantastic group of panelists this afternoon, starting from the opposite side, Rob Beard, Chief Legal and Global Affairs Officer, Jason Thomas, Head of Strategy with Carlyle, Brandon Daniels, the CEO for Exeger, and Arun Gupta, who is the CEO of the Noble Reach Foundation, as well as a best-selling author. So we're gonna get right into it. From the boardroom to the battlefield, how is the United States dealing with AI competition? Who is going to win the tech competition? How is the US structured right now? Where are our problems? How do we solve those problems? And where do we need to go moving forward? So I'm gonna ask the same question for all of the panelists, but Brandon, let me start with you. Where do you see the gap between what America needs to do to win that competition? How does the United States ensure a continued national security, economic security in the AI race?
Thank you, Kid. And it's obviously too big of a question for even the amount of time that we've got today. But I think the most important thing for the United States to embrace to win the AI race is risk. I mean, the fact is, when I go to the UAE, and I was with the Minister of Trade in the UAE, Dr. Bintani Al-Zawadi, every single company I met with, every single official I met with, when I talked to them about what we were doing with artificial intelligence, they pushed me further. I talked to them about what we were doing with data. I talked to them about what we were doing with systems, with people. And every single time I mentioned something that wasn't driven by artificial intelligence, they turned it on its head and said, so when in the roadmap, when in the next year, will that be done by AI? And when we think about the way that changes your mindset and your thinking, I mean, you're in constant iteration and innovation and skunk works. And if we think about the major initiatives that have been set up by the United States over time to deal with risk, whether it's in shipbuilding or it's the Manhattan Project, the focal point for us has been rapid iteration, rapid innovation. Don't stop until you've achieved your goal. And as long as you can stomach the risk, we're going to take it. And I think overall, the biggest gap between where we are and where we need to be is leaning in. The second thing I would say is that, the future of the future workforce, it's compiled of two things. It's compiled of electronics and it's compiled of energy. We're at a moment in time where AI has rebalanced what the world can do. You can build a factory, you can employ labor, you can get permitted, and you can get a completely automated manufacturing facility in Texas in 18 months on cheaper real estate than you can get in Hebei or Shenzhen. And that all of a sudden turns the entire sort of production calculus on its head. Emerging markets have long been production, bases because they have labor arbitrage. It's no longer about volume of labor. It's now about education of labor. It's now about the right labor. It's now about the right skills. And those competencies are changing every day. You know, you and I work in a software company. I think we could probably scale to 3 to 5 times with maybe a 10% increase to our engineering staff because of AI. But you know, when you think about assembly lines, you can't get kids into those manufacturing facilities, even though those jobs look more like programming and engineering jobs than they do look like production lines. And so we've got to sort of retrain our workforce to think about the future of automation as being in productive capacity, being in productive capital, because there are going to be winners or losers, and they will be on a national stage. And then a final thing is, from my perspective, it's understanding how we're going to protect our artificial intelligence and the underlying infrastructure. You know, right now we're thinking about, there's a lot of debate as to whether or not NVIDIA should be able to sell the most advanced chips to China. You know, I'm such a huge capitalist, and I think America is a foundationally capitalist, free market, individual spirit country. That's what we do. And so I want to sell everything that we do better than everybody else everywhere, right? The problem is, without knowing where it's going, without transparency, without surveillance capabilities, we are in danger. And so it's got to be a more balanced debate. It's not an either or, it's an and.
Rob, I'm going to turn to you. You deal with this all day long. Any thoughts from what Brandon just said?
Sure. Well, first I want to thank you and Brandon for having me on the panel, and also for the partnership that we have together. You know, coherent beyond building AI infrastructure components. We're also trying to build a really amazing legal team, and you're helping us do that on the compliance side, the trade side. We really appreciate the partnership with you. We're building something cool together, so thanks. I actually want to pick up a couple things that Brandon said. For me, there's 2 things that I think are important. First is supply chain, which I'll come back to, but the second is workforce. And just to pick up on what Brandon said, the way I think about it a little bit is more of, it's a mindset shift. And I primarily today in my life work with knowledge workers. I work with lawyers and people in the legal industry in our legal team. And many knowledge workers today are afraid of what AI means for them and what it means for their jobs going forward. And so much of the knowledge industry is in the process of being disrupted today by AI capabilities. But the reality is those who are able to shift their mindset to leverage the technology that's available to them and to augment their own capabilities with AI, those are going to be the people that will drive the economy, will drive success for our companies into the future. And you know, we were talking about it in the room before we started here. You know, for me, I really think about that in terms of operating leverage, personal operating leverage. How do I gain personal or team operating leverage? In the past, it was, can I get people that I can give good instructions to and they can run with those instructions and they can do really well with them? Today, increasingly, it's, can I build a system and a process and leverage an AI capability to go out and do something that scales myself on an infinite scale? And I think the people, the knowledge workers, I almost said the lawyers, but the knowledge workers who can embrace that are going to be the ones who win. And as we think about it in terms of, you know, competition among nations, I think building a workforce that is really aligned to that kind of operating leverage model is going to be critically important. Secondly, supply chain. I think, Brandon, you talked about some of the constraints, and you know, I think you're really right that companies today and you know, whether you manufacture, almost no matter what you do, your ability to scale has changed. There is a global rebalancing that's happening right now. Previously, to scale of an enterprise, you needed people, right? For the last however many hundreds of years to build, you needed people. Today, we're entering an era where what you need is access to electronics and access to energy, right? And so on the access to electronics part, the supply chain becomes critically important. It's critically important first from perspective of knowing where your stuff comes from, because you want to know what's in it and what its capabilities are. Are the capabilities that are advertised actually the capabilities? Are there latent capabilities that you don't want to have? And then secondly, what is your sourcing strategy, and what does being sole sourced mean today? We're increasingly, I think, in a geopolitically complex world where there's competition among nations, and really understanding, am I getting this critical piece of technology that I need to build the infrastructure that I need to leverage AI, to leverage future technologies? Am I getting that from a place that's going to be reliable, consistently available to me, and do I know what I'm getting? And so those two things, I think, are also really critical as we think about how are we going to leverage into the future.
Two great points. Arun, I want to come to you next. Noble Reach Foundation, I'll let you describe what it is, but when we think about workforce and the future of that workforce, you're perhaps better equipped than anyone to be able to help us understand what that challenge is. So do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, so, share, the view or the lens I look at this from. I was a VC for 25 years and investing at this intersection of mission, tech, and entrepreneurship. My father was in the Navy for 40 plus years, and I was teaching at university. And the perspective I came at it from was, what we need to be doing more of right now is thinking about how we inspire this next generation around public service. How do we get our top tech talent coming into government? So a few stats. One, less than 7% of tech workers in government today are under the age of 30. We have 4 times as many over the age of 60. Stop and think about that for a second. The average age of a big tech firm, low to mid 30s, right? If we all believe that we need to be, competitive on the techno-economic front inside our government, it's a red alert right now, right? Second, this is a Freedom Forge moment for us. And what I mean by that, if those of you who haven't read Freedom Forge, is pre-World War II, Roosevelt looked and said, we need to really rebuild our manufacturing capability inside a government to be able to compete if we end up having to go against our adversaries. We're that way right now on our technology side, right? AI's creating that through line, right? So we need an influx of young folks coming in and creating pathways for them. What we haven't done, like our superpowers as a country, is we create talent better than anywhere else in the world, and we innovate better than anywhere else in the world. And the evidence is everyone from around the world comes here to do both. What we have not done is build and invest in the infrastructure to get that great talent to collaborate with government and those great innovators to collaborate with government to solve problems at scale, right? And so what we're doing at Noble Reach is really looking at how do we kind of change the mindset so that young AI, cyber, tech professionals coming out of school start their career in public service for a couple of years. Go in, serve inside of Space Force, Navy. Justin Finelli, a good friend of ours, has 2 scholars inside of Navy. Commerce, but also now going to state and local. And 2 things happen with that. One, we're injecting energy of sorely needed skills, especially around a technology like AI. But second, if we can start to create the systemic change, these people go back out into the private sector, and we're actually rebuilding trust, right? We rebuild what we are creating a community of dual citizens, public-private sector citizens, people that understand the language of both, people that know how to collaborate with both, people that have networks in both, but implicitly, they know how to leverage that trust to bring both those ecosystems together. And so at Noble Reach, that's really what we're thinking, that's what we are doing. In December, we announced that we're a founding partner with TechForce. So we're collaborating with OPM and Scott Cooper and his team to really scale this at a federal level now.
So workforce, access to energy and electronics, all that's good, but you can't do it for free. So I'd like, Jason, for your opening remarks, can you just help us understand from your perspective where you sit as an investor, as a capital allocator, how are you thinking about these issues?
Well, I think the first thing, you can't spend 10 minutes in Davos without getting the question, at least from my perspective, of whether we're in a bubble in AI. And I think it's important to note that markets have done a remarkably good job at spotting technological transformations. Yes, price to earnings ratios are very high. But if you look at the past periods where it's exceeded 30 on a long-term cyclically adjusted basis, it's the electrification revolution, when you went from 30% of homes electrified to 70% in an 8-year window. It also, of course, the internet, network computing, mobile telephony. So in some ways, the way markets have reacted is a validation. I think it's important to remember that. The problems have been that markets have generally not, they focused on hardware bottlenecks. They focused on maybe first mover advantage or the most obvious places to deploy capital alongside the revolution. They've rarely seen those second and third order effects. So from our perspective, it's really thinking about the downstream value and the use of AI. And it's mapping the technology to the value creation. And I think that's more nuanced. It's being focused on less obvious places. If AI could be used to solve supply chain management problems, for example, that's a very interesting place to be on your front foot. But I think that again, those concerns about the speed with which capital is going into the space, the upward move in valuations, again, it's not the absolute increase that should worry anyone. It's just a question of whether it's being allocated, again, in a way that's precisely calibrated to where the ultimate value is created.
And that value creation equation is very different from where you sit, from where, for example, state-backed capital investors in Beijing sit, right? And you're thinking about value creation from a very different perspective. So as an American company, we have to obviously meet those types of requirements. But Brandon, if you're sitting in Beijing and you're thinking about investing your state capital in DeepSeek or a company like DeepSeek that's competing with the larger models in the United States, that's not what they're thinking about. They're thinking about the mission-driven capital allocation from their perspective. How would you think about mission-driven capital allocation and thinking about that tech competition from that perspective? How do we compete with that?
Yeah. So the interesting thing right now is that public markets and VC funds are both operating closer together than they ever have before. So if you look at some of the lower end tech stocks, I'm not talking, folks that are up at 400 billion, I'm talking people down in the sort of 1 to 10 billion range on a public market. If you look at those tech stocks, even with a significant degree of short-term volatility, they continue to see increases in total valuation, total market cap. And the reason for that is because in the investment community, and in particular the index funds, see long-term sustainable tailwinds inside of the AI bubble, but it's also because even short-term investors want to be engaged and involved in the growth of artificial intelligence. The question on the AI bubble is not whether or not this is a bubble, it's whether or not we're going to have to deal with a correction before this total market cap it fulfills the revenue requirements and the earnings requirements in order to actually provide the right level of gearing to support that market cap. There's no doubt that this is what it's going to look like. It's just, do the retail investors and index funds have the stomach for the next 5 years before we get to the point where in 10 years the market is that big, it is that dominant, and it basically runs everything. And so you have VCs and public markets both sort of operating together in terms of they make smaller bets and they expect to get 10, 20x. I mean, every VC goes in thinking that 75% of their bets are going to be unicorns. Very, very, a very small fraction of them become those, right? And so where I'm seeing long-term capital right now is in private and is in the public markets and in the VC markets. That sort of private capital right now, they're doing the smart thing because they know that they've got, horizons or windows that are shorter and where they have to return sort of inherently better IRR. And so they're sort of holding back. And they're also holding back because interest rates are high and there's a lot of good risk offset assets. So what does that all mean? It means that there's $3 trillion of capital sitting on the sideline, that if interest rates drop, if you've got a little bit of a correction, that could pour back into the community and could fight this, unbridled state-sponsored investment into combative AI. But what does the United States need to do in order to push that? I mean, I think the Fed needs to make a decision on whether or not we want to start releasing all of that capital that's in risk offset assets back into the public and into the private markets and into productive markets like we saw pre-2021. I think that's really the question of today. And if we want to do that, then there's all the funding in the world to push like hell. And the big differentiator is when China pushes into these AI markets, they can't let anything become more powerful than the state. When the United States or the EU or any Western nation, or even some of the, UAE, Japan, South Korea, when these free market economies, when they push capital into something, they'll let one person change the entire world. That's how we got off of Russia-based rockets, is we let Elon Musk become an enterprise in and of himself, no matter what you think about politics or whatever, right? That kind of, rugged individualism that people are kind of, they're down on right now, is what is going to save us. So that plus better capital allocation and not letting people live on, cheap municipal bonds is gonna save us.
There's a lot of capital flowing around, but there's a story, I don't know if everybody here saw it, that was in Bloomberg earlier this morning about several billionaires got scammed trying to get VIP tickets to this event. And so
this panel, you mean?
This is really privileged.
It's really privileged, right? But I mention that because you can have all the capital, you can be a billionaire, but you still can't get through that door. That door is a choke point, right? You can't get through it without, the ways that we got in, right? So we can have all of this capital, we can have it ready to be deployed, but Rob, there are choke points in the AI supply chain. You can have this money, but how are you thinking about those hidden risks in the supply chain? What are those hidden risks? For those people that think that AI is just a UI or a website that you go to for Claude or Anthropic or even forcelabor.ai or Exeger.com, those are software pieces. There's a physical world that powers that AI infrastructure. Rob, you're an expert at this. Help us understand.
I feel lucky to sort of have seen this in two different places. So I'll call out one that is becoming increasingly obvious that everybody sees today. Let's talk about memory first. Memory has become a crucial bottleneck in the AI space. And when I was working at Micron as general counsel at Micron, we were trying to get people to understand how important memory would be in the future. It's massively important, and you can look at example Micron stock price over the last year as a good indicator of what people think about memory as a bottleneck now. But there's other parts of that AI infrastructure that are, I would say, sort of hidden today or not as well known. And we've spent so much time over the last few years focusing on the GPU. How are we generating the information? But things like how do we move that information, right? So in the company I work at now, Coherent, a huge part of our business is moving information from one place to another using light, or making that movement efficient and cost-effective and fast. There's less known about that space today, and we're starting to see more and more things being written by others about, okay, optical networking is actually like the new compute now, right? It's becoming a situation where the ability to take the information you generate, move it, deploy it at speed, at scale is becoming increasingly important. And as with almost anything in this space, we are also starting to see that different pockets of this AI infrastructure, data center infrastructure, we're effectively sole sourced in many of those areas, or under-sourced in places that we should be sourced, right? So for example, in the AI optical space, optical networking space, 2/3 of the networking devices that we make come from places that are outside the United States. The United States, the hyperscalers in the US are relying on outside resources, outside companies, other jurisdictions to build crucial infrastructure for the United States. So there needs to be a little bit, as we think about that, like what does that rebalancing look like? Now let me take it back to memory. Micron just broke ground on a $100 billion plus DRAM facility in Syracuse, New York last Friday. As a result of that, more and more memory will be manufactured in the United States by a United States company, giving US hyperscalers and others more access to US memory. I think we need to think about that throughout the supply chain, throughout the AI infrastructure supply chain, data center supply chain.
And Jason, back to you. So when you're making those types of investment decisions, I mean, how are you factoring in those types of supply chain bottlenecks? How are you thinking about those risks?
Yeah, I think number one, of course, is energy. And we do have a system where the expectation had been flat energy consumption. That's been the case for 20 years. So it's no surprise that there's not the capacity to scale up energy generation, transformers, all the related equipment. There's investments being made, but when you look at the backlogs, you look at the delivery of natural gas turbines, 2029 is what's being quoted today. So that's a big problem. Obviously, I think that we also have to appreciate that some of the spending projections that you see, they're reaching territory where we're sort of facing economy-wide resource constraints. It's not just individual supply chains for electronics or for memory or for electricity, but does the economy have the capacity? Yeah. And you can just, the national income accounting, we invest about 18% of our GDP every year, gross capital formation. But about 15 percentage points of that is residential, and also accounting for the depreciation of property, plant, and equipment. So just replacing things that have depreciated. So that leaves us only right now with about 900 billion. And again, some of the projections, you see data centers, AI thematics that have eclipsed that. So I do think we need to worry about efficiency. Much of that may come through AI, just the automation of the construction and the investment processes. So I think there's reasons to be optimistic. We may also need more savings. Those pools of capital that you mentioned coming from abroad as well. But again, we've reached a point where it's not just those distinct supply chains and the risks that they pose for investors, but more economy-wide. And there's also a question of investors, what is their risk concentration willingness? And when they look at the amount of their infrastructure capital that has gone to data centers, and they look at the real estate portfolio, we also have to make sure that they feel comfortable with perhaps pushing some of those prudential concentration limits, a bit further on. And the government can be, I think, very helpful in that regard, by increasing its outlays and guidance and just general enthusiasm for the importance of this space.
I started my career a long time ago at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, which is one of the nuclear weapons laboratories in the United States. And at the time, they were really struggling with workforce and trying to find mission-driven workforce folks that could weld weapon systems together. So as we're thinking about capital constraints, as we're thinking about, Jason, to your point, the people that actually need to build the turbines, there's a lot of blue-collar work, Arun, that needs to go into some of this, right? So when you're thinking about bringing on cohorts and we're thinking about expanding that mission-driven, national security-focused workforce of the future, how are you thinking about that? And then, Brandon, I'm going to come to you as a follow-up to that to help us understand what the context of agentic AI means throughout all of this.
So we think about the workforce of the future, take a step back at the point in period we're in right now. My dad had one job for 40 years. Most of us will have one career, multiple employers, but we stay in our lane for about 30 or 40 years. Going forward, these kids are going to have 4 to 5 careers over 50 to 60 years, right? The reason I say that is we need to start creating the infrastructure to allow people to move back and forth, because people will have multiple careers. The idea of someone starting their career right now, we've created a system where people either go into the private sector or they go into the public sector, and never shall they meet again, right? We need people that can go in and out. And so I think to the point that we're trying to get at in the work that we're doing is really trying to espouse to this next generation of folks, whether you are blue collar or white collar, is bringing those skill sets and understanding the applications of it in the public sector, right? What you can go do there. And then encouraging them to even think about going out into the private sector so that we start to create more of a community of, again, what we're calling public-private sector citizens. because that's the kind of workforce we're going to need if we're going to compete. Now, we've found ourselves as a country, words matter, and we'll call that the revolving door. That discourages people from wanting to go back and forth. Our adversaries call that civil-military fusion. That's their strategic asset, is that they bring the best of both together. So we have the capability here in the country. We don't have the mindset and the infrastructure to facilitate it. And we need to do that if we're going to optimize what makes this country great, which is all what you're hearing down this road, which is like the entrepreneurial spirit. Like, there is no place else in the world where you can try, fail, get back up again, be given another shot, do it again, and repeat that over and over again, right? But to do that, we need to be able to bring these two sectors together in a much more meaningful way. And you start to do that, and you unlock a lot of the ability of how you can collaborate. Another example, real quick, you talk about capital, is that as the startup community now engages more with government, especially on AI and defense tech and supply chain work, right? What the government needs to understand is what the startup community needs isn't capital. What they need is contracts. There's a big difference between capital and contracts. Capital can be a grant. Contract comes with demand signal. Because what happens when you get demand signal is VCs like myself or folks like Carlyle will say, oh, I can look at this contract and start to gauge what the total addressable market is, and I can go fund that. I'm not going to fund someone that just got a SBIR grant, right? And so we really need to start thinking about and educating both sides about what's needed to really unlock this kind of collaboration.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to make a point about that. Every $100 that's spent on technology contracts crowds in $55 of private capital R&D. I just wanted to, that's a very important point.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you ask me what could the United States do differently, it goes to Arun's point. It's fund industry. I mean, and it's fund industry in a way that's persistent. I mean, over the summer, actually at the beginning of the summer, I started building some of our first agentic capabilities. We built our first agentic pipelines. We built our own version, our own internal version of something like an N8N. And before N8N was building agentic pipelines for folks. A lot of it was trial and error. I mean, I had entire code bases that Codex had just totally ripped apart. I had to start them from scratch because I was trying to learn exactly how to best harness the technology. And, the Department of Defense right now, both in terms of the people they're hiring and the ways that those people are deploying artificial intelligence, and then the software and autonomous solutions they're buying are going to experience that same kind of failure. And the only way I got to the point where I actually built agentic pipelines that got into our software and became a part of our product was fighting through those failures. Was saying, I'm not going to I'm going to assume that I'm the problem. I'm going to assume that my requirements aren't well constructed. I'm going to assume that I don't understand how to use the technology as effectively as I need to. I'm going to assume that if I iterate and I understand the constraints of the technology, I'm going to find a use case for it. And I did. I mean, and it unlocked and ripped through everything that I've thought about what we could do from a software perspective. I have larger aspirations today than I had 6 months ago, 6 years ago, or even 18 years ago when I took my first senior leadership position. It is incredible what we can do, and the amount that we can take from sort of KTLO to brownfield to greenfield inside of a tech operation today is unbelievable. And so the thing I would advise the US government is invest in companies you think you can partner with long term. And I'm talking small companies, medium-sized companies, and big companies, and stick with them. Iterate with them. I mean, that's one of the things that I love about our partnership with Coherent is you and I go into this saying, yeah, this is what we're going to do today. But the real thing is, in the next 6 months, I'd like to say, and this is what we're going to be tomorrow, and this is what we're going to be tomorrow, and then, in 5-day iterations saying like, oh my gosh, we hadn't thought about how this could impact.
How we blow that up on a consistent basis and rewrite it. I love it, and it reminds me as a lawyer, a lot of people ask me, what are you worried about with AI? Your company using AI or the world? From my perspective, in my little space, in the space we're working in, and I'm thinking about using AI to do legal work, my biggest fear is actually not going fast enough. My biggest fear is being afraid to fail, afraid to mess something up, because we can create a walled garden where we can play around and mess stuff up and learn. And one of the things I've really appreciated about Brandon is that we can go in and talk about what we think we're going to do. Let's deploy an AI agent to go try to do that, and we learn really quickly. Okay, that sucked. Like that didn't work. It's not going to work. But what we learn from that is if we pivot over here, right? And I've learned so much in the last year about how to do knowledge work. I'll say knowledge work, legal work, but knowledge work on that trial and fail basis, right? Learn from it, figure it out, and if you really think about it, it's not a whole lot different than how humans learn anyway.
That's right.
Right, like the agent approach is not so different from the way we would learn, and we have learned when we go do something and try it and learn from those failures, and where we feel free to talk about those failures and pick up from them and learn from them. And I just think there's so much opportunity here if we can get past the idea that like AI has to be perfect, that we have to deploy a perfectly packaged version of everything before we get it out there, right? There's so many opportunities to get out there and learn from what we're doing.
I totally agree, and that brings us, to sort of that second point of, so everything in the software that we're developing, I'm telling our engineers, do not develop anything that can't, like in our workflows, I'm saying, if you're developing a new like workflow component for a product, whether it's for trade analysis or some supply chain optimization, we're working with some customer to do it, in every single point of that workflow and all of those nodes that we create, make sure a human or a prompt can be there, right? Because I know that we'll be able to do that. Even if we can't do that today, I know we'll be able to do that within the next 6 months, year, 2 years with an agent. But that also means that, well, what are all the humans gonna do, right? And the fact is, every single major industrial revolution or every major like sort of science and technology shock point has come with a major jump in overall human capacity, intellectual capacity, right? The Industrial Revolution, after the manufacturing floor bosses stopped utilizing child and forced labor, those kids went to school. When you had to sort of create that civil contract with the biggest monopolies in the 1800s, that you were going to create communities, you were going to create towns, you were going to create fair wages. Our literacy rates jumped like exponentially, and then you come forward to Sputnik. Our science and technology literacy, our mathematical literacy jumped exponentially, right? When we actually embrace the risk that technology and new technology means, but also the opportunity that we have, we find ways to then make people literate in it. I mean, I was always a Python and a C++ programmer. I've learned Java from my agent. You know what I mean? Like, we actually can now start to learn from the technology and become more adaptable. So, there are very few people in this world that can code. But if agents can show you the way and you can get through that embarrassment of like, I don't know what's going on right now, right? You actually can adapt and adopt a lot of what the agents are able to do for you and become an orchestrator, which will never change, right? Like the design thinking of what you want to do, that will always be human ingenuity at the outset.
And I think that's when we talk about the mindset shift, that is the skill that we have to help people understand, is that the future is about designing systems and processes and being able to leverage sort of infinite numbers of what we today are people and tomorrow will be agents to go out and execute within those systems and processes. That kind of design thinking is going to be important in the knowledge economy, but it's also going to be really, really important for people who say, what are we going to do with people who are on the manufacturing lines today? They are going to design the manufacturing lines of the future. That's what they're going to do, and they're going to be able to deploy virtually endless resources to be able to go execute on their design. And I think that is a really cool opportunity. I think as leaders, we have to help the people that we're leading see that their future is in design, is systems design, process design, and learning how to create that operating leverage.
Absolutely.
And to that point, we've reached close to our final amount of time here. Speed and adaptation, there's a lot of choke points, there's a lot of fragility, a lot of fragmentation. What's the one thing from each of the panelists that this room should walk away from? What should we be focused on? Arun, I'll turn to you first.
You know, for me, as much as we talk tech, as much as we talk policy, to me this is about talent, right? And so to me, the one thing I'd want people to leave with here is really inspiring our talent in pursuing purposeful work around these government initiatives, because we are in a freedom forge moment. We need our best and brightest solving this. And what we are seeing at Noble Reach is people are looking for it right now. Look, between technological change, you've got geopolitical conflict, you've got environmental conflict, people coming off of COVID, there's a lot of uncertainty. And when ground is stable, people focus on themselves. But when it's wobbly, you reach out to others and you want to be part of something bigger than. What we haven't done is built the infrastructure to connect that desire to want to be part of something bigger with going and doing that. We've just about to pen a book called The Mission Generation, capturing what we see right now, which is people wanting to serve. How do we create more pathways to enable them to do that? And that would be what I would like people to be thinking about.
Brandon.
I agree with Arun, but I think there's one twist to that, which is, yes, we have to create mission-driven folks, but to get to those design thinkers, we need to restructure our education. Because I had a friend, he runs BT's entire procurement group. It's like a segment of it. And he said, my son just joined one of the major software developers, and he's in research and development, and he was really miserable in it. And why was he really miserable? Because he didn't know what he was supposed to do every day. He's like, I'm getting no direction, no instruction. And his job that prior summer was at Starbucks. He was incredibly fulfilled because it had step-by-step instructions on how to make each drink. He knew what he had to go in and do every day. And so his dad said to him, he said, you're supposed to go in and research and develop your thinking, right? And that mindset shift, that shift in how we educate people, that sort of like classical thinking of you have to be ambitious and intelligent before you are anything else, and even before that, you have to be curious before you're anything else, because that pursuit of knowledge is what allows you to have that sort of design thinking. I think that's actually our most urgent need. And how do we combine that with this idea of service to make it so that it's going to be good for the economy and it's going to be good for the world?
Jason.
Well, it looks like the U.S. labor productivity growth rate in the last 9 months of 2025 was in excess of 4%. I think that's very likely to be the result when the results are released in February. Our data suggest that enterprise information services spending increased at a 21% rate through December of 2025. This is no coincidence. And I think the early returns are so encouraging because this is not AI, this is the need to come up with an AI strategy. So it sensitized management teams across the economy to the need to take their data seriously, data capture, data storage, data analysis, to look at their workflows very closely, to start this integration process. So if this is the productivity gains we get from availing themselves of tools that maybe they could have had a couple of years ago. Imagine when you fold agentic capabilities into this. It's really very exciting, and I think that it suggests that maybe some of those revenues and earnings that we need to validate these valuations arrive somewhat sooner than we expect.
Yes.
Again, that doesn't mean that the increment in value increase that we've seen so far is the right increase in every case. There's, of course, going to be winners and losers, and some of this is misallocated. But it's very encouraging last 9 months of 2025 that I think people should appreciate.
Well, I guess I'll start by quoting one of the greatest leaders of our time, Ted Lasso, who says, "Be curious, not judgmental."
Yeah.
And I mentioned curiosity, I think, as something that is really important for us for the future. Brandon touched on it. I think if we are able to leverage the technological capabilities that are available to us now to do what I like to call churn work or low-level stuff that crowds out so much of our day every day now, it frees us up to actually be curious about the world that we operate in, curious about our supply chains, curious about the way our companies operate, curious about how we're going to fund the next whatever, and less about, and I don't mean no disrespect to Starbucks, a good friend of mine is a general counsel there, but less about sort of that paint by numbers approach, and more about how can we redefine the world underpinned by the ability to get endless amounts of information analyzed for us, put in our laps, and be curious about what we're looking to find out and what we can do with it. That level of curiosity, I think, is going to take us to the next level. And I think the people, businesses, countries, governments who embrace this idea of being more curious about what is happening in the world today and what can happen in the future, I think those are the places that are going to win.
Thanks to all of our panelists. There's a lot of hope in the room. There's a lot of competition around the world. Thank you for joining us.
Open the door. Sec. It is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage of the USA House Davos, Kabir Nagracha, founder and CEO of Tessera Labs. Kabir?
Thank you.
Thank you for making the time. It's great to have you here in the USA House. Well, the first question is for you to introduce, if in your own words, Tessera Labs to our global audience.
Sure. First of all, thanks, Olivier, for having me. It's really great to be up here on stage. Just a quick intro on Tessera Labs, who we are and what we do. What we really do is AI to accelerate enterprise transformation, to help modernize systems faster, to help make these programs happen more efficiently with fewer people and just in shorter time frames.
Well, first, I also want to apologize. I should have said Dr. Kabir. Let's talk about your background. So what did you study?
So I studied computer science and AI back at UC San Diego.
All right. And before Tessera Labs, you worked with Apple and Netflix. How come you switched from very household brands to something that some people would consider a little less sexy when it comes to branding, but all the more important when it comes to running companies and enterprise, enterprise solution and transforming enterprise?
Well, I've got to say, I think sexiness in tech is a little bit of a matter of perspective. Like you mentioned, I did come from this high-tech background, more of the consumer app space in some ways. When I look at AI and the world of AI today, I definitely feel that the consumer AI economy has taken off in many ways. We've seen the productivity gains in our own lives with ChatGPT and its like out there. But when we draw it up to more of the macro scale, so to speak, look at the American economy, the global economy, the real value drivers there in many ways are our enterprises, our local retail superpowers, our manufacturing powerhouses. And these enterprises, in many ways, still haven't seen to the extent we expect the power and impact of AI. I mean, we still see AI productivity at the margins, not reinvention, not changes in ways of working, not fundamental shifts in operations and enterprise. So my view has really been, what if AI was more than just the end state for enterprises? What if it was more than just the thing to aspire to? What if it was actually part of the solution in getting there? Part of the solution in getting our data at the enterprise level ready, getting our people ready, getting our systems ready, getting our infrastructure ready to actually benefit from AI. AI is part of the solution, not just the utopian ideal at the end of the rainbow.
Of course, and focusing on outcomes.
Right, exactly.
More than the tool.
Absolutely. I mean, the way I think of it is, what does an enterprise need at the end of the day? It needs a solution. AI is a great avenue to creating that solution, to creating that outcome of greater efficiency, greater strategic leverage. But at the end of the day, it has to be a solution, not just AI for the sake of AI.
Has to be a solution, and that solution needs to be adopted. So what I would love to hear from you, before we go into a little bit more of a tech, is also how do you introduce the company and you convince companies to work with you guys? Because if there is one thing that people are struggling with also is to have a kind of tangible measurement of outcome or improvement of performance in business and otherwise that AI systems and enterprise solutions that are AI-powered can bring to them.
Sure. So let me make this very concrete. We've operated in the Fortune 500 world for quite some time now. And the traditional ways of doing work in these enterprises, of executing these operations, is incredibly labor-intensive, time-intensive, people-intensive. But what's almost shocking in some ways is that these people are often not necessarily attached to the enterprise itself. The IP, the process knowledge of the ways of working, of how your enterprise actually works, down to the supply chain level, to the procurement level, actually exist in the consulting ecosystem engaged to drive these projects. What we do is an AI-first mode of operation. Deploy an AI system that has the expertise traditionally retained in these people and let it drive these transformations in a tenth of the time. We've seen programs, this is a real program, by the way, a program that was slated to take about a decade and maybe well over $1 billion. We were able to shrink that timeline down dramatically to months, able to shrink the people and resources involved 10x, able to shrink every little piece of overhead associated with this by an order of magnitude. That's where we're able to drive the value. But even more importantly, in some ways, the learnings, the IP accumulated by the enterprise through transformation stay with them through the AI. It doesn't vanish at the end of the day when the consulting engagement is over.
Very important point is it's one thing to deliver a product, a technology that works. It's another for human beings to adopt it, to engage with it. It's a whole question about human-computer interaction, human-AI interaction. How much of an effort has it been on your end, the end of a company, to really move from being a tech company to a company that sells human-AI interaction cooperation?
Look, what I always say is enterprise AI adoption is about leadership. It's about having that buy-in from the very top to say, look, I am committed to a new way of working. I am committed to enabling my people to engage with AI, to provide that training, to provide that support. Once you get that comfort at the top, you really enable the change makers throughout the organization to drive in, to adopt, to learn how to use AI and make these solutions turn into real value, real outcomes. So our story has always been build that trust, show that we can actually deliver, build that trust at the enterprise level, at the top of the enterprise, so you can create comfort, create support throughout the entire company to adopt, to drive change.
We're at the USA House Davos, and there is a tradition in Davos every year on Tuesday morning. Edelman is releasing its trust barometer, and you touch on the issue of trust. And one of the things that individuals, but also organizations trust above everything else is outcomes that are positive, that have a positive impact on their personal and professional lives. And I think that what you shared with us, the way you advance technology and you deploy technology with, you know, this thing that matters the most, improving the company, its functioning, but also how people work is key, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think there's two levels to it. One is the IT infrastructural systems layer. That, to me, traditionally has always been almost a holdback on businesses. Our goal is to turn that into a genuine lever for competitiveness for enterprises to compete on the global stage enabled by their systems, not held back by them. The second level is the people. You have to get people ready to engage with these new ways of working, to be AI ready, to be AI first. We always make it part of our commitments to invest in end-user training, to make sure that enterprises are not only receiving the outcome of a new system, a new stack, but are actually seeing their people adopt this new stack. Because it's one thing to get a great platform, but if no one's using it, what's the value?
I don't know about you, but as an entrepreneur, one thing that I see is those people that we train become evangelists for the technology, and that helps tremendously, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the phrase I like to think of is train the trainer in some ways. You get one person on board, you get one person excited, you get one person genuinely unlocking new use cases that maybe even we haven't thought of from our side. That person will then be your greatest supporter in bringing that out to the broader enterprise, in disseminating that knowledge.
In deploying and selling the solution, are there low-hanging fruits that generally you know they're going to be a home run when you start working with a company, or does it really vary from one company to another?
Look, every company is unique in their problems, but the way I like to think about it is, if we really break it down, every enterprise is hurting in a few key areas. Infrastructure, systems, and data. Those are the three key areas that we need to solve to get enterprises to be AI ready, AI proficient, and able to really benefit from all of the AI solutions coming out there in the market. Those are the three areas where we really try and hit our home runs, because we solve those three problems: supply chain, distribution, logistics, manufacturing, all of these enterprise critical areas all come back to these levers: data, infrastructure, and systems.
Can you share with us some sectors where you guys have had success, and maybe companies, if you can?
Absolutely. Well, the companies, I'll defer to them to share at a later time, but pharmaceuticals, manufacturing, CPG, retail, defense, we've been engaged in a variety of sectors, seeing all of these problems come up again and again of enterprise transformation around these key areas, and we've been able to accelerate their programs across these sectors by factors of years, reduce headcounts by matters of hundreds, and really drive these programs far more efficiently, regardless of the sector.
Any particular region of the world where you guys operate?
Mostly the US.
Yeah. And let's talk about the economics of it, because you mentioned productivity, the improvement in performance, etc. But the measurement of what your companies save thanks to you must be really interesting also for our audience to hear.
Sure. I mean, the dollar figures we've often seen have been anywhere from hundreds of millions, is the typical range, because we're talking about programs that traditionally would cost billions. And we are introducing an order of magnitude acceleration into these programs. But what's more exciting to me, more than just the direct cost savings, is where this money can now be reinvested. We talk about enterprises wanting to invest in AI, but if you look at the global IT spend today, about $2 trillion go towards legacy systems, services, maintenance, and transformation. That is a huge chunk of value out there in the economy that is, in my mind, non-productive, that could be invested in so many better areas. Our goal is really unlock that and free up enterprises to invest in their strategic areas, whether it's mergers and acquisitions, divestments, net new R&D. That is what we want to unlock.
Talked about business, talked about deployment. Now, gig to gig. What is the technology that you're waiting for, or that you guys are working on, that is going to transform your own way to transform companies?
Well, look, I think we're all in the AI world and the tech world hoping for this AGI moment where suddenly everything is solved and, AIs are smarter than us humans. But in many ways, that would be a changing point. I mean, we're talking about taking programs already from billions to hundreds of millions, a world in which we can drive this transformation with true AGI, true superintelligence could be even better. And hopefully we're not far away.
So one thing that is clear to me is that a lot of the work you're doing and the execution of it is a work that traditionally companies would, ask for professional service firms, consultants to do. Are you a new way of consulting, or are you just consulting at the beginning and then deploying for the long term?
Look, in my mind, it's not consulting at all in some ways. The end outcome I want is for enterprises to see the ability to drive their own business themselves without the need for third parties, without the need for this consulting ecosystem, because they have now in-housed the capability. The AI platform belongs to them. It understands their enterprise, all of the tribal knowledge, the ways of working, it connects to their systems, and they can now take ownership, take control, have sovereignty over their own data, their systems, their infrastructure, to drive these transformations without consulting.
We talked about what works well. What are the hurdles that you guys are facing when you try to deploy or convince a company to work with you?
Look, this is an end-to-end reinvention for an enterprise. This transition from system integration, SI, to AI it's not a point piece. It's not saying, I'm going to change this little part of the puzzle or this little part of the puzzle. It's saying, I am going to bet on a whole new way of working. I am going to rewrite my operational model, my operating system for the enterprise from scratch. The biggest hurdle is, in some ways, the courage to say yes to that. The courage to say, I am willing to change, to embrace AI.
Yeah. And, well, is Tessera Labs using Tessera Labs product?
Well, of course. I mean, we like to drink our own champagne, if you want to put it that way.
Brilliant, brilliant. By the way, just out of curiosity, where does the name of a company come from?
So it's an interesting name. So Tessera, if you don't know, it means like a tile in a mosaic. And if you look at the enterprise landscape today, it's this fragmented, broken down piece of hundreds of different systems capturing different pieces of the truth, all stitched together by this human element, by this tribal knowledge, by this undocumented way of working. In my mind, we're trying to capture those pieces and bring them together into a unified picture for enterprises to really capture simplicity.
Is the company, since you're not only the CEO but the founder, was there a eureka moment, or was it a plan in the making? What happened? When did you realize that this is what you wanted to do and you had a solution that would make you different on the market?
Well, look, I'm lucky enough that my co-founder had spent 15 years on the SI side in the enterprise world, hands-on keyboard, feeling this pain, feeling the scar tissue, really himself. So I was lucky enough to have him. I was able to learn and saw it live myself in the last few engagements. I mean, no better way to onboard this kind of space.
Well, speaking of space, we're in the USA House Davos, the first ever official USA House here in Davos. Is it your first Davos?
This is my first Davos.
So far, any highlights you would like to share?
Well, the views are definitely beautiful. Slipping on the snow hasn't been fun. But no, I mean, I think it's been great. The sessions today have been amazing. I've really enjoyed my time here at the USA House in particular.
Yeah, being able to meet multiple stakeholders.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always interesting when you bring folks in from such a different set of backgrounds to share their perspectives and see how our vision in many ways, or their visions, resonate with these kinds of audiences. I mean, what are people thinking about? What are the priorities on the agenda at the government level, at the enterprise level? This, to me, is one of the only venues in which you can really get that all in one place.
Agreed. The last point with you is we talked about a lot about outcomes. Don't you think that at some point, and I wish for your company, no longer to have to say that you're selling AI and deploying AI, but basically that you just provide the best outcomes, right? Talking less about the tool, a tool that has become, and we'll see it here in Davos, a geopolitical matter beyond the science, beyond the tech. If one looks at the leading countries when it comes to models and solutions that are deployed at the moment, we see three flags. We see the US flag, we see the Chinese flag, and the UAE flag. It's likely to change, but we're seeing the geopolitics of it. And I think that here in Davos, hearing from builders like you, hearing from policymakers here at the USA House and in other venues at the Congress Center, it's the right place to understand how this geopolitics and the systemic change that is happening, not only in our personal and professional lives, but all over the world, is going to progress. So I wish you a great Davos, and I wish Tessera Labs and your teams a great 2026 moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. Kabir Negratia.
Thank you so much.
Backhouse with World 50 Group, and I'm delighted to share the stage with the CEO of MasterCard, Michael Mievach. Welcome on up, Michael. Thanks, Michael. We're delighted to have a conversation on securing the AI-enabled digital future. And it's interesting to see the AI conversation evolve here at Davos. We've really gone from adoption to deployment. And sitting where you are at the helm of one of the world's largest payment providers, what AI applications are delivering real and measurable impact in your organization today?
Well, Sarah, first of all, delighted to be here. It's the first time I'm speaking this side of a church, so really fascinating. I'm Catholic, so this is like great. Great question. You know, there's a lot of dialogue. Where are we? Are we early in the cycle? Are we moving on? Is it overhyped? Are we underestimating the end of the cycle? For us as a company, it's important to note that we have been dealing with AI for about 2 decades. So not generative AI, that's more recent, we all know that, but for 2 decades. So as a payment network, we assure that the transaction that has to happen happens, and the one that should not happen never happens. And how do we do that? Is we applying machine learning. So we have a lot of data engineering talent, and we have a lot of data in the company. So use cases that we see, and that's probably to a higher degree to many other sectors, they are more on the front end of our business, as in products and solutions. Yes, we do the internal efficiency stuff like everybody else does, coding assistance and so forth. But it's really on the product side, and it's particularly in cybersecurity. So that's a really big part of the digital economy overall, and it's in great demand, and we have been investing, and that is been an important part of our AI work. But your real answer is about generative AI and what has happened in the last 2-3 years. And there the same logic applies because, and there's some learnings from maybe other businesses there. So we have everybody else, everybody and their mother coming to us and say, I want to sell you this AI tool and that AI tool, and we're experimenting with that. But we've been on a journey along for quite some time to really invest in our data architecture, and that's the real key. That's the real thing. We have one of the largest private sector data warehouses in the world, and we could never, in a fast way, use that data. So today, when we apply generative AI and we source the data from our own data storage and the one that we have invested, which we can do now instantly, and it's with the right lineage and permission and all of that, and then insert external data that are threat signals in the cybersecurity space, for example, what a threat actor is doing, where has fraud been detected, and so forth. We put it together. That's a great use case of generative AI, where we have put out a product that has a 200% lift in fraud detection efficiency. That's real money. That's real scale, because we do this globally. And it's not only real money and real scale for us, it's for our customers. So you can start to see real, very tangible success out of using AI. Another area that's interesting, and I'll spare you too much detail around that, but it's the whole area of customer engagement. Many of our customers, which are the largest brands in the world and the largest banks in the world, they're looking to strengthen their customer engagement. How can an outreach to you, as Sarah, as a customer, be not random and an email that you will delete, but how can it be at the right moment, at the right time, in the right channel? That's all personalization technology that takes your preferences, a lot of data together, and then there are AI models that are very specifically trained to produce an engagement with you that will turn into an action that the respective brand is looking for, i.e. you're buying something. So that's also very tangible. We're playing around with a lot of stuff that is future innovation.
Well, I do want to draw upon that. So thank you so much. I think the cybersecurity and the customer experience are really key ways. And I do have a follow-up on cybersecurity. You did mention the word overhyped, and I'm curious to get your take on, what is overhyped right now? Where are perhaps resources shouldn't be placed? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I think so what I just said is very tangible. Overhype when it comes to you're going to invest in this AI tool, in that AI tool, and it's producing real significant cost reduction results very soon. I think that is a little bit overhyped because you have to kind of reimagine your whole way of working instead of putting various tools in between, and it doesn't add up to the full picture, and I think there's a lot more coming in the years to come. But it's being talked about like is the answer to everything at this point. So I think there's a lot more to do on the productivity side.
Very good. Let's talk about innovation. How do you balance the pace of innovation while ensuring the technology is scalable and delivering real impact?
Yeah, for a business that deals with money, this is a really critical question. Quick pilots that play around with your hard-earned money and payments and moving money from A to B, that's obviously a problem. At the same time, technology is moving fast, and we cannot look for perfection at all moments. So how do we square this off? Yet again, it's building on what I just said before. A lot of investment in getting your data right. That is the critical thing, because then you can go ahead and you can start to play from those data sources, optimize models in pilot, see if it works, evaluate the performance, do that fairly quickly, and then you scale. That's exactly what we do. When we scale, it means 160 billion transactions a year, so all around the world. So we have to be very careful, but it's that balance. So there are people that deal very specifically with pilots, but they can use this infrastructure that we've now built over the last 3-4 years to basically use our data. So that's a way to deal with that. I think the general question is it an exclusion that a pilot and speed and perfection are mutually exclusive? It's not. Because I think if you make the ground investment, then you can actually square that off very nicely.
Very good. I want to pick up on your point about cybersecurity too, because to your point, with bad actors, criminals, AI is really supercharging this space. Where are you placing your biggest defensive bets?
Right. So our lives are all getting more digital. We all live this every day. Quite a few of you are on your phones right now and living that digital lives. Yes, not you. Oh, I guess somebody like
taking
he's
notes.
not. Okay. Anyway, the point is with our lives digitizing, the threats are also increasing. That's not a particularly deep insight. But what's really happening is on the cybersecurity side is the risks are becoming systemic. And they cut across physical threats because the waterworks can be affected. They cut across geopolitical threats when state actors are involved. They're cutting across societal misinformation campaigns, and all that is all cybersecurity risk that is out there. When you look at trends, fraudsters have been around for a long time, but now they're organized crime, and they're exceptionally efficient, and they're monetizing. This is a business in a highly organized fashion. State actors are getting more and more sophisticated, so that's also, I'm not trying to scare people, but that's all reality. This is happening. And AI is not only enabling the good guys, i.e. defense, but also the offense. So it's an arms race that's going on right now. And I think what's really important is while we're very excited about AI, we also need to see that it comes with a lot of downside from enabling bad activity. At the same time, you can turn this argument around and say AI has a lot of promise, and we just talked about some of that. And if you get too worried about the downside, then you will never get to the promise. So how do you square these 2 points off? By ensuring that you engineer a layer of trust into this brave new world that we're building from the outside. So every company should think always on intelligence and cybersecurity. We got it, and a larger company can do this. They have the resources to do this, and there's a lot of best practices to do this. If you're a small business, you're the weakest link in the chain, and you're also part of the ecosystem. So we have to help a small business and get them ready to do packages to ensure that when they launch an online activity, that might have been a physical-only store, that they actually know how to defend. So there's a lot of learnings that are out there, and the good thing is, we certainly see that in the Western world, is there is very strong partnership between public and private sector to do that, because just the private sector cannot do this. You have to have public sector enforcement capability to go hand in hand. I was on a panel earlier on with the Europol head, and she's like, all in. Okay, so we got to find those bad actors. You share, we all work together cross-sector, which is the other thing that needs to happen.
Fantastic, really laddering up to the...
So I'm very excited about cybersecurity as an opportunity for us as a business. I'm also excited about it as an opportunity for us overall as society, because then we can use these technologies like AI at much larger scale without being too worried about it.
Yeah, that sounds great. You're really balancing two different tensions at the same time. I'd like to talk about how you're thinking on reskilling and upskilling your organization and really building those AI capabilities, not just for your engineers, but also for your leaders. Can you share a bit about your thought process?
You know, when a company, and I'm not talking about us, so I'm just making this very, very clear, but when a company is hit by a ransomware attack, what happens is, oftentimes is, people freeze. They just don't know what to do. So situational training, lifting AI and everything to the board level, all of that is absolutely critical. So the cyber side of it, the AI side of it, skill building is really, really important. What we have done is, and probably many of you have done that, it's not a particularly deep insight again, but important work to do is you roll out technical tools. So there's everyday experimentation that's going on. You're starting to mandate that operational efficiency is coming through. The CFO wants to see the money, so our CFO wants to see the money. You say, okay, we're going to take it out of the budget. You figure it out. And I think the two together actually does, so that's helping from a skill building perspective. We're engaging externally with educational institutions to ensure that there is AI education happening, and then we can find better candidates. That's going on. We are also very clear that as a company, and I'm sure many of you do this as well, don't have all of the answers. So where is it going to go? How do we create a culture of innovation where people do want to work? We invite innovation on our network. So we expose APIs and say, you play around with the data, of course permissioned and all of that. So there's various ways of doing that. And I think when we all started to experiment in an AI team, that's like 2 years back, that was nice, but you need to drive this more pervasively and do some of those tactics that I just shared. And we learn from others and from our customers, and I think there's a good dialogue going on. External capacity building is particularly important. I think pulling the public sector in and ensuring there's enough compute in certain countries that don't have that today. So broader considerations to be thought about as well, so that AI doesn't create skills on only some parts of the world and not other parts of the world, because that would not be ideal for overall growth.
Indeed. I think that's come up as a theme in Davos too, to ensure that that capability is available to all. Do you see any areas where organizations are perhaps underinvesting in AI, and any advice for those organizations who may be looking up to organizations like yours?
The cybersecurity defense part, I think that if you're investing in AI and you're leaving those, have open flanks, that's a problem. That's underinvestment. I think should be more focus on your front-end solutions, on what you're actually doing as a company versus internal efficiency. I think that balance is not where it could be and should be. Those are a few thoughts.
Okay. And if you were to cast your crystal ball, looking kind of 5 years ahead, what AI risk do you believe people are underestimating?
I think today, so if you just reflect, Sarah, on what we just talked about, they're all things that are very near term, that all are happening or should be happening. I think it's important to imagine how the world is going to look like 5 years from now, and then work back and see what else are we not doing that we should start to do. And that is really, if you have AI rather pervasive in, let's say, your value chain of your company, and it exists in agentic AI agents doing all sorts of activities for us, agentic commerce, you name it. I think we have to, in a world like this, start earlier on to think about the human and AI interaction model. Because all of these agents are around, so how will the world then actually work? What are we going to do, and how do we engage? And I think that is all not fully thought through. So I think future casting, coming back and saying, let's build out these interaction models. And there's some companies, and surely there were some on stage here, that are starting to think about that. And that's probably an area where we also have a lot of learning to do, to see how would MasterCard look like at that time. And since you obviously all have a MasterCard, you want us to think about that.
Yeah. Indeed. And I like how you put people
There's nodding in the first row there. Excellent.
There you go. You've got some fans in the audience. I think it is important to think of that interaction between human and AI. It sounds like you're a very human-centric approach.
You know what? And I do want to come back to that cybersecurity topic.
Yeah.
That is just not thought about enough at this point. It's exposing us.
It's
and in a geopolitically somewhat fragmented world, state actors are to be watched out for, and that is increasing risk for us.
Yeah, many risk barometers. Cyber is the #1 boardroom topic, so good to get that confirmation. As we wrap up here, one thing that I wanted to pull through in some of your responses and what you've shared is that notion of trust. Clearly, this is existential to you at MasterCard, but how do you think about building trust in the era of AI? And how do you see the future?
So I think that's a really, it's a very important question. So if AI scales, it will only scale if people trust it. So if we have to find ways to build it into the ecosystem, in the world of payments, how do you do that? Is regardless of what technology we use, and we will using more and more of AI, and there's other payment companies that will do the same, thing. If we put out commitments, we're going to tell you as a consumer what is happening to your data. What happens if something goes wrong? There's liability clarifications. In our world, it's zero liability. If something goes wrong, it's not your fault. We will take care of that. So being very, very clear and very transparent, then people know, hey, I don't quite know if I use this wallet, this payment, some stablecoin solution, whatever is if we're upfront about it, that is the inbuilt trust layer. That has to come with a lot of technology that makes that happen. That's where we invest, in the overall industry invests in it. And I think that's the right path. Those commitments need to change and get stronger. The other aspect on this is oftentimes you're looking for clear and timely regulation. In the world of AI, clear and timely regulation is hard to come by, and it's fragmented oftentimes. If you look in the US, there's push for certain federal regulations that haven't gone through completely yet around stablecoins, for example. You have data privacy regulations that are different by states. Technology is always ahead of regulation. Technology always trumps no pun intended, trumps regulation. So I think the private sector is well advised to have a very principled approach and say, these are the principles that this is how we're going to use this technology, and then the regulator can catch up. And then we give this. Good regulation will drive trust with consumers. Oftentimes you'd say, well, regulation is like onerous, it's not helpful. It is actually helpful because when it's done well and it's clear and it's timely, and I think that's one thing we also need to work on.
Fantastic. Well, I think that's a very principled and pragmatic approach. So thank you, Michael, so much for sharing your insights with us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, hello everyone, welcome back. Please go ahead and take your seat. Welcome to our next conversation on building and pricing intelligence, the new foundations of the AI economy. Today, we're digging into the foundations of how intelligence is built, how it's priced, and what that means for competition and for capital going forward. I'm delighted to be joined by my two panelists, Dr. Silvia Console Batalana of Auctionomics and Dr. Hakan Birni of Tidal Data Center and Professor of Similar Research Labs. So let's start and level set. And perhaps we'll start with you, Hakan. Talk us through kind of building intelligence. What are we actually talking about here? Is it compute? Is it energy? Give us your thoughts.
My understanding is we are building infrastructure, software and hardware, for artificial intelligence. And it consists fairly of energy production, energy distribution. It consists of transformation. It consists of GPUs, normal CPUs, storage, and memory. So it's a traditional data center, but with GPU AI processing capabilities. And then we're talking about how we price that, and that's a big question.
Indeed. And Sylvia, give us your perspective. How do we think about pricing intelligence?
Yes. So I will talk about the market design side of this, but I want to contextualize my answer with something that was said here yesterday by David Sachs, talking about American dominance and about energy markets and data centers and how they fit together. So the example that was given yesterday is there's a highway with many lanes, and that is the energy supply in the United States. And then there's cars using it, and those are the data centers transmitting the GPU and transmitting those. How are we going to be dominant in this sector while there is a technology, we can build more highways, or there is better data centers that use less energy, and so those are cars that are like smaller, fit better, they are faster, but then there's one element that many of you might not think about on a daily basis, which is market design. Roughly 2 times in the month, stand still on the highway, all cars are there. Why? Because there's not a good market design. A lot of the cars that are there at that time don't need to be there at that time. So with market design, we can change the rules in a smart way. For data centers, right now, if you ask for GPUs, you have a 99.9% upload guarantee, which means I cannot tell you, go 98% instead, and I cannot tell you, sir, please do not drive the car the 2% of the time when the highway is stuck, just go on the side. So with better rules, we can actually solve the problem of scarcity, aligning the incentives better.
Fascinating. I want to pick up on that point, because you and your team designed a $19 billion incentive auction, and I think you even won an Emmy for it, but you're now applying this to intelligence and compute. Talk about the differences there and how to navigate through that complexity, and also why this is an opportunity for America to lead in this space.
Thank you for that excellent question. Again, I want to open with an image. A Ferrari. It's nice and beautiful on the outside, but it has a lot of engineering complexity under the hood. If we think about cloud compute and the bidding interface space, right now, if you need a lot of cloud compute, you call up and say, well, I need this much capacity at this time, it needs to be non-interruptible, it needs to be consecutive. For example, you might say, I'm willing to pay a certain amount for using the fast lane in the highway, which could be, I'm willing to pay a certain amount to use B200 chips, but I'm willing to pay less for using H100 chips, which are slower. Give me one or the other at a different price. By doing that, what have I done? I have multiplied his bids as if it was 2 people. To create a market that is thick, you need a lot of bids. You can either have a lot of bidders, or you can be smart and collect many bids from the same bidder, allowing for a substitution. I want this at this price, or this other thing at this other price. So you can multiply all the bidders and actually create a thick market. Then there's something else, combinatorial. What is combinatorial? You, for example, would not show up here today with just the right shoe and not the left shoe. You want both, or no. And so same for the GPU, you want to have from 9 to 10, from 10 to 11. You don't want interruption. So that's the combinatorial element. So now we're starting to talk about bits that are complex, and the mathematical complexity of finding a solution is very difficult now. So that needs to be all under the hood of this beautiful Ferrari, and that's what we did in the incentive auction. We had 1.2 million constraints when we did this incentive auction for the US government. We put it all beautifully under the hood, so the bids were elegant even for the grandma and the grandpa that were bidding in that auction.
Thank you for bringing this to life so beautifully. Is this market-driven purely, or does it require public sector intervention?
I think we need to work also with the public, because even in the incentive auction, we had to redefine the rules to allow the language to be expressed in a certain way. In fact, the artificial intelligence policy that the US government released was actually, a lot of that text came from our business partner in the cloud compute market.
Okay, very good. Well, Hakan, I want to turn this over to you now. To get more data centers built, providers need more price certainty and essentially a futures market for compute. What needs to be in place for a futures market like this to actually work at your end?
That's a very interesting question. What we see is that pricing for data centers are changing from the traditional pricing of kilowatts of capacity per GPU, and then, of course, the price of power. But it's changing into an auction. Actually, it's very interesting that the economic theory becomes applicable for the data center operation. So if you think about AI, very often you're talking about tokens. That's just a small word or a small piece of a few bytes that's sort of combined into a question or an answer from a large language model, for example. That can be called tokens. And processing one token requires a little GPU, a little memory, a little storage, and also a little energy. So we are going from a price model of a kilowatts capacity and price of power to a more tokenized business model, where actually you pay per millions of tokens. And then it's difference of the input tokens that are cheaper because that's a lot of reading happening in the large language model. But then it's also output tokens, let's say the answers of your LLM request is also priced. And we are going towards a sort of market model where you can bid with prices of input tokens and output tokens, and then find a predictable way to pay for the actual resources, the GPUs, the memory, and the energy, by using tokens instead of kilowatts and the capacity of GPUs.
Very good. Sylvia, anything to add?
I think that's a great answer. And the thing I want to add again, since we're building the first futures market for cloud compute, is thinking why. So right now, if I wanted to build a big data center, I would have to go to some of the people in this room and say, do you have a couple of $100 million so I can build it? But then the risk would be all on the side of the investor. Another way is if instead the future market was already fully built, I could directly start selling futures on that market, and that way finance my data center and therefore establish American dominance in having enough data centers and incentivizing the build-out of these data centers. However, in order for a futures market to work, there needs to be a parameter where I can anchor the price. It could be like, I would sell it to you at a discount to the spot market at that time, 5 years from now. So the spot market needs to be designed and linked together with the futures market. So that's why it's so important to design those all together in the right way so that we can also incentivize the build-out of data centers now, today.
Very good, Hakan.
Which is like the faster cars.
I have a comment to that because we have seen this before. I come from Norway, where we are part of the Nordic energy market, which is actually a very advanced market where you can buy energy in futures. And it's a 15 minutes bidding interval, so price changes every 15 minutes. And you can even, you have to buy it the day before, but you can also do intraday trading, and it's an advanced auction happening actually every 15 minutes. This can be combined with data center auctions. And this is what the research I'm doing at Similar Research Laboratory of I call it breathing data centers. So a data center can also change load dynamically. A modern NVIDIA GPU can, in a split second, change the actual load, or even the system can send off a job to another location, another data center, and in this way move load from one physical data center to another physical data center. it's called network functional mobility. This mechanism makes it possible for the data center to adjust energy consumption dynamically, and it can do that in close cooperation with the energy market. So in Norway, we have something called Statnett, that's the official, the public grid. It can communicate with large consumers, and by the second, tell what it would be willing to pay if you went down or up in capacity. So the futures market of a modern data center can actually interact with the future markets of the energy grid, and in this way enable what I call a breathing data center. So when everyone wants power, the data center can back off a little or send off the job to another data center, and in this way balance the grid and actually save money for the grid operator and also make money because the central grid wants to pay if you are willing to shed load or use your battery for a certain time. So the data center building in Norway now, which is becoming the biggest data center in Europe actually, AI data center operated by Batiste, it will have these capabilities. So we can play with the market, and we will also have a huge battery. So we can charge the battery when at low rates and then use the battery instead of the grid when it's high rates, and then sell capacity back to the grid. So we will need economists like you to help us to create the good algorithms.
No, it's a fascinating and innovative insight. And I think additionally, you're sharing with me backstage that these data centers are buried deep underground, and you're using the power of hydro for cooling and powering.
Actually, in the Batiste data center, we have our hydro generators located 100 meters below the data center buildings themselves. So it's an ecosystem. We're also reusing the energy and sending it off to an adjacent agriculture production site where we also plan fish farming. So we'll try to enable circular economy around the data center. And I think this should in the future be a demand, maybe even from the government, that data centers are reusing energy because it's a precious resource.
Indeed, the energy use is existential, so it's great to see that circularity indeed. I'd love to draw on some other historical examples of where we can draw parallels. I like the example from the energy industry, but I think, Sylvia, you shared something around the grain industry in the past. Could you talk about the parallels that you see with compute?
Well, actually, there was just on the grain industry, I don't know how many of you know, but the first futures market was actually 4,000 years ago. In Mesopotamia, the grain market had futures 4,000 years ago. But another market that I know very well, where we can drive parallels from, that actually affects all of you, is radio spectrum. So how many of you have a phone? I guess all of you have a phone. How do you think you transmit the data from one phone to the other? Since again, I like the visual of the highways, is your phone is using invisible highways on the sky to transmit the data package, and those are a certain type of frequencies sold in 5 megahertz or 10 megahertz slot by a government, by auction. Why? Because my co-founder, who won the Nobel for it in economics, said so 30 years ago. Radio spectrum, the right to use the invisible highways of the skies, radio frequency is sold by auction because my co-founder said so 30 years ago, and that is the same that we want to do now, establish a market for the trading of cloud compute in the same way. In the radio spectrum auction, we did something very similar in the incentive auction. And that is what we want to do now with cloud compute. And we want to make sure, exactly as my esteemed co-panelist here said, we want to connect the energy market with the futures market, the spot market, and the GPU market. That's the only way this system will work all together. And for that, we need technology, again, to have more lanes on this highway, which is the energy production. We need better data centers, which is that use less energy, and that's like better cars that move faster on these highways. But we need market design, which is what we bring, so that everything is used more efficiently. Because if you think about it, a lot of the times, scarcity, and same for water scarcity, by the way, which we are also solving with market design, is a lot of the times there is actually excess supply that is not getting used. And many users are fine being moved around. An LLM can be trained during the night while the office is closed. And so market design to correctly incentivize what would be called demand reduction in a purely energy market is essential to have all of these pieces work together. And we have done that already with radio spectrum, and now we can do it in this market to continue American dominance.
All right, thank you. Hakan.
I had the pleasure of listening to the Qualcomm speech earlier today, and he was, of course, concerned about edge AI because they produce the processors in the phones and in the earbuds and the watches. But I think the interplay between edge AI and data center AI, and maybe even edge data centers AI, which may be located at the bottom of a radio base station, this is an extremely interesting part of the future. And I think that the interoperation between the edge AI and the data center AI that can do the real hard processing and has the large models, this is also a way to go in the future. And all of this has an economic value, and it can all be auctioned. Not only the radio spectrum, but also the processing on the edge, which may be owned by the operator, or maybe by edge data center operator, and of course the resources in the core data center. So all of this can have a price, and if all is auctioned, it will be a perfect market, and both consumers and producers can get the most out of the resources. Because often a data center is idle, then it can do training. Often a radio frequency is idle, then it can transfer a backup, for example.
Yeah, so it's about maximizing that efficiency. We just have a couple of minutes left. We've looked back in the past, but I thought we'd end with a question about the future. So if we move forward 5 years in time, and we realize, looking back, what do you think we would have fundamentally misjudged? Is it the cost, value, or the scarcity of intelligence?
I'm quite sure we will need huge amounts of data center capacity, but I think it needs to be distributed. It can't be all in the US. So in Bittier, for example, we're building data centers all over the world, and we're building a software platform that can move jobs quickly, not only to save energy, but also to optimize resources. So I think optimizing resources, and not the least reusing resources, because when a processor is finished with a job, it's hot, needs water cooling. Let's send that water off for agricultural production or any other good use for the environment. And I think that should be done all over the world.
The optimization. How about you, Sylvia? Final thoughts?
I hope that 5 years from now, we will not have made the mistake of having ignored the importance of market design to reduce the perceived scarcity, because again, I cannot emphasize enough that a lot of scarcity is driven by an inefficient use of the scarce resource. So that's what I hope we will not mess up looking back 5 years from now. Everything that you were mentioned also on technologies of how to move around from what I call like from one highway to the other when one highway is overloaded, all this technology, this is all market design, aligning the incentives so we can have a more efficient use of all the resources. And I know market design is not something that gets normally spoken about. It's all about the technology, but it's like technology on steroids through market design.
All right, fantastic. Well, on that note, we'll close out. Hakan, Sylvia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. I guess we don't have enough seats today. Wow. In the last quarter century, a sitting president of the United States has come to Davos only twice. Both times it was Donald Trump. So when I asked to serve in this new role that I have, he was one of the first leaders I called and invited to return. I first met the president about 25 years ago, but I worked most closely with him during the early months of COVID. This was March 2020. Markets were under extreme stress. Some economists were warning we could be headed towards a second Great Depression. What stood out to me during the extraordinary period was a president's willingness to bring together people from governments, from business, across institutions, across perspective, to think differently, and importantly, to act decisively. That instinct to act, especially in pivotal moments, is one reason I think he values the World Economic Forum. It is a unique institution that brings together the largest combination of government officials, business leaders, technology leaders, civil society and NGO leaders, anywhere in the world for a genuine dialogue. And particularly, importantly, this year. Thankfully, this group is meeting under better economic circumstances than during the pandemic. But once again, we're facing very serious different economic conditions around the world. One of the central challenges that is impacting me is how capitalism can benefit more, and how can we broaden our global economy for greater and greater participation. That is a question where the president has shown real leadership through investing in infrastructure, reducing barriers to growth, and initiatives like the Trump account, designed to give more Americans a direct stake in the growth of the U.S. economy. As he enters the second year of his second term, we are interested in hearing his plans for 2026 and beyond, and will no doubt create more and more conversation. And that's what the forum is about, a serious conversation in the spirit of dialogue. Discussions where the world is headed, where are we going, and these discussions would be incomplete without the President of the United States, the most important leader in the world. We appreciate him here, so let me introduce and welcome back to Davos the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite: virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like I believe you'll see very shortly our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, 1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good. But it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that Sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. but we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually till this point, 129 regulations for every 1 new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program, but you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. Then they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger. But they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are, I gotta hand it to them, but we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin, they don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal, they go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit, and they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds, they ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. These beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. but every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory that's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And this, to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%, there's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great vast wealth, great vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 US presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it, when I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and I only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open, the inflation was raging, everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan, I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying, most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it, as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things. all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And let me say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people, look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war, their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s. F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the stage 6. It's supposed to be the first stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible, costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, 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 I will not do it. Because yes, in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No, no, no. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, no, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country, saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, 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 I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this, Joe, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses, they buy hundreds of thousands, they buy 500 houses, they can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible, just horrible precedent, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation in savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden, they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job, but it's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election. He was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house who, for the first time in their lives, are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast that people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. The dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I mean, I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. $41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We'd still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, I mean, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I then realized that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. I mean, us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, 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 you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, 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 please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of, and she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up, but we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it, Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was so, because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're sort of, they're looking down. They don't want to see me, and they don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing, all the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again because that's the way it should be. Now when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%. People were surprised. We should do 20%. We could do 25%. When we announce good numbers, and the reason is they're so petrified of inflation. And growth doesn't mean inflation. We've had tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers, because we're going to be announcing phenomenal. You know, all these factories that are being built at record, thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3. And that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside. 18 trillion, nobody's ever seen. And that's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands of businesses are being built, thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada, they're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the US built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up by stupid people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk, and now you can walk with your wife, your kids, right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe, I had to admit. We sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3 months, it's like a really great place and a safe place and a beautiful place. It's even been cleaned up. The graffiti's gone. The fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring. But Washington and D.C. is beautiful again, and it's safe. New restaurants are opening up. They were all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We're there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down by 64%. Within another month, we'll have virtually no crime there. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I would say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good. Because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals, who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it, it's been amazing. And we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country: murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalia, they turned out to be higher IQ than we thought. I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, you know, they're pirates, they're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil, and they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified, so they say, just give them the boat, we'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend, I would say. A submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have. I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose, and for that we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're truly brilliant, brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what, that's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, And some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited, and to a large part because of you, and we have to protect you, and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it, and I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success, and the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before, and I'll see you around. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, good.
I
got set up now. I did know.
You made a job for the moderator really easy. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I do have a few follow-up questions, if it's okay. Sure. I don't think I should start with Greenland, maybe. I'll start with the economy. The U.S. economy is doing really, really well. But how to sustain this growth moving forward? Because there's always a recession looming around the corner.
Well, you know, the one thing about economies and recessions is sometimes you get hit unexpectedly and there's nothing you can do about it. All brilliant people, but there's nothing. One example was COVID. We had an economy going at levels like nobody had ever seen my first 2.5, 3 years. And then I heard the word pandemic, not COVID. They came up with that name over a period of time. We won't get into that. But I heard the word pandemic. And I had a poll come out that was so strong just prior to that, and I was with the two best pollsters, McLaughlin and Fabrizio, and they said, sir, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. And then what happened is the following day, I was told to stay tuned because there's something really bad happening in China. There are bodies laying all over Wuhan, right around that certain building that we talk about. I always said it came from Wuhan. It did come from Wuhan. And there were body bags. We saw it by satellite. And they said, there are strange things happening in China. And so it began. And we ended up with the COVID, and the whole world suffered. We did a phenomenal job. I don't think we got the credit we deserved. We did something that Operation Warp Speed, which some people say was one of the greatest military feats ever. We did a great job. Use our military, use a lot of people. But sometimes you get hit with things, nothing you can do. You get hit with things like that unexpectedly. And we got through it. And when I left, the stock market was higher than it was previous to the COVID coming up. And that was, I called it a great achievement. But things happen, bad things happen. The things that we can stop are wars if we're smart. That we can stop. Those are a matter of being intelligent and having intelligent people on the other side, because wars are the worst of all. Wars are worse than anything. But we can stop wars because that's sort of up to us. But things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky. But we are poised to have an economy like no other, not only in this country, but anywhere. And you know, when you hear the kind of numbers that, I can tell you that Scott Bessent was with me the other day, and he's looking at numbers. He said, I can't, and that's all he's done his whole life, pretty much your whole life. Scott, you weren't going to be a football player, I don't think. Scott was not that great at football, but he was always good at numbers, right? And he was looking at numbers. He said, I'd never seen anything like this. We're poised to do things that no other country has ever done. And, you know, luck, I hate to say it, but we need a little luck. We don't want to get hit by something that nobody could have thought. Whoever thought we were going to hit by a pandemic? You know, when I heard the word pandemic, I said, oh, that's an ancient problem. World War I, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War I. A lot of people don't know. The Spanish flu in World War I ended the war because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you know, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, I mean, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. I mean, growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having at $37 trillion. We go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, you know, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. You know, Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth. So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and, you know, professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money too in Minnesota and other places.
I think, Mr. President, also the $500 billion invested in artificial intelligence and the frontier technologies last year also were driving growth exponentially in the U.S.
Well, AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you got to be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, you know, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building it, I said, what, you know, if you spend $50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend $500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend $50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, you know, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all, and again, so big is we're letting them build their own electric generation. This way we have no problem, and otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to, you know, we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI, there is fierce competition between the US as the largest economy in the world 27% of the global GDP and 5% of the global population, not doing that badly, and China. And we know that that competition is very tough on AI. I know you're heading to a state visit to China in April. How do you see the US-China relationship moving forward? Are you able to combine this tough competition with also collaboration?
So I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi and with President Putin. Talk about, you know, the larger powers. But I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi of China. He's an incredible man. What he's done is amazing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I do now. I mean, now I have good. It was very severely interrupted by COVID. I used to call it the China virus, but he said, "Do you think you could use a different name?" And I decided to do that, because why should we have a problem over that? But I would do that, and they were...
You're a true diplomat, huh?
I became a diplomat for the first time. Well, you know who taught me that? Marco Rubio. He said, "Let me teach you about diplomacy." Hey, any guy that gets approved by 100% of the votes, think of it, he got liberal Democrats and radical right Republicans to approve him. He's the only one. The next one was like lost 45 votes, right? But he got all 100 votes voting for him. And at first I wasn't happy about it. I said, "Wait a minute, I don't like that." And now it turns out that the Democrats probably wish they didn't do that. And Marco has been fantastic. Marco, stand up, please. You have done a great job as Secretary of State. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State. And Scott, and we have Susie, who's the first female Chief of Staff, and she's the best Chief of Staff, too. And I see Howard Lutnick, who I know spoke, and Howard's fantastic. Some of the deals we're doing are great. And I want to pay particular attention because we have Chris. And Chris, you got up and spoke, I think. He's the #1 oil man in the world, because I was going to put Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. I don't know if Doug's here. Is Doug here? Doug Burgum is fantastic. He said, "Sir, there's one man better than me." And he introduced me to Chris. And he turns out to be. So we're drilling more oil and gas now than we ever have, by almost double. Is that right, Chris? And on top of it, we get a lot coming out of Venezuela. So anyway, so we're doing great. The country is just doing great. We have great people. Thank you. And I see other people. We have Steve Witkoff. We have Jared. I got so many people. I'm in trouble, because when I go back, they're going to be people with long faces. "Sir, you didn't introduce me." I got so many people. And we have a lot of the greatest people anywhere in the world. I know them all. So I won't continue, because we'd be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also know that you're a deal maker, and then maybe coming back to Greenland and Ukraine. What kind of deal in the end do you see between the US and Denmark? Because, you know, I guess you see it now as a negotiation going on, or?
Well, it's costing Denmark hundreds of millions a year to run it. And Denmark's a small country, and wonderful people. But, you know, it's very expensive. It's a very big piece of ice. And it's very important. I mean, I don't want to repeat the speech, but it's very important that we use that for national and international security. That can create a power that will make it impossible for the bad guys to do anything against the perceived good ones. And it's a great block for Europe, just like, you know, Denmark was supposed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't spend the money. They didn't spend anything, almost. And we'll see what happens. I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair, so I got NATO to pay, because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think that could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected, or Joe, any one of those, you know, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Witkoff has been dealing incredibly with But we're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation, and it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people are being killed.
How close do you think there is on an agreement on Ukraine? I had the pleasure of speaking with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner yesterday. I know they're working hard on it. I know that they're also traveling now. Do you see this very close or still?
Well, I hate to say it. I thought that was going to be, so I settled 8 wars plus. And I thought that was going to be one of my easier ones. Not the easiest. Some I settled in a matter of hours because I'm good at that stuff. You know, the United Nations should be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to get done, saving a lot of lives. We're saving millions of lives. With Ukraine, Russia, there's tremendous hatred between President Zelensky and President Putin. That's not good. That's not good for settlements. We know from dealing. There's abnormal hatred. With that being said, I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. We're getting, I think, Steve, I think I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance, and it's big time, and it is, you know, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, you know, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped. So I believe they're at a point now, I'm going to meet with President Zelensky later today. I believe they're at a point now where they can come together and get a deal done. And if they don't, they're stupid. That goes for both of them. And I know they're not stupid. But if they don't get this done, they are stupid. So I don't want to insult anyone, but you got to get this deal done. Too many people are dying. It's not worth it.
President Sisi is sitting on the first row here. He spoke earlier today and also complimented you on the Gaza deal. I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the Board of Peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and the billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I mean, I think we have peace in the Middle East. There are some little situations like Hamas, and Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. Now, you know, they were born with a weapon in their hand, so it's not easy to do. When they were born with a rifle in their hand. It's not an easy thing for them, but that's what they agreed to. They've got to do it. And we're going to know, Jared, over the next 2 or 3 days, certainly over the next 3 weeks, whether or not they're going to do it. If they don't do it, they'll be blown away very quickly. They'll be blown away. You know, we have 59 countries that are part of that whole peace deal. And some of those countries aren't even they're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East traditionally. And they want to come in and take out Hamas. They want to come in. They want to do whatever they can. There's a problem with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we'll see what happens there, but that's a problem. But there are these little flames, but there's peace in the Middle East. Now, had we not gone in and knocked out with those big, beautiful, we just ordered 25 brand new ones, the latest and the greatest, the B-2 bomber. Think of them, they went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, and every single one of those massive bombs hit its target, 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, every one of them. And then on top of it, from a submarine 300 miles away, we hit the sites with tomahawks, which is an unbelievable weapon. So, you know, we did our job. If we didn't do that, you would have never had peace in the Middle East. And the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar could never have, and others could never have signed anything because you would have had this dark cloud, and the dark cloud was Iran with nuclear. Iran would, if we didn't take them out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. They were very close to having the nuclear weapon, and we hit them hard. And it was a total obliteration. If they may try again, but they're going to have to try from a different area because that area was obliterated. Incredible thing we did. And because we did that, we were able to make peace. If we didn't do that, I would say, Jared and Steve, if we didn't do that, there was no chance of making peace because the countries I just named and other countries could have never signed off. They were afraid. They were afraid. We had a bully. The bully was Iran, the bully of the Middle East. They used to call it for years. They were the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully of the Middle East anymore.
Mr. President, I know you even had to change plane last night, so I guess you didn't have much sleep, but I think you're but your energy is still there. I know you have several bilateral meetings. I know you're also hosting a reception. So thank you so much for coming back to Davos. Thank you so much. It's highly appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you.
We wanted to give you a chance to hear fully from the President and also the Q&A. Hello and welcome to Fortune Live from USA House here in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. I'm Executive Editorial Director Diane Brady. Today's event is actually going to kick off a year-long initiative for Fortune called America Leads, where we look at innovation with and in the United States. As the U.S. celebrates its 250th birthday, we're excited to bring you insights from CEOs who are on the front lines of that innovation, as well as leaders who are shaping it. We'll hear from Nigel Farage, member of the UK Parliament, Vaz Narasimhan, who is CEO of Novartis. Our editor-in-chief, Alison Chantel, will sit down with Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi. I'll sit down with Robin Vince, CEO at BNY, and we'll be joined by the founder of Bridgewater Associates, Ray Dalio. But next up, and then we also, of course, let me not forget, we're going to have seven-time Grammy winner and singer and songwriter John Batiste. Next up, we're going to kick off today's event with a live reaction analysis on President Trump's address. First, let me introduce my colleague, Kamal Ahmed, who is the new Executive Editorial Director for Europe for Fortune. So thanks very much. UK and Europe, I should say, in deference to where the UK is now. And we're joined today by Mark Penn, Chairman and CEO at Stagwell, as well as Kellyanne Conway, KA Associates and former counselor to President Trump. So welcome, both of you, all three of you, of course. Let me start with just some general reaction to the speech. Obviously, there was a big domestic component. We did touch on a lot of the hot button issues. Let's anchor it back to what should the business community be thinking about this. Mark, I'll start with you and then go to you, Kelly.
Well, I think the first thing was, phew, okay? I mean, everybody thought the U.S. military was going to land any minute in Greenland, and we were going to have, like, combat against NATO. And I think the president does the magical thing that he always does, which is he raises the stakes. Everyone takes the bait. He takes Greenland from something nobody talks about to a central issue, and then he brings it back down to, you know, basically he made a pitch that what has the U.S. done for NATO and what has NATO done for the U.S. And fundamentally he said, I'd appreciate it if we work out a deal on NATO. He didn't threaten tariffs. He didn't threaten, he took military off the table as though it was on the table ever. But everybody bet. And I think second, you pretty much heard the State of the Union, right? Yes. You pretty much, you know, maybe it'll be the longest State of the Union in history with President Clinton. We used to not want to go like more than an hour, this one, but he pretty much covered his policies. I'll make, you know, one observation. I thought he did a really good job at the beginning summarizing the differences in policy with what he characterized the Democrats and characterized the Europeans as about government spending, unlimited immigration, foreign imports, and higher energy prices. And what he said was basically he discarded all those policies and believes in basically firing the bureaucrats, said they found better jobs, cutting taxes, cutting regulations, tariffs to rebalance and create domestic incentives, and low energy prices. And he did a nice job actually outlining those policies. And then I think, again, I think his central message, what have we done for you? What are you going to do for us? Greenland is a small price to equalize it. Finally, the interesting thing that wasn't there to me, Iran. He did not say anything about Iran. Why? I think he's got ships heading to Iran, and this was not the time to say something. I can't believe the 20,000 dead protesters is not a major issue that he's not fully briefed and familiar with, but he chose this not to be the place for that. This is the place where he wants progress on Ukraine and a signing for the board of peace. And I think that's going to be dealt with later.
Kellyanne.
Wow, well, Mark said an awful lot that I could have said and would have liked to say, and I agree with most of that. And thank you for having me. Thank you, Fortune, for welcoming me here today. I do agree that the very beginning of the president's speech, probably 10 or 15 minutes in, was a good recap of the first year of his second term, particularly when it comes to domestic economic vitality. I think when the president lays out the facts and figures, he's at his best. Because I would challenge anybody to fact check what he was saying at the beginning. 52 records in the stock market, gas prices below $3 and $2 in some places, things that really do hit everyday consumers. I know domestically, and this is important for the business community, instead of just gas and groceries as a central focus for, quote, affordability and inflation and rising prices, it's also going to be housing and healthcare. Gas and groceries obviously is very vexing and perplexing for many households and families, individuals and commercial enterprises, but you can kind of figure that out, and many Americans have over the last 5 years. You can't do the same if housing costs went up, rent and mortgage 30% over the previous 4 years, if the cost of health care is causing so many Americans to do without and making employment decisions based on the benefits being offered. And I think that's a great message for a business America as well, really international businesses. What's going to happen in 2026 is, and he said it at the very beginning, Besant said it yesterday at a dinner we happened to attend together and here on this stage, that we can be 5 to 6% GDP. These numbers are unheard of. They certainly aren't predicted. Forget about the naysayers and the critics and the gloom and doom folks. The president's talking about boom, not doom and gloom. And it's after you've been through what he's been through, it really just, it falls on hollow. It sounds very hollow, sounds very negative. It doesn't mean he doesn't care what other people think and won't take that into account. Of course he would. He came here with an olive branch and said, let's work together. I'm showing you an instruction package. Look what we did in 1 year. We could do this together. But Greenland, you said over $200 million you were going to invest. You invested about 1% of that. Europe, I got you to pay the 5% NATO dues. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this together as much as we are. That's meant to be for the common economic and military cooperation and also vitality.
So let me, if you don't mind, and thank you for that insight, I appreciate it. I want to bring in the view from Europe. I know, Kamal, you don't represent the whole continent, of course, and but I do think that's clearly one of that permeated the talk that he just gave. It's something we've been hearing a lot here on Davos. You and I have been speaking with a lot of European CEOs. Give us a sense as to what the reaction would be to this speech. Is this what they expected?
I think Mark's absolutely right. This actually took the temperature down, not put it up. And I think, as Mark says, lots of us were expecting it to go down in the way he does. I was here in 2018 when Donald Trump came to speak, and he actually spoke again about America first, but not America alone, a sentence that he used in this address. I think there's a fundamental issue, though, which is maybe difficult to understand to a model for very significant reasons, because it is a model that brought peace to Europe. It involved America and American military strength and economic strength, and it also involved free trade. Free trade to Europeans, or to the established view, means peace. And that is very different from the American approach to tariffs, where tariffs was about income and also didn't have as developed an income tax system until 1913. And so there is a very different language from the European establishment, which you've been really hearing. Ursula von der Leyen, from Macron, a little less strongly from Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK. And I think for business leaders, it's explaining that different gut response to the idea of your nation first, because we still remember the language of the first half of the 20th century and the fact that Europe has been at war for many centuries over that line.
In which NATO and such were formed. Yeah.
But I think what we'll hear from Mr. Farage next is that there is a new drumbeat which is much more sympathetic to the journey that the president is on. And I think that one of the clever things about the president, which we don't see much here, we don't see as much of the president in the way that you see him regularly in America, is that he ties it back to everyday, what you might call mom and pop politics. He spoke about the restaurants in Washington, and there's going to be some new grass planted, and wasn't it great to see, he ties the narrative back to real people, which I think is something, there could be a lesson there for many of the European leaders.
I love that. And let me, before we go to Nigel Farage, I want to ask Mark Kellyanne, let me bring in another leader. Mark Carney spoke about a new world order, the Canadian Prime Minister. If you think the order that the post-World War II order has changed, and certainly on drug prices, we were talking about how the rest of the world pays relative to the States. What's the advice you have in terms of how to be looking at navigating this new world, the one that President Trump laid out, the one that the Europeans are now talking about, and certainly one that we heard yesterday from the Canadian leader? Thoughts as to what that world order looks like and how you grow in it?
Well, look, I think the number one thing is that Trump is setting the agenda here at Davos and for the world order. But he's not really setting a discordant world order. He's saying we need to reset the balance. He's saying that, this whole thing about Switzerland and the 41 billion. He said, look, you all have been taking advantage of America. You're going to have to buck it up. And on the drug prices, what he said was, I didn't ask you to pay, 100 times. I want you to pay something higher so that our prices could be lower and that we both win and we all get better drugs.
Okay.
But what he said consistently was not that I want to overturn, take you over. What he said was I want to rebalance the economy.
Okay.
And that was the message. And when I think that some of the politicians overreact and expect to get domestic political reaction by that overreaction, I think they're going to be mistaken.
Let me move to Kellyanne. Some final thoughts from you as well?
If I had to boil down the theory of the case for the first year, and really Trump too, it's this: investing in America. It's his message to countries, companies, cities, individuals, whether it's undergirds his tariff and trade policy, clearly the sharpest tool in his well-stocked arsenal, whether it's what he's saying to companies who are coming in, support us on the one big beautiful bill. I'm glad he went beyond no taxes on tips, overtime, Social Security. Everyone knows that. What they don't know and love in our polling is the 100% expensing and the deductibility and the factories and facilities and doubling the child tax credit. People like all the benefits in there for employers because they know it benefits them. It benefited in the time, the first Tax Cut and Jobs Act. One last important thing, dereg important. The one success, and I think moving forward, that doesn't get enough credit that we can all be part of is energy. This is probably the talked about, underrated success of the first year. We had LNG permits paused. That only enriched and empowered Putin to sell power to energy to Europe, including Eastern Europe. The EU is still buying Russian oil. India's gotten a little better. They went from 1% to 22% because it got cheaper. Brazil, India, China still buying Russian oil. That's got to change. I think there's an important Lindsey Graham bill about that, where it was 85 co-sponsors, very bipartisan. The energy policy, stopping the war on fossil fuels. I think replacing ESG and DEI and all of that with good old-fashioned USA, stopping the war on fracking, producing again, and encouraging other countries to produce. But go back to investing in America. It undergirds everything he's saying.
Okay, great. Well, listen, this is just a taste, of course, the conversations to be continued. And thank you again for joining us. We have a full afternoon. And thank you. Please join me in thanking Kellyanne and Mark. And I will leave you on stage, Kamal, for the next interview.
Thanks, Diane.
Thanks again.
We're just going to have a few For those who don't know, is a phenomenon in the United Kingdom. He is someone who has led many, many new debates in the United Kingdom about the type of politics that he wants to see. And through many arguments and discussions, he's actually built a party that is now leading the polls in the United Kingdom, which many people would never have predicted even 2 or 3 years ago. So, Mr. Farage, please do come onto the stage to join Fortune. Thank you very much.
Shake hands, it'd be honourable.
So, Nigel, Mr. Farage,
I
I'm going to
just
call
shook
you.
hands with the BBC. How about that?
The old BBC. The old BBC. So I'm going to call you Mr. Farage, quite rightly. Quite rightly.
Don't do that.
Well, okay, Nigel, you and I have spoken many, many times. I've been a journalist in the UK for many decades, as long as you've been a politician almost, as long. But give us first your overview of the speech. We've heard from Kellyanne particularly, who's obviously very, very supportive of what Trump is doing. As I made clear in the opening comments, there isn't just one view from Europe. And I think we can sometimes, when we're looking at that global footprint, we can sometimes think from Europe there is one point of view, which is we don't like Donald Trump very much. You have a very different point of view, and I think it'd be useful to share that at the kickoff.
Yeah, well, I mean, first things first, thank you to our hosts. Happy birthday. Happy 250th. You were the first Brexit in the world. When you broke away from us and you've gone on to become the richest and most powerful country on earth, just goes to show the nation state is a better building block than any artificial globalist structure that some at Davos have dreamt of for decades. There isn't one view from Europe, you're right, and perhaps I've been a big part of that. I think the Brexit vote, the United Kingdom saying, no, we don't want any part of effectively government by bureaucrats that we can't hire, we can't fire, has led to big political changes. So you've now got the eastern parts of the European Union, Hungary, Poland, very distinctive national voices, Denmark itself increasingly taking views that are very different to the so-called consensus in Brussels. So no, there isn't one single view that comes from Europe, and Brexit has changed the architecture, I think, of European politics in many, many ways. What did I think of the speech? Well, it's nice to get a tip that the stock market's going to double, isn't it? I've just bought some call options off the back of it. I mean, the US economy is just phenomenal. I mean, if we really are looking at Q4 growth at 5%, I mean, Carmel, these are numbers we expect from third world countries as they rapidly develop. They're mind-blowing numbers. Our growth in the United Kingdom for Q4 will be 0.2%, maybe 0.3 of 1% if we're very, very lucky, and we'll call that a good day. So America is powering ahead, and there's one statistic that I find amazing. The time of the global financial crisis, the size of the American economy was identical to the size of the Eurozone, and here we are 16 years later, and it's double the size of the Eurozone. So America is getting some things right economically that Europe is getting wrong. And I think at the center of this is the debate about energy. Now, you know, Trump railed against wind turbines, and they kill the birds, and they cost $1,000 a spin, and all of that. But actually, Europe has gone down this route towards net zero. Davos, of course, has been encouraging Western countries to go down this route for decades now. America had the shale gas revolution. They've gone from being an energy importer to an energy exporter. And just to think, this week last year, when there was no wind blowing across the UK, no sun for solar, we were importing up to 25% of our electricity every day at inflated prices from Norway and elsewhere. So on the economy, there's no argument. America's doing great. And he spoke about that, and he wasn't exactly modest when it came to his economic achievements, but they're undeniable. The second half of the speech is more difficult from a NATO perspective. And I want to say this. I have believed since I first discussed it with him in 2016 in the campaign, I've believed all the way through that Trump would be a very good thing for NATO. And I think in many ways he has been a very good thing for NATO. You know, he's bullied NATO countries into upping their spending commitments even before the Ukrainian invasion by Russia, which happened a few years ago. Even in that first term, he was pushing, and actually, he's right. Secretary Generals of NATO like Donald Trump. He's getting Europe to wake up to the fact that it needs to do something. And also, it's waking up to the fact that the European Union itself is just never going to get defense right. So on that NATO stuff, on that further push today, I agreed with all of it. I agreed with him saying that America had borne a very heavy burden. But there was one thing that he did say that I have to take issue with. He said, NATO have never given us anything back. And I will object to that politely by saying this. When the decision was made to go into Afghanistan, we went in with America and a coalition of the willing. We stayed by America for the whole 20 years. We proportionately spent the same money as America. We lost the same number of lives as America, pro rata. And the same applies actually to Denmark and other countries too. So it's not quite fair. Yes, in money terms, America's provided more. In terms of surveillance equipment, etc., America still provides more. But we have, when it comes to honoring our commitments to America, more than done our bit in terms of action over the last 20 years. So I want to make that point very, very clear. And I'm a big fan of the president. I'm a friend of the president. But I think it's right to say that friends can disagree.
What do you feel, Nigel, about building on that, about the comments about Greenland? And although he can make all the security arguments, he can even make economic arguments, I didn't hear once in that speech anything about self-determination and democracy. And that is why I think you have seen such a direct and pretty aggressive for the European Union. Macron talking about a world without rules. We've got the Belgian PM, Bart de Weyer, warning against not being a miserable slave of America. You've got the strength of that response because of an apparent lack of respect for democracy.
Look, you know, I mean, first things first, I'm delighted that Trump and now Scott Bessent have done everything they can to torpedo the terrible deal that would threaten the American base of Diego Garcia. I do want to say that. Diego Garcia is the most important American base in the world outside of the American mainland. The British government, moronically, are going to pay to give away what is ours, and there's no doubt there'll be Chinese spies and all the rest of it over that American base. So I'm delighted with that. On Greenland, I have no doubt that the world would be a better, more secure place if a strong America was in Greenland because of the geopolitics of the high north, because of the retreating ice caps, and because of the continued expansionism of Russian icebreakers, of Chinese investment. So yes, would America owning Greenland be better for the world in terms of safety and stronger for NATO? It would. However, if you believe in Brexit, and if you believe in celebrating America's 250th birthday, if you believe in a nation state and not globalist structures, you believe in sovereignty. And if you believe in sovereignty, you believe in the principle of national self-determination. That's what you guys fought the British for. Your right of national self-determination. And you won. So I agree strategically with the arguments that he makes.
Although many say that you can do that through NATO. There is no reason for America to own Greenland because it is the most powerful force in NATO, and NATO is able to call the shots in Greenland.
But you can understand America saying, look, if you want us to make the whole place a strong military base, you know, we need a bit more than just pumping money in. Now look, you know, what he did say, so look, point one, you must respect the rights and views of the Greenlanders, because that is what national self-determination is, and that's a key part. For those of us at Davos that are fighting the globalists, belief in national self-determination is at the root of what people like me, albeit the minority here, believe in. So I think that's really, really important.
Tell us a little bit about reform for many people here, some people will know, of course, the story of what's happened with reform in the United Kingdom. You're ahead in the polls. Many people predict that you will be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. What is the reform phenomenon? What lessons does it have for the audiences in Davos?
So Americans ask me, what's happening? And I say, well, think of this. You've had the Democrats and the Republicans for years, a two-party system. Yeah, sure, the Libertarians run, the Greens run, they get 1.5% or 2% or whatever they get. We have been, since the end of World War I, it's either been Labour or Conservative. And what happened is those two parties became so similar, there wasn't much to choose. And it left a very big gap in the political market. If I was American, I would have gone for the open primary system and tried to take over the Conservative Party. That's what Trump did with the Republicans. You can't do that in Britain. There are no open primaries. The Conservative Party and Labour Party are like sort of private members' clubs, and they certainly wouldn't let me in, I can tell you. So we've had to do it on our own, and the fact that Reform is now an average of 10 points ahead in the polls, we've led the last 200 opinion polls. It's a bit like Ross Perot's party becoming the biggest in America. And remember, our electoral system is the same as yours. It's designed to be two-party politics. So it is a complete phenomenon, and it represents, number one, the sameness of the two parties. Number two, disenchantment with politics not delivering, with promises not being kept. And number three, and I'm sad to say this, but it represents a Britain that is in very serious decline. Economic decline, social decline, even moral decline in many ways in knowing the difference between right and wrong. And so people are desperate for something different. And with me, well, I mean, not everyone loves me. I mean, people love me, they hate me, that's fine. But with me, I've been around for decades. They know who I am. They know that I'm pretty consistent. They know that I'm pretty determined. They know that I won't bend or wave. They know that I can't be bribed. They know that I can't be bullied. So they're looking for a government, for a party that'll give a government that'll bring radical change to the United Kingdom. And if we don't get radical change to the United Kingdom, I shudder to think where we're going to be in a few years' time. Already we've got about 250,000 British people deserting the country every year. Young entrepreneurs, our highest taxpayers, many of our best businesses just fleeing the country. So we're here, we're fighting to bring a radical turnaround in Britain's fortunes. And we've plugged the gap, we've filled the gap, albeit there could be a long way to go to the next election. But I mean, honestly, I think we've got every chance of winning the next election. I really do.
Did you ever think that you would be here? You have been very critical of Davos. You've been very critical of the discussions that go on here. I've been coming to Davos for 16 years, Nigel. And,
well, there you are. Yeah, there you are.
I've not seen a tension, a geographical tension between Europe and the USA as we have here, at least amongst the European establishment and the USA as we've seen this year. What changed your mind to bring you here? Because in the end, you are speaking, whatever your view of Davos, to some very significant business leaders, the chief executives of the most powerful, the most successful businesses in the world are here in Davos. They believe it's worthwhile. Isn't it simply rude, if I could put it like that, to criticize the fact that businesses come here to discuss the best way to think about the future?
Well, 2 points to make on that. Number one, just because I've turned up in Davos doesn't mean I've gone native. Doesn't mean I've changed the views that I've had for decades. And don't forget, I was a member of the European Parliament for over 20 years. I never changed one little bit. I mean, actually being here today, walking around, it feels a bit like being back in Brussels pre-Brexit. So it's a very similar kind of vibe. Not so much in USA House, of course, I assure you. Is it rude to say to the biggest companies in the world, who don't give a damn about the nation state, who don't give a damn about borders, who have encouraged us for decades to open up to unlimited immigration, regardless of cultural consequences, who've encouraged us to go for net zero, so we've deindustrialized and seen India and China take our steel making and much else. Is it rude to mention the fact that the high regulatory model that these people pursued through the European Union made life impossible for small and medium-sized businesses to come through and challenge because of the barriers to entry of cost and regulation in the market? Is it rude of me to come here and meet those firms and say to them, my country's been craven to you for decades, that is about to end. It's ended with America, it's ended with Milei of Argentina. So my message to those big businesses is, yes, we'll work with you. Yes, we'll cooperate with you. We will not be dictated to by you. We will not be told what policies we must have. And we will bring back something that is called the national interest. Is it rude to come and speak to people frankly face to face like that? Well, I mean, I can be quite charming if I want to be.
Nigel Farage, leader of reform in the United Kingdom. Thank you so much for joining us at Fortune.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigel. Interviewing the Novartis CEO. Do come to the stage.
Great. Vaz, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Really
Great to be here. Great to be here.
So the title of the session is all about sort of reimagining medicine. But because we've just heard the president speak, and he happened to talk a little bit about drug prices and the pharma industry, and broadly speaking, that's one of the issues I think a lot of people think about when they think about medicine and healthcare going forward. I just want you to react a little bit to what he said about pharmaceutical companies and drug prices. I know you guys have actually in the U.S. challenged in court some of the price reductions from Medicare, but how do you react to what he said?
Look, I think the president identified a very valid issue, which is when you look at what underpins the R&D in our industry, it's been primarily the United States. The United States is the source of more than half the profits of the industry. And without the United States, you wouldn't have all of these innovations, all these incredible medicines. So we need to find a way now to have a more balanced approach to actually funding R&D and creating those returns. And I think the mechanism that we've come up with now with the government, we're one of the 17 companies that have agreed with the government, I think is a reasonable way to do that. We're really benchmarking against the 8 largest economies in the world on a GDP-adjusted basis and saying future medicine should be priced similarly in the US to those countries. Now, what that's going to mean, though, is a complete policy shift in Europe, Japan, and Canada. There has to be a complete rethink of how they value innovation, and that's now the next chapter of the story that has to unfold.
Right. Of course, one of the issues, as you say, with the reason the prices have been high and the reason that a lot of the profits have had to come from the U.S. is the tremendous expense of developing new medicines. Now, I think with some of the technologies we're seeing, including AI, which I cover frequently, there is this maybe an opportunity to bring some of that development cost down. I don't know if you can talk about how that looks at Novartis and how you're maybe seeing a path to reducing research and development costs.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, first, I'd say that the reason the medicines cost what they do is because of the value they deliver. And I think if you look at the value of a human life and the longevity, the fact that we can tackle cancer and rare diseases like we never could in the past, that's why we want to create that value. Now, AI, I think, has the opportunity in a 7 to 10-year horizon to transform R&D in our sector. We have completely new ways to research new medicines, develop new medicines. We have partnerships with companies like DeepMind and Isomorphic Labs, with Palantir, and these are already tangibly accelerating what our scientists can do. Things that would normally take our chemists or biologists 6 months can now be done in a day. Analyses that would be needed to be done in a clinical trial that would take 4 to 6 months can be done in a week. And as that starts to compound, I think we'll get drugs faster and hopefully cheaper. But the real thing we should be excited about is, can AI help us find cures or treatments for diseases that have no treatment today?
Right.
Problems we were never able to solve. And I think that's what's really exciting. Actually, with Isomorphic Labs, what we do is we work on undruggable drug targets. And we say, can we use AI to solve these problems that human approaches over the last decades were never able to solve?
That's fascinating. And what do you think the time frame is for potentially delivering on that vision?
Yeah, I think this is a 7 to 10 year time horizon, simply because we still can't move away from studying these medicines in clinical trials. And that's just how long it takes. And so we're going to learn a lot in the meantime. I think we'll start to see things go faster, but it will take time for this really to unfold. Now, I would say more tangibly in the near term, it's clear that AI will transform how we approach customers, how we run our operations. I'll give you one very concrete example. We're building 9 facilities in the United States as part of our $23 billion investment. I mean, those facilities are filled with AI-enabled robotics and really the ability to automate large parts of the production process. So we need a fraction of the people, we get higher quality, and also manages down our costs.
So there are all these other optimizations you can bring to bear to hopefully ultimately lower costs while maintaining margin.
Yes, that's right. I mean, look, I think in the past, why did manufacturing often go out of the US? It was a cost of goods issue. Now with automation, AI, and technology, we can actually produce in North Carolina or in California or in Texas or in Florida or in Indianapolis at prices that are very similar to where we have in the rest of the world.
Right. One of the other, I think, big promises of technology is the idea that medicine will become much more personalized, much more targeted. But of course, pharmaceutical companies have the old model was definitely you attack the diseases that were sort of most frequently encountered, that were most prevalent, where there were the biggest markets. Now, if you move to a world where it's much more personalized, does that change the model of how you develop, and does it change the model of how you go to market?
Yeah, we've had an experience with this. I mean, we brought forward one of the first gene therapies for a terrible condition called spinal muscular atrophy that can lead to children dying before their first birthday, sometimes their second birthday. And we can actually, with a one-time therapy, have these children almost grow up with a normal life. And that made us completely rethink our go-to-market model. In these cases, now you have to come up with new models where governments or states in the United States can fund a one-time therapy, but also if the drug doesn't work, we would return some of the value back. And I think these kinds of value-based agreements are going to be the future if we really move to these one-time therapies and precision-based therapies. Now, I think that's taking a lot longer than we had expected. It's not easy to find these kinds of innovations. But I do expect, as we continue to see technologies like RNA therapeutics and gene therapy mature, we're going to have portfolios of medicines that can tackle a whole range of rare diseases. I mean, it's worth remembering that we can only tackle about 10 to 20% of known human diseases. And many of those diseases not as well as we hope. And so I think with technology constantly improving now, especially with AI, we're going to bring more and more of these technologies forward. But we will have to innovate on the payment models. I mean, some of the things that have been talked about is, can you come up with some sort of basket model where you pay a single amount of money for the whole basket of gene therapies, as an example. So I think those payment models will need to be innovated.
And what have your discussions been like with the insurance industry, particularly in the US, where that's the primary payer of a lot of these medicines? What have those discussions been like about these moving to these more innovative pricing models?
It's not easy. I mean, even, whether it's in the US or around the world, that's one of the things that has to get reformed, just because the whole bureaucracy is designed behind chronic therapy. And so when you want to go to a one-time therapy where all the cost is up front, there's no way to do that. But then when you say you want to amortize that cost over years, there's also no mechanism to do that either. So it's been tough, and as one of the first companies to roll out, I mean, our gene therapy is actually reimbursed in 50 countries around the world. And so that has been a learning process. But I think we can get there. It'll take time. But what it'll take is more of these innovations coming forward.
Right. One of the things that's enabled a lot of people in outside of the developed countries to access drugs has been the huge rise of the generics industry. And I know you're constantly facing this issue of you have drugs that are going off patent that you have been making money on. You have to have this pipeline to replace those drugs. There's a lot of pressure in some places to shorten IP lifespans or to bring these generics to market much faster. I'm curious how you're looking at that evolving picture and making sure that you have the pipeline, but also that there is a real issue around equity and care for people around the world.
Yeah, so I don't support eroding IP. I mean, IP is the lifeblood of our industry, but I think all of the tech industries that also I know you cover. Without that IP protection, we would never make the return. And I think it's always worth remembering, as you know, once we finish our IP protection, our medicines become very cheap. Think about this. In the United States, over 90% of the volume of all prescriptions are for generic drugs. And the United States pays the lowest price in all developed countries for generic drugs. Once our heart failure medicine, Entresto, went generic last year, it went down to pennies a pill. And then for the rest of the history of this medicine, it's available to the globe at those very low costs. So I think it's a short-term win politically to shorten these IP protections. But the long-term cost is you'll have less innovation. Venture capital-based biotech will not be able to fund, their business model will be eroded. And so I think actually that's why you see China protecting intellectual property. You see India moving to protect intellectual property. And I think what will happen over time is many of those emerging markets will come to that model. Now that said, in low-income and low and middle-income countries, we don't enforce our IP. For those countries, we encourage authorized generics or sometimes just allow generics to go into the market because those poor countries need access to those medicines. And we're actually the global leader. We actually go 300 million patients have our medicines. We were ranked #1 in the Access to Medicines Index because we get innovations to the poorest countries in the world. So I think you can do both. But we have to keep reminding ourselves when you hear, sometimes from the Democratic Party in the US, a desire to shorten IP, that will, I think, have a disastrous impact on innovation.
There's also this idea in many parts of the world, I often cover from my beat looking at AI, on how do you create these data sets and under what terms are they available to the world. So the UK, for instance, where I live, has the UK Biobank, great source of data. There's a constant debate about what terms that should be allowed, access to that should be allowed for commercial development. Do you have a sense of how we should think about these data sets, some of which were created by governments, by national healthcare systems, and what the terms of access should be to pharma?
Well, first, I think data is now becoming an absolutely critical asset. We actually, of course, keep our data proprietary. In fact, with some of our agreements with tech companies, they don't want payment in money. They want payment and access to our data, and it just shows you how valuable data is. Now, I think for governments and public sector groups, I think it's very reasonable to monetize those data sets. So we absolutely, as a private enterprise, should pay, and we do pay the UK Biobank as an example, but there are other examples around the world. And we should pay for that, and we should provide certain rights for that because that is in the public interest. But it's very important actually as we get that data, and actually what I would encourage is we need governments to make sure that that data is clean and curated. I mean, the amount of energy that's spent in actually making that data analyzable is immense. And I think that would be actually enable us to move much faster with those data sets.
Great. One other question I wanted to ask is, with the advent of a lot of new technologies, is it really changing the way pharma thinks about innovation? For a while, the pharma companies developed drugs, and they tested them, and they took them to market. And then, more recently, pharma companies have tended to try to de-risk the development by saying, we'll let a biotech do all the development and do maybe even some of the testing, and we will then come in and we'll license it, or we'll buy the company and we'll take it to market. And that's become the model. Are you seeing a reversal of that model now with some of these new technologies?
I mean, certainly, look, I can tell you for Novartis, we never moved away from a belief that you have to invest in internal research. So we invest $11 billion a year in R&D, about $3 billion a year consistently now for over a decade in basic science research and early clinical development, because we believe that that's the core of the company. That said, about 35% of our medicines to 40% come from the external world. What I think will be interesting is how AI changes that. AI will certainly enable biotechs to move faster, but also us to move faster. The one twist to the story, though, and I think for US competitiveness, is China biotech can now use AI to actually hack patents and actually move extremely fast with fast follower medicines. And that is completely reshaping our industry. Last year was the first year ever China biotech had more exits and deals than US biotech. And I think strengthening the patent regime in the US, while also enabling biotech in the US to thrive, is going to be very important to compete with the rise of China biotech.
Is there more that can be done on the clinical trial side also in the US? I keep hearing that China in the last year to 2 years, past year or 2 years, has really advanced on doing clinical trials very quickly. There are these clinical research organizations that have sprouted up that can get your drug through testing much faster than you could maybe in a developed market. How are you looking at that at Novartis?
Certainly, I mean, China has become, I think, the fastest place in the world right now to register a clinical trial for early clinical development, run clinical trials. So it's definitely part of the ecosystem. And I think it's a wake-up call for both the US FDA and the European Medicines Agency that they need to streamline processes to make clinical trials much easier to start. And I think that's starting to happen. I know the FDA is working on it. I heard today the CHMP is working on it. And that's going to be absolutely critical. But I also think what we have to remember, even with all the trade wars and other things happening, we need data to be able to flow. We need the knowledge to be able to flow. We do global clinical programs. In order to find the innovations, we need to access global minds and global innovation. And so I wouldn't want to lose that amidst all of the other things that we're trying to work through in geopolitics.
Fantastic. Vas, thank you so much. We're out of time, but thank you for joining us.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've just heard. How do leaders drive meaningful innovation when the rules are still being written? For this next conversation, I'm thrilled to welcome one of the world's most respected long-term thinkers, founder of Bridgewater Associates, Ray Dalio. He'll be interviewed by Fortune's Kamal Ahmed.
Thanks so much for joining us here, Ray. Now, as Jeremy said, you've been an investor. You've been through a lot of cycles, Ray. 60 years, if I'm not wrong. So you'll have seen a lot of crises. You'll have had to think about the long term. Is it important that we step back? You have written the book, The Changing World Order, that when we see the drama of this week, as I say, I've been coming to Davos for 16 years, the drama of this week, the tension between European politics and American politics, is this the most important time to actually step back and consider those broader forces?
I think we have to step back and think of the broader forces. One of the problems that repeatedly happens is everybody pays so much attention to each news item. And then it's so startling, the U.S. with its international relationship, Greenland and so on. And this is so startling. Minneapolis is so startling and so on. And they don't look back at the arc. Even a year is a small time in that arc of history. I know that the reason I anticipated the 2008 financial crisis or the European crisis from 2010 to 15 is because I studied the 30s. And so maybe I can just give you a sense of that. Because I wanted to study the rises and declines of reserve currencies, I studied the last 500 years of history because they take a while. And when I learned through that exercise is the same thing happens over and over again. And it's like a movie for me. It's like watching the same movie happen. So what does that movie look like? In brief, there are 5 big forces that interact and tend to evolve in a cycle pertaining particularly, let's say, to, most importantly, perhaps as a leadoff, is the money-debt cycle, okay? And we start in 1945, okay? 45 is the new order. And so there's a money, debt, economic market cycle. And what happens is, very briefly, is that when debts and debt service rise faster than incomes, the debt service payments squeeze out spending until you can't do that anymore. And for governments, when that debt crisis happens, there's a question of do you print money or do you let debt crises happen? And since 1971, when we broke the link with the dollar, we choose to print money. We have a fiat monetary system. So there's a monetary order, and that also has to do with the supply and the demand for debt. So we think, what is money? What is a storehold of wealth? Central banks hold it, and what is it like? So we are now dealing with the breakdown of the monetary order. Okay, we'll get into this, but I'm sure. But you have how central banks are changing the reserves, why they are buying gold, why you are seeing the change in the complexion. So that monetary order. And throughout history, monetary orders have always broken down. Related to this economic cycle is the domestic political cycle. Because money and economic conditions affects politics. And so you, throughout history, you've had these cycles where you can come and have irreconcilable differences when there's great wealth and values gaps. Then there is great conflict about what should be done. And democracy becomes threatened because it's now populist at each side and it's win at all cost. And there's not the same belief in the system working for them. And it's almost perceived as everybody's on one side or another, and it's a corrupt system. And so that's what we're seeing operate now across countries. And the third influence is the change in the world order. How was the world order? At the end of World War II, because the United States was the dominant power, it brought in the idea of a new type of world order, almost representing an analogous version of the American representative system. In other words, a multilateral world order where there's a United Nations, and there's a World Court, and there's a World Trade Organization, and a World Health Organization, and these multilaterals where there's representation, okay? And that didn't exist before. And then it's almost a naive system when you have the fact that the most power, every system, every representative legal system has to have enforcement mechanisms. So what happens when the leading power doesn't want to abide by the vote? Do you really expect that there's going to be a United Nations vote or a world court that's going to resolve these things? So you're seeing a breakdown of the world order and going from a multilateral system to a unilateral system. So people in their minds, with sympathy for a rules-based system. Okay, who makes the rules? Who enforces the rules? How does that work? Okay, that's a question of our time. Number 4 influence is acts of nature. Droughts, floods, and pandemics through history have killed more people and toppled more orders than before. And number 5 throughout history is man's inventiveness of new technologies. And certainly we're having one of the greatest inventions, if not the greatest invention, when human intelligence is working with artificial intelligence and so on, and what that means. So those 5 forces you can see operate in certain cycles, and everything that we talk about has to be related to the interactions and that cycle. So there's not a question you can ask or a topic that we can that is not interdependent, but there is this broader cycle that we're in, so we have to be realistic about those things.
When the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, is saying this is a rupture, not a transition, when President Macron of France is saying that the rule book has been ripped up, how do businesses, given your outline of the 5 rules, how do they respond? Because if it is a rupture and we're on this journey, the global rules-based order, which businesses often have to abide by or are part of, how should they respond now, given the statements of people like Carney and Macron?
I think the particular question is, ask yourself, who makes the rules? Who enforces the rules? And how are you going to deal with that? When there's different countries.
You would say they're focused on America then?
I'd say each is focused on themselves, and we're increasingly dealing with, we're not so sure that the rules will be the important governor. And how will that rule-based system? What happens when jurisdictions and enforceability are not respected? Okay, so this is happening within the United States. What is law? What is abide? But power matters more. So you're dealing with questions of, do you have the National Guard? Do you have the military? Do you have the police? and who's on my side, but you're also having that internationally. So if you have a Greenland question, or you have a question, Venezuelan question, and so on, okay, who said, you can't be naive, okay? So if you're relying on the law in the same way, you must be practical in thinking about that. So that's why people are going to their jurisdictions. They're going to different jurisdictions. Within the United States, they're going to different jurisdictions, different states. Within the world, they're going to different places, which is where they are in like-minded and that they're in support of each other, because that's what is giving them the assurance, not the rule-based system. Let's not be naive, okay, and say, oh, we're breaking the rule-based system. It's gone. It's going.
But isn't that could strike fear, though, into leadership groups, into boards, into CEOs, that they're going to have to navigate this world, which is going to be much more nationally shored?
I think what always scares me is the lack of realism. When you say that can scare you, or no, I think that they have to deal with these things, right? They have to deal with jurisdiction questions. They have to deal with law prevail. Internationally, everybody is having to deal with that question. Will law prevail?
Ray Dalio, I know you're very tight for time, so we'll have to stop there, but thank you so much for giving us some historical perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks. Sadly, Dara, the CEO of Uber, has been pulled away into another meeting, so we won't be hearing from him off this stage, but there will be others. But Diane is going to now speak to Robin Vince, the CEO of BNY. Diane, back to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ray, and that was a great conversation. Robin, thank you for joining us. You too are a man in demand. Welcome to Davos. For those of you who don't know, BNY, Bank of New York, I think you're more than 240 years old. Is that right?
That's right.
You look great, I must say.
Thank you.
And the reason I wanted so much for you to be here is I think of all of the banks, all the financial services institutions, you are well down the road on AI to the point where I don't even think you talk about it as AI. You just talk about outcomes at this point. Give us a sense of how you did it, and let's start with the fact that you now have digital agents as employees. I think that's fascinating.
Yeah, well, it's great to be with you, and thank you for the question, Diane. So the way that I think about AI, we view it as the most transformational technology in, frankly, hundreds of years, maybe since the real commercialization of electricity. It's got that order of magnitude. It's really intelligence leverage in the same way that machines have been providing mechanical leverage for a long time. And so with that determination, it's critical that we've got to be a full participant, enjoy the full benefit, the superpower that we can give all of our people. And that's really how we think about it. So AI for everyone, everywhere, for everything is our mantra at BNY. So with that mindset, it really becomes a cultural question about how do we create full adoption and integration of AI, because the technology is already at a level where it can provide incredible capabilities, true for all of us individually, true for institutions, true for governments as well. And so therefore, how you bring it into the environment is key. Culture matters. We're a culture-first firm, and that's really what we've been focused on. So we have tried to enlist our people to pull AI towards them. It's not the enemy. I understand it can be perceived as scary, but it shouldn't be scary because it's actually a helper. It can make us smarter, can make us go faster. And so we've built a platform, ELIZA, and within that platform, it's multi-agentic. We leverage all of the general intelligence models. But you're right, not only have we built agents, we've built multi-agent solutions, and some of them we've wrapped with some additional capabilities so they can behave in our environment a little bit like an employee. We call them digital employees.
They are digital employees. Well, let me, since we're talking USA House, let's talk about the culture of the US, because I want to tie it back to a lot of the conversations in Davos right now and questions about the US and where it's going in innovation. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, look, innovation, I mean, it's one of the stories of the US. The US has welcomed over the course of 250 almost years the best and brightest of the world to come to the US to be able to thrive and be successful. And it really is a beacon for people because it creates an environment where entrepreneurs can thrive, where people can hopefully live the American dream. Obviously, that's a big topic of discussion at the moment in the US to make sure that prosperity can be broadly shared, because that is very important, and it was one of the original principles of America. But for us, this innovation and this constant desire to push forward has been a great backdrop for our company as we've been innovating. That's how you get to be old. You get to be old through having great people and great culture, through being resilient, which means you have to be a prepper for things that can go wrong. Being resilient means thinking ahead, being ready for the unexpected sometimes, and of course innovating, not trying to pretend that the world's going to stay the same, because it doesn't.
Now, the words financial and innovation sometimes have gone together in ways that don't always have happy results. I'm thinking of 2008. What's different this time? Because AI is one of the areas where I think finance, healthcare, where the data is so important, you can't have hallucinations. Tell me a little bit about how you think about just the security environment and ethics and all the other factors that you have to think about as a bank.
Right. Well, financial product sort of innovation and transformation, that's kind of a different thing.
Right.
These days, we're really a financial services platforms
That's
company.
true.
We provide technology, we provide enablement really for the global financial system. But you're right, we're a trusted brand, a trusted institution. Client trust is really important to us. So you've got to look after the things that are precious. That means intellectual property, it means our facilities, our people, but most of all, it really means our client data and all of the things that we do for our clients. And so we really engineer to those outcomes. The world's a dangerous place. There are a lot of threat actors out there. AI can be used for bad things as it can be for good things. So it has been and continues to be a real priority for us. You're right, though, that AI also has to be done right. Because if you're sloppy about AI, sloppy input, sloppy output.
Let's personalize this a second, because I know, for example, your CTO, Leanne Russell, has a digital twin. Every night she comes home, she downloads, maybe conversations with you, to her twin, and that twin is now basically restructuring her week. What are you doing yourself as CEO to be ahead of the curve on AI, just tactically?
Well, you know, there's the world of inside BNY, and then there's the world outside as well. I use AI quite extensively. I use it to, whether I'm trying to make a decision, like a shopping decision or something like that, I actually can also use it as a coach. I ask my AI for feedback as well, not dissimilar to the way that Leanne uses it. If you're a regular prompter on an AI application, you know, I challenge you to just go to AI and ask it to give you constructive feedback and actually tell you how it grades you on how you are as an AI user. I did that, helped to make me better.
Can you give us some sense? I know our time is winding down here. What should we be talking about this time next year with regard to BNY? I mean, take us a little bit on the journey, because as I said, to those of you who don't know, it's well acknowledged that you are further along than many of your cohorts.
Well, you know, our story has been a company of an incredible longevity, great period of time, success over a long period of time. But about 3 years ago, we decided that we looked deeply at ourselves. We decided that we had all of these terrific businesses, these capabilities, this great client reputation, but we weren't making the most of it. And we determined, resolved that we were going to do it. Our financial performance over that 3 years, really delivering more for customers, turning up as one company, bringing our people along on the journey. Again, it's culture to us. That's really led to a terrific reimagining of the firm. We had a record year last year, record revenues, record net income. It was a real year of records for us, and we just reported our earnings recently on the back of that. For the next 3-year chapter of our reimagination, we see AI playing a big role. It's AI plus the magic of our human employees together, delivering for customers. That's what I'd expect us to be talking about.
Love it. Well, here's to more digital employees. Here's to more innovation. Robin, thank you very much for joining us. I know that you're also a man in demand, so thank you. And now I'm going to let you go off stage. I'm going to stay on.
Thank you very much.
In fact, I'm not even looking at it, because I know this guy. It is John Batiste, Grammy Award winner, incredible artist. Oh, well then let me bring up Kamal to the stage. and maybe we hear from you with regard to, we are going to speak.
John is a little delayed. We know this is Davos. Always timings are extended and reduced at all
Well,
times.
should we be speaking to our audience then about what's, well, then let's talk a little bit more about, I want to talk about why, the genesis of why we are here at USA House, and I'm happy maybe we should talk to the audience.
Yeah,
but
actually, can we see, is there any way of getting any microphones? And let's see if we can have a few thoughts from the audience.
yeah, because the genesis of this for us was we wanted to do, you know, basically a Fortune 500 innovation forum later this year. And I was thinking, how do we create an ongoing conversation around America, not just innovation in America, but America as a partner, America as a magnet for talent, America as, in some ways, the gold standard for the rest of the world, and looking at manufacturing, AI, and just, frankly, I think places like Davos are a fantastic village green to bring people together. How do we in the country also bring people together around a lot of the possibilities, not just on the regulatory front, but on the technology front, and how are we actually making the next generation of workers come out? So we have some mics here.
We have some mics.
If you have raised your hands if you want to give some reaction. Hello, I saw you were getting your photo taken earlier with Kellyanne. Just some reactions to how you're feeling about the state of innovation, the state of business in America right now, and any thoughts to add. So we have a gentleman right here.
And do say who you are, it'd be brilliant.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I'm Adnan Hassan. I used to be on the board of directors of the World Bank in Washington, and I run a family office. Innovation is obviously the lifeblood of the new era that's coming up. Large countries in general have a longer distance between the regulator and the market. It generally takes you 3 to 5 years to get regulatory clarity between the executive, legislative, judicial, and also the different interests. In a small country, the same process can be done over a dinner. How do large countries, like the United States, manage the complexity of navigating these multiple interests versus Singapore? And in a period of dramatic change that's guaranteed for the next 5 years, is President Trump a unique actor in the sense that he was able to sort of force the process, cut through the various interests, and can he be repeated? Whereas in Singapore, just to take an example, you don't have that kind of complexity.
Mm-hmm. I think I should be working the room. You up here, okay. Me down here. And thank you. That's not to in any way shut you up. I think that's a very valuable comment.
I would just say one thought on that, is that I think that is what President Trump is attempting to do. But I think it goes back to Ray Dalio's point, which is that the rules-based order is there for a reason. The reason we have regulations, the reasons we have the rule books, and they are more complicated the bigger you get, is because we demand, don't we, some form of democratic control, that things can't be forced through by diktat of a single person. Obviously, in America, you have a presidential system. In Europe, that is less often the case, and certainly for the United Kingdom, where I live, that is not the case at all. So the regulations, the controls, the systems, they take a long time.
Bankruptcy law.
But they're there for a reason, because they are there. The argument is to protect democracy, to protect society. And I think what Ray is saying, and what the president is offering, is a new model. But do the public want that new model?
I'd love to, is there any, I'm going to go to you, any other comments back here that people want to make, either to what President Trump has been, said, but also what you're seeing. And also, if there's hesitations, I want to make sure we have the multiplicity of views here, because, of course, that's, I think, what makes America great. So, hi.
Arun Gupta was a venture capitalist for 25 years and now CEO of a foundation. We have a $500 million endowment all around trying to get innovators in public service.
I'm going to turn you here so you can see everybody. There.
Get your best shot.
I guess my comment is, and I think it's amplified here in Europe, but how we think about who goes into government, I think we're at a tipping point right now. We need to see more technologists, younger folks, innovators being able to go in, but also come back out, because they're not going to want to have careers in government. And how we create those interdependencies will be incredibly important if we're going to try to keep an innovation ecosystem going. And I guess my question to you is, are you seeing a change in Europe on that front? It's slow, but starting to happen in the US. And we're trying to create those structural interdependencies as opposed to just independence between the public and private sector.
We should mention you're investing in education. Yes. You're not, as is Ray Dalio, by the way. So go, be a pundit on Europe. Come on,
I think,
tell us what's going on.
Europe has a major problem of agreeing rules even within the European Union. And that comes down to how Europe regulates technology, how it funds technology, and is one of the major reasons why we don't have an alphabet in Europe, why we don't have OpenAI in Europe, and why we haven't been that successful in Europe in creating mega tech companies that can really change the dial. And I first became a business editor in the UK in 2009, and they were talking then about capital markets coming together and being one system within the European Union. And that still is a debate we are having 16 years, 15 years later, the same discussion. And actually, I think around the problem is there's a slight drift in the opposite direction. We've had Brexit, of course. That's a big tariff shock to the European Union and to the United Kingdom. So we are becoming more shored towards nation states within Europe and less. Europe as a bloc is the size of the United States. Europe as a system of 30 countries is nowhere near. And I think you make a very strong point about the need for interoperability between the nations and not having its own regulatory country-by-country approach. But there's little evidence of that.
So we have a comment over here. What is your name?
My name is Flamur. Yes, my name is Flamur. I'm coming from the United States, from particularly Chicago. And I'm Albanian from the Balkans, from North Macedonia. And my question is, what will be done about the development in the Balkans and the security and the economic development?
I think, Diane, there'll be more.
We're stretching the.
I don't want to reach into areas I am not in any way expert in.
My view of the Balkans, but I'm going to keep.
But I think that's an important point. Is there anyone here with security knowledge who might be able to answer something like that?
I'm glad to have the perspective, though, of somebody who didn't necessarily, born and raised. I'm from Canada and Scotland originally, and I think it's a reminder to me that to be American is to be many things. So I think that's. But if anybody have some comments on the Balkans, of course, go ahead.
There's someone on the left.
Do we have? There we go. Thank you. Well, it's former ambassador from Serbia. Let me race over because I know thought leadership when I see it. Here you go. Thank you, sir. How are you?
Hi, everybody. Well, it's a million-dollar question here from the gentleman in Macedonia. Definitely, the Balkans have kind of stayed behind whole EU integration, and the economic development has been a little bit progressing in past couple of years, but not enough. I think in the time when we have so much uncertainty in terms of NATO, in terms of Russian involvement in Ukraine, and China's more and more involvement in the Balkans, I think it's important to find a way to push more towards integration into EU. And I think that will be one of the main ways how the big peace process that EU was for the European enemies to continue on to the Balkans but nowadays in this geopolitical situation with United States and EU, it's really difficult to see how that's gonna happen. Would you want to add something?
We had the Balkans Forward initiative at the Atlantic Council. We're funders. John de Blasio. And one of the things that Ambassador Petrovic talked about is the importance of EU accession, and it's a strategic imperative that the EU move EU accession forward for these countries. Their demographics are poor. Their hope is waning, and that leaves an opening for bad things to happen. And in the situation in Ukraine, it falls in the same dynamic. So strategic imperative for EU integration.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any other comments? Again, I think many of you were here for the speech with President Trump. I'd love to get any reaction if you find it heartening. Here, I'm just standing in front of you. I'm just going to ask you, what was your reaction? And where are you from?
Paris, France.
Ah, bonjour. Il est longtemps que je ne parle pas le français. What do you think? You're in the heart of it. You saw Macron yesterday speak. Did this give you a sense of peace going forward, or do you feel any differently post-speech?
I'm not really sure of this, but we will see what happens in the future. We have to be... we have to protect the peace. What I'm saying is totally obvious, but the things are going on in not maybe the best way.
I don't know any other comments.
I would be interested, Dan, if we can go back to the former ambassador, to his response to the speech itself. I think would be an interesting thing to actually ask as a follow-up
Ambassador,
to what he thinks about the actual, how Trump has here. We were getting a sense from the panel, from Mark and myself, that the president has come and he's just dialed down on the sense of looming crisis. But I was struck by Nigel Farage on the stage saying that there is a new way of doing business. We had Howard Lutnick in the Financial Times writing this morning that a new sheriff is in town, that they have not come here to join Davos, they've come here to confront Davos. And I think that the message is not about discussion and can we find a way forward. It's about, as Mark Carney said, rupture, not transition. And I just wondered, as a former ambassador, how you respond to that in a way that I think too often in Europe it becomes a rejectionist narrative. We just reject what the president is saying. Is that the right way forward? Or as a diplomat, what could be a way that business leaders and political leaders could craft a response whilst retaining their fundamental beliefs in the rules-based order?
Well, as being former ambassador of Serbia, I mean, I cannot resist but to go back to the Balkans in sense of, Serbia has suffered through a unilateral declaration of independence from Kosovo. That was the first example of a unilateral declaration by an ethnic group being accepted by some of the players in the West, including a lot of members of the EU and United States. And I got to tell you, it's one of the examples that President Putin has used as a precedent that was first done by the West in destroying the international order that was in place since World War II. And it was the first example as such. And now it feels to a Serb that it's coming back to haunt us with these calls on Greenland and other examples. So I just couldn't resist but to be reminded that Kosovo really was the first example of kind of not respecting the international order that was established after World War II. So
I'm struck by you saying that. I remember I interviewed William Hague, who was the leader of the Conservatives in the United Kingdom, who went right back to the initial invasion by Russia of Crimea and how the European Union was then not keen enough to show that that was not something that was acceptable to the rest of Europe. And there was too much sitting on hands and not enough response of strength to that first incursion that happened well before 2014, as we know. And that does feed the narrative for America around Europe simply hasn't stood up when it's needed without the cover of America, though I think, as Nigel Farage says, NATO itself and all the member states of NATO have actually sacrificed a huge amount on security when it has been US-led military action.
Elsewhere, yes.
Yeah.
In Iraq. Well, to go back again, in terms of international law and rules that have been guided by especially by the West since World War II and by the rest, President Putin has used an example of Kosovo for his reasoning why he's allowed by international standards to go into Ukraine and to go into the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. That it was the West and it was the NATO that did it first. For Serbia, internationally recognized UN member and a state, and that's the reason why he has the right, and it's up for grabs for the others. Now we see President Trump calling on taking over Greenland. So it's important for the international law and standards to be equal for everybody. Otherwise, we have nothing.
Thank you so much. I think, Diane, we have our next guests have arrived. So, Diane, come back to the...
as a result, let me just...
Come back to the stage.
Thank you again,
Thank you for your patience, because obviously timings are always very different in these type of events when we have the president.
It's improv, and I'm very excited to introduce my colleague, Adam Banicki, and John Batiste. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Great to see you. All right. Thank you, John, for being here. This is your first time at Davos for the World Economic Forum, performing on opening night, which I think was aptly timed for your new album, or latest album, Big Money.
Yes.
How's your week been? What's been your learnings here at Davos?
So many things. I'm glad to be here at the USA House and to kind of process all of the learnings. I've been listening a lot. And the listening is definitely something that I see a lot of us doing here. I love the exchange of dialogue, the exchange of ideas, and just the thought of how we're really advancing general intelligence across every field, across the arts and culture, across the humanities, across technology, obviously, but the impact of that reverberating across everything else it's mind-blowing. It's something that I don't think is precedented, actually, even before with the Industrial Revolution, the Agricultural Revolution, all the different forms of change that we've seen. This is, from hearing it now, truly unprecedented.
Well, you bring up intelligence. A big topic of conversation this week has been artificial intelligence.
Yes.
You're a Juilliard-trained musician. AI is changing the way we create. What are your thoughts on how AI is changing your industry?
I think that there's a certain sense of value that is being disrupted, which is the value of the human narrative, the human-born person creating from their narrative, unearthing something from their expression in their life that feels universal but is deeply personal. And what is on the other side of that axis is the expression of something that is hyper-intelligent and is referencing the whole history of human creativity, but is not a human-born person and doesn't have the narrative or the whole culmination of generations and intergenerational knowledge passed down through mentorship, through a craft, to an individual. Now, what we value is being challenged. I've seen people, particularly when I think about the examples in my industry, I think about the gospel music industry. And people who have worshiped to a song that was created by AI, or an AI song going #1, Christian music.
Right.
And them realizing after the fact that it was created by an LLM. and then having the profound realization of having to negotiate how they feel about that. Do I feel violated? Does it matter? Is it something that because it was created by artificial intelligence, did it sever my connection in that moment to the creator?
Yeah.
This is a very profound question. It's a quandary.
Yeah.
We have to figure out how we feel about that and what we value. It's another time of defining and realigning our values. And that's the only way we're going to be able to move forward productively together.
And have you found yourself stumbling up on music that is AI created and you didn't realize it at the beginning?
I have a little bit of I'm forming my opinion on that more and more. I've spent a lot of time, I've been blessed enough to spend time with folks who are really innovators in the field and a range of different viewpoints. And it's like a gumbo. I'm from New Orleans, so I gotta bring up gumbo. But this idea that there's this rich diversity of opinions and people are grappling with it, and there's people who are on the side of the spectrum of doomerism and people on the side of the spectrum of utopia and everything in between. And what I think about is so much of what we create is the collective wisdom of generations passed on and on since the first drum, since the fiddle in Appalachia, since in my hometown we have music for everything. There's music for when someone's born, music for when someone passes away. Music, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is music is more than just entertainment. It's a form of generational traditions being passed on. It's a form of lineage. It's a spiritual practice.
Yeah.
So I'm still forming my opinion about how I orient myself to this new reality, knowing that truth.
Well, and music is a business too.
Yes, also entertainment.
Yeah, it can be both.
Yes.
Are you using AI in your work currently? Are you thinking about how you're going to use it in the future?
AI has been used already. We just didn't call it AI.
Yeah.
When musicians use auto-tune, all of the DAWs, these are software that musicians use, industry standard of creativity, Pro Tools, Logic, all of the newer ones, even with sampling. There's a form of technological advancement that's been happening since the mid-'70s in the music, since we could multi-track, that's allowed for us to do things that change the snapshot of a recording from a live performance to something that is produced. And we've been enhancing the tools that we use to produce these recordings for decades. Now, every technological revolution leads to another genre of music. So the question is, what is the genre of music that's to come from this, and what is the value set of that genre?
Yeah. And
it's a really interesting thing. I've been writing a lot about that in my journals.
And with young artists that you see up and coming, like how do you recommend they navigate this? I mean, you've navigated an incredible career, and the industry has gone through changes. It feels like it's always going through changes. How do you see that going forward?
I feel that the best way is to be honest about who you are, where you come from, and what you stand for. Everything else comes out in the wash. What's your true north? And, a lot of times when I'm mentoring young musicians, or, I have the blessing of being able to learn from them, because it's a two-way street. I always say we have to learn how to listen more.
Yeah.
The beauty of music is that it trains us how to listen while it also is nourishing us. It feeds our soul and washes away the dust of everyday life at the same time as it gives us an insight into existence. It's a very existential and a very profound exchange when you have a deep, genuine experience with music. So you want to always apply that frame to what you're doing. Now, if you do that by creating on an LLM, or if you do that by creating on a broken upright in the corner of a ballroom.
Both can have value.
That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah. So switching speeds a little bit, you've successfully navigated ownership, branding, partnerships in an industry that at times can benefit creators, but also exploit them. What's your philosophy around blending commercial partnerships with artistic integrity?
I think that we have a problem of equity, which comes down to ownership of the central resource of the industry. It's something that it's an intangible thing, because music is energy, music is frequency, and it emits intention, and that intention goes out to people, and it plants a seed in their subconscious and sprouts as ideas, as inspiration, make you want to dance, make you want to shake what your mama gave you. All of that's happening. But we figured out ways to commodify it by putting it on an artifact, like a vinyl, and then now a CD, and now it's on streaming, and now that shifted the ownership of the asset to tech. And then there's a shift that happened that was unexpected. So the music industry is still recovering from this shift that happened now 2 decades ago.
Yeah.
So the artist is just in the balance of that, creating the thing.
Yeah.
So you have to be savvy in order to really navigate what's happening and find a way out on the other side with equity and also with a livelihood and a value set and a catalog that you're proud of.
Well,
you have to really be.
And you have been savvy throughout your career. How has your personal brand evolved? How have you ebbed and flowed through this?
Oh man, you know, as a fellow baller, we play basketball.
We just learned we both play basketball in Brooklyn.
Yes, we play, and I'm proud to say I'm the Kenner Eagles teammate. We were the championship AAU team in 2003, and that was my last season playing. But I'll tell you what, from playing ball, you learn team interplay and dynamics. There's so many nuances there. There's so many unspoken things that once you learn to play, once you learn how to be together, even with a band and band culture, there's an ESP, extrasensory perception of what's going to happen next. You have to anticipate a lot of things. You have to feel a lot of things and really be able to know how you will react or what are the options of how to react. And that's how I feel that I've done what I've been able to do. It's just a sense of study, but also a sense of really being able to build the muscle of anticipation and being rooted in something that I believe in.
So building off of that, for years you were famously a sidekick and I hear very close friends to Stephen Colbert. CBS is ending the Late Show this year. What do you think this means for late night television and this iconic show that was in so many American households for so many years?
Well, I think that Stephen will be okay. He's a very brilliant guy. And I think that for late night, one of the things I loved about my time there is we had this pipeline to people's living rooms. And there's a point where it felt less political and it felt more like we were delivering culture to people. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm gonna miss the most about it, which is this idea that you can speak to people and talk about these things that transcend all of the mire of a division and all of the isms, as my mentor Alvin Batiste said, to separate us. But something that really gets the main line of the human soul. And being able to put music out there like that in my early 20s, like, you know, when I was just coming out of college and really being able to express something with a guy who was he became family to me. We'd have Thanksgiving dinners every year. I was on the show for 7 years, and we had dinner together every time. We'd have a milestone on the show, and then we'd have holidays. We would spend those together. He's just someone who really represented what he believed, whether everybody on the staff even agreed with it or not, there was a integrity to it. And that's what I love about it as well, the cultural piece. Yeah. And what these shows represent is, you know, it goes back to the first band. I remember Nat King Cole had the first variety show on television. Yeah. And I thought, playing songs from that era and playing songs from even before, playing songs from Beethoven to Nina Simone to Stephen Foster to be able to play that and put that on the airwaves and have dialogue. This is something that we need more of, for sure, across the world, but definitely in our country.
Would you ever want to go back to a daily television show? Do you miss
People ask me that all the time. I don't.
What are you excited about? What's your next big collaboration, your big project?
There's so many that I'm actually thinking right now to take space to decide how I want to put my energy forward next. I'm in a phase as I'm here and as I am all other places that I have the privilege of going to be around these people who have such knowledge, such rigor in their craft, such intellect, and such heart. I'm listening. And I know that the thing that I'm supposed to do next that will have the greatest impact, that is most rooted in my skill set and all of the things that I'm interested in, will emerge from listening. And I encourage everybody to do that.
Yeah. So you mentioned these shows that are in American households playing on TV sets. We are weeks away from the Super Bowl, one of the biggest events in American households. You sang the national anthem at last year's big game. Are you excited for Bad Bunny to perform at the halftime show this year?
Yeah,
any
man.
advice for him?
First off, last year in New Orleans, we had the Super Bowl, and I played, and we were in my hometown during Mardi Gras. Now, Mardi Gras is carnival time, and that means anything that you know of or think about New Orleans, times it 100. And then the Super Bowl was on top of that. So I'm so glad I was able to do that. That was an honor. And I think about how we played the night before in the 9th Ward. We did a free concert, and we gathered folks who were my mentors growing up, my peers growing up, my family, my dad, he played Cyril Neville, Ivan Neville. A lot of the musical families, we gathered together and we gave a free concert to people in one of the neighborhoods that's still not recovered from Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
So it was a powerful thing. And what I love about what Bad Bunny's done is that he's brought attention to his home in Puerto Rico by creating this residency in the lead up to the Super Bowl.
Right.
I really like that. I like that concept of giving back to where you came from. No matter how far you go from there, coming back. So I really appreciate that.
No, beautifully put. So we only have a few minutes left. So I want to do some rapid fire questions just to get your take. Biggest musical artist to watch in 2026?
Biggest musical artist to watch in Olivia Dean.
Olivia Dean, all right. Spotify or Apple Music or other?
Other.
Other, oh, tell us why.
I just like, first, I like listening to vinyl. Second, I like going to hear people play live. I think there's nothing that will ever replace the genuine human exchange of a live music performance. And that goes for AI too. But I also feel that streaming, while it is an incredible gift to everybody out there who's a music listener, music connoisseur, anybody that's enjoying music passively, it's an incredible gift to have most of the history of music in your pocket. It's an extreme disservice to an artist who spends their life developing a craft to make less than 1 cent on a stream. So I don't agree with that business model, and I've been able to circumvent that business model by the bobbing and weaving we've been talking about, but I still am a victim to it too because I'm on streaming services. But I also think that they do some great things. So I can't choose between one of them. I still got beef with both of them.
Fair. And you can say yourself for this next one. Grammys are in two weeks.
Next week.
Next week. You're nominated for 3.
Yes, yes.
Who's going to be the biggest winner next week?
So it's interesting. You mentioned Bad Bunny. He has an opportunity to be the first Spanish language album to win Album of the Year, which I think is an interesting thing to watch. If you think about putting an album out that's a global success and the majority of the population can't understand any of the words.
Yeah.
That's pretty deep.
It's impressive.
That's a deep thing. That's like a profound, wow. That's a deep place the world has gotten. So I think that's interesting to watch. I think it's also interesting to watch Kendrick Lamar, and from the times that he first started out and what he was and how he's evolved and how the world's evolved, it's an amazing journey for hip-hop music. Whether you like hip-hop or not, it's something to watch, and I would pay attention to that. That could be a very big night of validation for the Forum, 50-plus years in the Forum's since the inception of the Forum. I think it's fascinating to watch country music and folk music and Americana, which is growing and growing, and fusing more with Christian music, which is a deep alignment of values and sonic traditions, because gospel music and blues music and all of those musics are the same. I've been saying this for a long time, but it's all really the same in a spectrum or concentric circles, however you want to see it. And the forms create each other, and they come out of dialogue with each other. So it's interesting to see how that's becoming more fused in a popular zeitgeist way. It's deep this year too, being nominated in Americana folk. It's been a fascinating journey. I looked up and now I'm the second most genre diverse nominee in the history of the Grammys. Quincy Jones is the first. He was my mentor. So I'm very proud of that. I wish I could call him. Before he passed away, I got a chance to sit with him, and he would always tell me, it's up to you and your peers to decategorize the music, to get it from the silos that it's in, and to expand it beyond these terms that we use to organize them for marketing and for streaming. But so it's a lot of things to watch. I also think it's deep to watch the dominance of women in popular music.
Yes.
If you look at Sabrina Carpenter, well, basically, if you look at Taylor as the ocean and all of the rivers that come from Taylor Swift, it's an amazing, Taylor is like what disco was to the 70s. It's deep to watch how that both sociologically and musically will reverberate over the next 20 years. Man, I just watch all of this stuff.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me, and I love being a part of it.
Congrats on your 3 nominations for next week. We'll be watching. My last question, Davos 2027, are you coming back?
Man, yeah, if I'm invited, it'd be fun.
Thank you so much, John, for closing out our day at USA House in Davos with class and culture. Round of applause for John. Thanks, John. Thank you, that was fun. And I want to invite Diane Brady back up to close us out with some final remarks.
I love it.
Thanks,
Thank
Diane.
you so much. You know, one of the things I remember about New Orleans last year was just the joy. And I don't even like football that much. Am I allowed to admit that? But I think one reason we closed out with John Batiste here is that we want to celebrate the fact that innovation is about more than policy, more than profits. It's about the type of genius we see in music that lifts our hearts and our souls, and we think that's part of what's great about this country and about this event, of course, WEF itself. So that closes out this section. I'd like to first of all thank USA House and the team for all the support they gave us for letting Fortune come in here to have these conversations. I'd like to thank you. I know full well that everybody wants a piece of your time here in Davos, so thank you for spending it here with us. November 16th and 17th, we will be having the Fortune 500 Innovation Forum, America Leads. It will be in the great city of Detroit, Michigan, and we will have the largest gathering of Fortune 500 CEOs and innovators there. So I hope you will join us. What we're going to ask right now is we're going to clear this out. Please come back, 6:30. We will be having cocktails. USA House, also with sponsored by HP. Hope you will join us. And again, thank you very much from Diane Brady and the rest of the Fortune team. We really appreciate your patience. We appreciate your input. And I'm very excited about what's next. So thanks again.